Dear friends, only full books are published here. Enjoy.
Chapter 1: The Feeling She Couldn't Explain. By the time Sophia began to notice the feeling, it had probably already been with her for weeks. That was what troubled her later, when she tried to remember the beginning of it. There had been no obvious first moment, no dramatic turn in the lock, no broken window latch, no object out of place on the kitchen counter to tell her that something in her life had shifted. If anyone had asked her then when it started, she would have answered honestly that she did not know. The sensation had entered so quietly that it seemed less like an intrusion than a truth she had somehow failed to notice until now, something that had always existed in the corners of her apartment and in the dim seam between evening and night. It was not fear at first. Fear had edges. Fear arrived with heat and pulse and alarm. This was softer than that. Stranger. More patient. It was an awareness without shape, a pressure without touch, a certainty she could not explain. She was alone, and yet she was not. She lived on the 4th floor of an old brick building at the end of a narrow street where the city seemed to loosen its grip and soften around the edges. The neighborhood was quiet in a tired, respectable way. During the day, the florist 2 doors down placed small buckets of cut stems outside under the striped awning, and the old man at the corner kiosk swept the sidewalk with solemn concentration as if it were an act of devotion. At night, the street emptied early. The few passing cars moved slowly, their headlights sliding along the walls like pale water. Across from her building stood another row of apartments, most of them occupied by people who liked curtains, soft lamps, and routine. By midnight, almost every window was dark. Sophia liked that. She liked the calmness of the street, the way the world seemed to exhale after evening. She had never wanted noise. She had never wanted a place that demanded attention. Her apartment suited her because it felt slightly apart from everything else, as though she had stepped sideways from the speed of the city into a smaller life made of familiar objects, quiet rituals, and private hours. The rooms were not large, but they were enough. A narrow hallway led from the front door into a living room with a deep green sofa, a tall bookcase, and a small round table by the window where she sometimes drank tea and watched rain collect on the glass. Her bedroom was at the end of the hall. The kitchen was modest, almost square, with old cupboards painted cream and a window over the sink that faced a sliver of sky and the back wall of the neighboring building. The floors creaked in certain places, the radiators clicked when the heat came on, and in winter the windows sighed faintly with the wind. She had lived there long enough to know every harmless sound. That was why the new silence unsettled her. It began, she thought, as a hesitation. Not hers, exactly. The apartment's. She would come home after work, lock the door behind her, place her keys in the ceramic dish by the entrance, and for half a second she would stand very still before switching on the lamp. There was no reason for the pause. She was not expecting anything. She simply felt, in those first suspended moments after closing out the world, that the quiet inside had a different quality than it once had. It no longer felt empty. It felt occupied in some subtle, impossible way. Not by sound, not by motion, but by attention. Once she noticed it, she began to notice it everywhere. If she was reading on the sofa, there would come a point when her eyes lifted from the page for no reason she could name and drift toward the darkened hallway. If she was washing dishes, she would become aware of the small exposed space between her shoulder blades, as though someone behind her had fixed their gaze there. If she woke at 3 in the morning and reached for the glass of water on her bedside table, she would feel that she was moving within someone else's stillness. It was ridiculous, of course. Sophia knew that. She was not a foolish woman, not given to melodrama, not the kind of person who embroidered ordinary loneliness into phantoms. She had a practical mind. She liked explanations. She was the sort of woman who checked the stove twice before leaving home and kept extra batteries in a labeled drawer. She was careful with money, punctual with rent, and unimpressed by stories that asked her to believe in mystery when inattention would do. If a floorboard creaked, it was old wood. If a faucet dripped, it was a washer. If her nerves sharpened in the dark, it was because she lived alone and the body could be archaic about such things. That should have been enough. For several days, perhaps more, she told herself exactly that. But telling herself did not make the feeling leave. Thursday was the evening she stopped being able to dismiss it. The day had been unremarkable. The sky remained overcast from morning until dusk, a pale gray light pressing softly against the city like folded linen. Sophia worked late, not because she had to, but because a stack of unfinished tasks sat on the corner of her desk and she preferred the clean relief of completion to the lingering anxiety of delay. By the time she left, the offices had thinned, the elevators had grown silent, and the streets outside were damp with the suggestion of rain. She walked home with her coat buttoned high, one hand wrapped around the strap of her bag, her mind slipping in and out of idle thought. She noticed little things because she always noticed little things: the smell of wet stone, the reflection of traffic lights in puddles, the way a woman under a black umbrella bent her head against the wind as if listening to something private and unpleasant. When she reached her building, the hallway inside carried its usual cool smell of dust, old paint, and someone's faintly floral detergent. She climbed the stairs rather than waiting for the tiny elevator that rattled and paused unpredictably between floors. On the third landing she passed Mrs. Kessler from 3B, who nodded with distracted warmth and said something about the weather turning colder over the weekend. Sophia smiled, agreed, continued upward, and let herself into her apartment with the ordinary relief of return. Nothing was wrong. The rooms were as she had left them. The folded throw on the arm of the sofa. The half-burned candle on the coffee table. The clean mug drying upside down beside the sink. Yet the moment she shut the door and turned the lock, she felt it, that brief, precise hesitation in the quiet, as though the apartment had drawn one careful breath and was now holding it. She stood with her hands still on the key. The sensation passed quickly, so quickly that she almost laughed at herself. She switched on the lamp by the sofa and the room bloomed into warm amber light. The windows reflected the interior back at her, making the dark outside unreadable. She shrugged out of her coat, hung it up, and went about her evening. If there had been anything there, anything at all, light would have shown it. The room looked perfectly innocent. But as she crossed toward the kitchen, she found herself glancing toward the hallway. Why? She could not have said. The hallway was empty. It was always empty. She cooked because cooking steadied her. She sliced mushrooms and onions, crushed garlic, warmed oil in a skillet. The familiar sequence calmed her in the way repetition often does. There was comfort in the predictable chemistry of heat and scent, in the small domestic transformations that belonged only to her hands. The kitchen window had already gone black, turning the glass into a mirror in which she could see herself moving within the yellow wash of the overhead light. Several times, without meaning to, her eyes flicked up to that reflection. Once, she had the odd impression that something behind her was darker than the rest of the room. She turned at once. Nothing. Only the table, the chair tucked partly beneath it, the wall calendar, the refrigerator with its small cluster of magnets. When she looked back at the window, she could see only herself again, and the faint embarrassed crease between her brows. "You're tired," she said aloud, not because she needed to hear it, but because saying something ordinary pushed against the strangeness gathering in her mind. The sound of her voice should have helped. Instead, it sounded oddly solitary, too thin against the hush. She ate at the small table by the living room window. A little after 8, rain finally began, a light, steady fall that blurred the streetlights and made the world outside look drowned and distant. Sophia liked rain from indoors. It made the apartment feel enclosed, sheltered, sealed off from everything beyond the glass. She should have felt safe. She told herself she did feel safe. Yet beneath that conscious assurance, something else persisted. It was not a thought. It was more physical than that. A low current of awareness moving under her skin. After dinner she carried her plate to the sink, washed it, dried her hands, and chose a book from the shelf. It was a novel she had already started, one she had been enjoying the night before. She settled into the corner of the sofa, drew the lamp closer, and tucked her feet beneath her. The apartment had grown darker around the circle of light. Rain tapped faintly against the windows. Somewhere in the building, a distant door opened and shut. The radiator clicked twice, then fell silent. She read 3 pages without absorbing them. That was unusual for her. Reading had always been a form of disappearing, a way to descend from the world into language and forget herself there. Tonight she could not seem to sink. Her gaze moved over the lines, but part of her attention remained fixed elsewhere, held by an invisible thread. Eventually she lowered the book a fraction and listened. There was nothing to hear. The rain. The faint hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen. The old building shifting within itself, as old buildings do. All of it familiar. All of it harmless. Still, the sensation remained. She lifted her eyes, slowly this time, and looked toward the hallway. The lamp did not reach that far. The corridor lay in soft shadow, the walls pale gray by day and now a muted charcoal. At the far end, the bedroom door stood half open. Sophia stared at that rectangle of darkness longer than she meant to, and while she stared she felt something inside her tighten, not with panic but with recognition. The feeling was there. It was strongest there. She could not have explained why, but she knew it. She set the book face down on her lap and frowned at herself, annoyed. This was absurd. A hallway could not feel different from one evening to the next. A bedroom could not become hostile because the mind was bored and overtired. She had been sleeping badly, that was part of it. Not terribly badly, only lightly, as if some part of her remained awake while the rest drifted. She had started waking before dawn with the strange conviction that someone had spoken her name just at the edge of hearing. She never remembered dreams. She assumed stress, weather, caffeine, 100 tiny causes more reasonable than whatever shapeless nonsense was trying to build itself in her imagination now. And yet she did not pick the book back up. Instead she sat very still and let her eyes rest on the darkness until the darkness seemed almost to alter under her attention. It did not move. She would have sworn to that. But the longer she looked, the more the space appeared to gather itself. Not physically. Not as a figure. More like a silence thickening. Sophia drew a breath and became aware of her own heartbeat. She laughed softly then, not because she found anything funny, but because the alternative was to continue sitting there as if she expected the hallway to answer her. She stood, switched on the small wall light near the corridor, and immediately the spell broke. The hallway looked exactly as it always had, narrow, dull, unremarkable. The bedroom door, the framed print hanging crookedly near the middle, the little table with the bowl where she sometimes dropped rings or loose coins. Everything stupidly ordinary. "There," she said to no one. "Happy now?" This time her voice felt less foolish. The practical world had returned. The light had restored proportions. She carried her book to bed not because she was frightened to remain in the living room, but because she had planned to go to bed soon anyway, and because a reasonable person did not reorganize her evening around a sensation she could not even name. In the bedroom she switched on the bedside lamp, changed into an oversized soft gray shirt, brushed her hair until it fell smooth against her shoulders, then braided it loosely and let it rest over one collarbone. The room was warm. Rain whispered beyond the curtains. The old clock on the dresser marked each second with delicate insistence. She should have been able to sleep. Yet as she turned down the bed and slipped between the cool sheets, she noticed that she was moving carefully, listening between motions. She set the book beside her, adjusted the pillows, reached for the lamp, and paused. The room was the same as always. A chest of drawers opposite the bed. The wardrobe in the corner. A chair with yesterday's cardigan over the back. White curtains drawn across the window, their fabric touched amber by the street lamp outside. Familiar objects. Intimate objects. Things she had lived among so long they had become extensions of herself. Why, then, did the room feel newly unknowable in the dark? She switched off the lamp. At once the amber from outside rose into prominence, weak but sufficient to sketch the room in shadowed forms. She lay on her back for a moment, hands folded lightly over the blanket, eyes open to the ceiling. Usually she liked this part of the night, the slow loosening of thought, the sensation of the body becoming heavier while the mind drifted. Tonight she remained acutely present inside herself. Every rustle of fabric, every swallow, every slight shift of the mattress sounded too loud. She closed her eyes. Nothing. Opened them. Nothing. But the feeling had followed her here. Not the general sense from earlier in the evening that the apartment was somehow occupied. This was more intimate, more precise. It seemed to concentrate around the bed itself, around the small island of her body in the dark room. Sophia turned onto her side facing the wall. She preferred sleeping that way. The blanket rose to her shoulder. One hand tucked beneath the pillow, the other rested near her face. She told herself she was comfortable. She told herself the position was familiar. She told herself, with deliberate calm, that if she stayed still long enough her thoughts would settle and this ridiculous tension would dissolve. Instead, within moments, she became intensely aware of the space behind her. It was an ancient kind of awareness, the body's awareness, deeper than logic. She could feel the air at the back of her neck. She could feel the arrangement of the room behind closed eyes as vividly as if she were looking at it. Door. Dresser. Chair. Window. Empty floor. Yet empty was no longer the word her nerves accepted. There was too much presence in that supposed emptiness, too much silent attention. Do not be absurd, she thought. But the thought had very little authority over the slow tightening in her chest. Minutes passed. Or perhaps only a few. Time behaved strangely when one was waiting for nothing and dreading something without name. Rain went on tapping softly beyond the curtains. The building sighed. Somewhere pipes shifted with a low distant thud. Sophia tried to ride those familiar sounds towards sleep, but each one only seemed to underline the larger silence holding them. The silence felt aware. The more she resisted the idea, the more vividly it pressed against her. Then, very gently, the mattress seemed to respond to her heartbeat. She froze. It might have been nothing. A tiny settling of springs. A trick of tension in her own muscles. She knew this instantly. Knew it and still did not move. Her breathing became careful and thin. She listened with every part of herself. Nothing followed. She told herself to relax. Her shoulders ached from the effort of remaining still. She exhaled once, slowly, and allowed her fingers to uncurl from the blanket. As soon as she softened even slightly, the sensation returned. Not movement exactly. Proximity. Nearness. As though someone had crossed the room and stopped beside the bed. Her eyes opened. She stared at the wall inches from her face, seeing none of it. No, she thought. No. But her body had already decided otherwise. A fine wave of cold traveled over her skin. Not because the room had chilled. Because something was there. She knew it with the primitive certainty of animals and sleeping children. Something stood in the darkness close enough to alter the air. She almost turned at once. The impulse flashed through her, quick, sharp, almost desperate. Turn around. Look. Prove it false. Prove the room empty and yourself a fool. But another impulse rose up just as quickly, older and stranger. Do not look. The force of that instinct startled her. Why not? Because if there was nothing, turning would end it. Because if there was something. The thought did not finish. It did not need to. Sophia kept her gaze fixed ahead. Her mouth had gone dry. She tried to listen for breathing, footsteps, a rustle of cloth, any ordinary human evidence that would at least give the fear a shape. But what unnerved her most was the absence of sound. Whoever or whatever occupied her imagination was impossibly still. There was no shifting weight, no accidental brush against furniture, no scrape of a shoe. Only the intolerable certainty of being watched. Her heart beat louder. She could hear it in her ears now, thick and steady. It embarrassed her suddenly, absurdly. If someone really was there, they would hear it. They would know she knew. The thought should have sent her bolting upright, switching on the lamp, confronting the room. Instead it pinned her more completely in place. She lay as still as she had ever lain in her life, as if motion itself were an invitation she could not afford to give. A memory surfaced from nowhere, small and strange. She was 8 years old at her grandmother's house in the countryside, lying on a narrow iron bed beneath a lace curtain. Rain had been falling that night too. The wardrobe in the corner had looked like a person. She had pulled the blanket over her chin and told herself not to stare because staring made shadows stronger. She had believed then that some things in the dark wanted acknowledgement. If you looked directly at them, they were encouraged. Sophia almost laughed at herself again. Almost. But she did not feel 8 years old. She felt acutely adult, acutely sane, and all the more unnerved because sanity offered no useful defense against something that refused to become clear. The clock on the dresser continued its delicate ticking. 1 second. Another. Another. At last, because the tension had become unbearable, she moved a single finger to the switch of the bedside lamp. She did not press it immediately. Her fingertip rested there while her whole body listened. The presence remained. She was certain of it. And then, with a quick breath, she clicked the light on. The room sprang into visibility. Empty. The chair with the cardigan. The dresser. The wardrobe. The pale curtains. The narrow slice of open floor beside the bed where no one stood. No one could have stood. Sophia rolled onto her back and pushed herself up on one elbow, scanning every corner with furious relief that tasted almost like anger. She looked under the line of the wardrobe door as if a shadow might be visible there. She stared at the bedroom door, half expecting it to be wider open than before, but it stood as it had, a dark rectangle onto the lit hall where the wall lamp still glowed. Nothing. She was alone. Of course she was alone. For a full minute she remained upright, listening to the blood subside in her ears, waiting for embarrassment to replace fear. It came, but only partially. Yes, she told herself, clearly she had worked herself into a state. The body was dramatic under the right conditions. Fatigue and isolation and a rainy night could produce all kinds of nonsense. She knew this. Everyone knew this. She could almost feel the explanation arranging itself into something usable. And yet, some small part of her refused to settle. It was not because the room looked suspicious. It did not. It was not because anything had changed. Nothing had. The reason was subtler, and therefore worse. The feeling of being watched had not vanished under the light. It had weakened, yes, retreated perhaps, but it had not gone entirely. It remained at the edge of her perception like a person who has stepped just out of sight but not out of range. Sophia swung her feet to the floor and stood. Barefoot, she crossed to the door and looked into the hallway. The corridor lay quiet and empty, pale beneath the wall light. She walked its length, checked the bathroom, the living room, the kitchen. She opened the front door to confirm the lock had been turned. She even glanced at the chain, though she never used it. Everything was secure. Every window latched. Every blind drawn. Every room containing exactly what it should contain and nothing more. When she returned to the bedroom, the lamplight had made the bed look oddly vulnerable, as if it belonged to someone else. She sat on the edge of it and pressed her palms into her eyes until small bursts of color flared against the dark. Then she lowered her hands and breathed in slowly through her nose. This could not continue. She needed sleep, and she would not permit herself to be ruled by a sensation. She switched off the hallway light, left the bedroom lamp on for a few minutes longer, and opened the book she had brought with her. She forced herself to read the same paragraph 4 times. Eventually the words began to hold. Her heartbeat eased. The ordinary world returned in layers. The texture of paper beneath her thumb, the warmth of the lamp, the soft rustle of rain, the faint detergent scent of clean sheets. She turned another page. And another. By the time her eyes began to blur, she almost believed she had escaped the spell of the night. She set the book aside, turned off the lamp once more, and lay down. This time she remained on her back, as if facing the ceiling were somehow braver. The room drew inward around her. Amber light touched the curtains. The clock went on ticking. She watched the soft shifting patterns of passing headlights crawl briefly across the ceiling and disappear. Her body was tired enough now that the bed felt wonderfully deep. She told herself, more gently than before, that no one was here. She did not need to argue the point. She only needed to let it be true. Sleep began, not as a fall, but as a loosening. Her thoughts lengthened and blurred. The day detached itself in pieces. Faces from work, the smell of garlic in the pan, Mrs. Kessler's voice on the stairs, the line of rain on the window. Each image drifted away from her almost as soon as it formed. She might have slept then, except that in that delicate borderland between waking and dreaming, the feeling returned with such quiet force that her eyes opened at once. There. Beside the bed. No sound. No shape. Only certainty. It was stronger than before because she had been closer to surrender. Sleep had stripped away her careful arguments, and what remained was raw perception. She knew, with a clarity that was almost serene, that someone was standing near her right side and looking down. Her mouth parted. No sound came out. The terror, when it arrived, did not arrive as screaming panic. It arrived as stillness so complete it was almost peaceful. Her body simply stopped. She did not move, not even to pull the blanket higher, not even to turn her head. Every muscle obeyed the same command, be still. She could feel the direction of the gaze. It rested not on the room, not generally, but on her. On her face, her throat, the slight rise and fall of the blanket with each breath. The sensation was so specific that she had the wild impression she could tell the height of the person by the angle of it. Tall. Close. Not touching. Watching with an intensity so quiet it seemed to erase the very air between them. Sophia stared upward into darkness, hardly blinking. The thing that finally changed was not the presence itself but her relationship to it. Some minute threshold passed inside her, and fear became threaded with something else. Not comfort, certainly not that. But a strange, terrible curiosity. If someone was truly there, why were they doing nothing? Why stand silently night after night, if it had been night after night, without taking a single step nearer, without making a single demand? What sort of threat only watched? She became aware, suddenly, of how intimate the act was. That was what made it unbearable. To be watched in conversation was one thing. To be watched crossing a street, browsing in a shop, standing in line at a cafe, that belonged to ordinary life, the casual friction of being seen among others. But this was different. She was in bed. Barefoot beneath covers. Hair loosened. Breathing slowly. Suspended between wakefulness and surrender. To be observed there was to be known in a private state she had never offered anyone. The realization sent a deep shiver through her, not entirely from fear. No, she thought at once, ashamed. But the body does not distinguish neatly between dread and awareness. Both sharpen the senses. Both lengthen time. Both make the skin remember itself. She closed her eyes for 1 second, perhaps 2. When she opened them, nothing had changed. Still there. Still watching. And then, so softly she would later wonder whether the sound had occurred outside her or inside her own pulse, she heard the faintest disturbance near the floor by the bed. Not a step. A shift. The whisper of cloth against cloth, or a hand brushing a sleeve, or someone redistributing their weight with impossible care. It was enough. Sophia lunged for the lamp. Light flooded the room. Empty. Again empty. The violence of her own movement left her breathing hard, one hand pressed against the mattress. She turned so quickly that her braid came loose against her shoulder. No one. Nowhere. Not by the bed, not near the wardrobe, not at the door. There was no one to account for the sound, the gaze, the certainty that had filled the darkness 1 second before. Her eyes stung unexpectedly. Not with tears exactly, but with the strain of not understanding. "Stop it," she whispered, and did not know whether she was speaking to herself or to the room. She stood and turned on every light in the apartment. The living room lamp. The kitchen light. The bathroom light. The hallway light. The small lamp over the stove. When she finished, the apartment looked exposed and almost crude, each room flattened by brightness. She paced once from front door to window and back, arms folded tightly across herself. The clock in the kitchen said 1:17. It was absurd to be wandering around her own home in the middle of the night as though she were guarding it against an invisible intruder. Yet she could not bring herself to switch the lights off again. At last she made tea, though she did not want tea. The ritual gave her something to do with her hands. She filled the kettle, set it on the stove, waited for it to heat. Steam gathered on the kitchen window and blurred the black glass. For one dreadful instant, while she stood with her back to the room, she felt the gaze return so vividly that she spun around before the kettle had even begun to whistle. Nothing. She laughed once, breathlessly, and hated the sound. She carried the tea to the sofa and sat curled into the corner with the mug warming both hands. Light pooled all around her now, so much light there should have been no room for unease. But unease remained. It moved with her. It lived somewhere the lamps could not reach. A sensible person, she thought, would call someone. A friend, perhaps. Or her sister. Someone who could speak in a sleepy, irritated voice and remind her that human beings are ridiculous when overtired. But the idea embarrassed her too much. What would she say? "I think someone is standing beside my bed, only every time I look no one is there." The sentence itself sounded feverish. And beyond embarrassment was something more private. If she said it aloud to another person, it would become real in a new way. Not true, perhaps, but real enough to alter how she lived. She was not ready for that. So she stayed awake. The rain stopped around 2. Afterward the city entered a deeper silence, the kind that arrives when even the last buses have gone and the night belongs only to insomniacs, nurses, bakers, and things that prefer not to be observed. Sophia sat motionless beneath the lamp, watching the steam vanish from her tea and listening to the building settle. Once or twice she almost drifted, chin lowering, thoughts slipping loose, but the instant sleep reached for her she came sharply back with the same inner jolt: do not sleep. That, more than anything, revealed the depth of what she felt. She was afraid to be unconscious in her own home. Near dawn, a bluish pallor seeped gradually into the windows. The edges of furniture softened. The apartment changed character as night relinquished it. In that first week daylight the rooms looked harmless again, almost shy about what they had been capable of implying in the dark. Sophia rose stiffly from the sofa, carried the untouched half of the tea to the sink, and turned off the lights one by one. Each click made the apartment more ordinary. By the time she reached the bedroom, she was almost angry with herself. The bed was unrumpled except for where she had thrown the blanket aside. The lamp sat innocently on the bedside table. The floorboards showed no mark, no indication of a second presence, no trace that anything had happened except to her mind. She stood in the doorway with the exhausted disorientation of someone who has spent a night arguing with a ghost and lost to reason. She could not go back to sleep. She showered, dressed, braided her hair with hands that felt slightly detached from her, and prepared for work as if following instructions written long ago by someone more rested. In the mirror above the bathroom sink she looked composed, only a little pale. Her eyes, though, seemed darker than usual, and there was an alertness in them that made her appear less innocent, as if she had spent the night learning a secret she did not want. When she stepped out onto the street, morning had already begun its routines. A delivery truck idled near the florist. 2 schoolchildren hurried past in oversized coats, one dragging a trumpet case through a shallow puddle. The air smelled washed and metallic after rain. Sophia walked to work with the strange unreality of too little sleep. The city looked too clear, too bright, as if nothing private or impossible could exist under such practical daylight. She almost convinced herself of it. By the time she reached the office, greeted the receptionist, and sat down at her desk, the memory of the night had thinned at the edges. Not enough to vanish, but enough to seem perhaps exaggerated by darkness. She worked through the morning with unusual intensity, grateful for the discipline of tasks. Emails, reports, corrected figures, careful notes in the margins of printed pages. The familiar structures of labor steadied her. At lunch, one of her co-workers invited her to join a group going to a nearby cafe. Sophia declined, claiming she had a headache, which was true in a mild and distant way. In fact, she did not want conversation. She wanted to preserve the night inside silence and examine it there, as if words from others would distort what she had felt before she herself understood it. By mid-afternoon, fatigue began to settle behind her eyes. She drank coffee she did not particularly want and immediately regretted it. Her hands felt too quick after that, her thoughts too bright. Several times she became aware of someone passing behind her chair and had to fight the urge to turn too sharply. Once, when the glass wall of a conference room caught the reflection of a man moving at the far end of the office, her pulse leapt so hard that she went cold for several seconds. This annoyed her more than it frightened her. She was not a nervous woman. She disliked being made into one by something so intangible. All day she moved under a decision she did not articulate until evening: she would prove the night ordinary. She told herself this while buying groceries on the walk home. She told herself this while climbing the stairs. She told herself this as she unlocked her door and entered the apartment, which greeted her with the faint stale stillness of a place closed up all day. She opened a window, changed the water in the vase of dried eucalyptus on the table, put away food, straightened cushions. She filled the rooms with activity, with small practical gestures meant to reclaim them from suggestion. She even laughed once at nothing while folding a towel, just to hear casual human sound occupy the air. It helped for a while. But when evening deepened and the windows darkened into reflective panes, the feeling returned. Not as strongly as the night before. Not at first. It came like a tide under the floorboards, almost imperceptible, lifting the hairs at the back of her neck. She would be rinsing a plate and suddenly know, without any evidence, that the hallway lay behind her like a thought not yet spoken. She would be selecting music and pause with her finger over the radio because silence had begun to feel more informative than sound. Even the apartment's familiar smells, soap, old wood, cold air from the crack in the kitchen window, seemed sharpened, as if her senses were preparing for something. By 10 she understood with a sinking clarity that she had spent the entire day hoping darkness would not matter. But darkness did matter. Night changed the terms of the world. Night stripped surfaces of certainty. It gave attention a place to hide. Still, she would not be ruled by that. She made herself follow her routine exactly as before. She washed her face, brushed her teeth, changed into her gray shirt, and set her book on the bedside table. She left the hallway light on, though. She told herself it was for practicality. A little extra light if she woke again. Nothing more. As she sat on the edge of the bed unbraiding her hair, she found herself listening so intently that the tiny sounds of her own body became enormous. The whisper of fabric over skin, the soft click of her thumbnail against the brush handle, the faint exhale as she bent her head. She glanced at the bedroom door. The slice of hallway beyond it glowed pale gold. "You are alone," she said quietly. This time the words did not convince her at all. She slid beneath the covers and switched off the lamp. The hallway light remained on, spilling a weak bar of brightness across the floorboards through the half-open door. The room itself stayed dim, shadowed, uncertain. Sophia lay on her side facing the wall again because denying herself every instinct in the name of bravery seemed foolish. She was tired. More tired than she had realized. Her limbs ached with it. For several minutes nothing happened. She almost relaxed. Perhaps, she thought, the first night had indeed been the mind misfiring under strain, and tonight would pass uneventfully. Perhaps she would wake embarrassed and rested and never think of any of this again. Then she felt it. Not in the room generally. Not even by the bed. At the doorway. Someone had stopped there. The sensation was so clear that she could have drawn it. Tallness filling the frame. Silence held in the body. Gaze directed into the room. Sophia's stomach tightened. Every inch of her skin became aware. The bar of hallway light on the floor remained unbroken. That was the terrible part. If someone stood in the doorway, the light should have changed. A shadow should have crossed it. But it did not. It lay exactly as before, pale and uninterrupted, while every instinct she possessed insisted that the doorway was occupied. A strange thought drifted through her then, one that did not even feel like her own. He knows how not to be seen. The thought was so intimate, so specific, that her breath caught sharply. He. Not it. Not someone. He. Why had her mind chosen that word? She did not know. Yet once it arrived, it attached itself at once to the presence as though it had been waiting there all along. Not merely a watcher. A man. Silent, patient, impossible. The idea should have increased her fear, but what it increased first was vividness. The presence became more real to her in that instant than it had in all the previous night. She could imagine the line of broad shoulders, the stillness of hands at his sides, the steadiness of eyes fixed on her in the low dark. She could imagine, too easily, that he had been there before the apartment was hers, or had entered so often that the rooms themselves no longer protested him. No, she thought again, but weakly. The doorway remained occupied for a long time. Or perhaps only for seconds that stretched. Sophia did not move. Her eyes stayed open, unblinking, on the wall before her. She felt that if she turned now she would truly see him, and something about that certainty carried not only fear but consequence. Once seen, he would no longer belong to the realm of the explainable. Once seen, the life she had inhabited until now would be over, split into before and after. Some intuitive part of her understood this and held her motionless. At last the sensation changed. Not disappeared. Shifted. He was no longer at the door. He was crossing the room. No sound accompanied this impossible movement. The floorboards did not creak. The air did not stir. And yet she knew, with a knowledge as undeniable as pain, that he had moved from the doorway to the side of the bed. Her pulse thundered. She felt the tears come suddenly then, not from grief but from overwhelm, hot and humiliating at the corners of her eyes. She did not let them fall. She kept her face still. Something inside her had narrowed to a single bright line of endurance. The presence leaned closer. Not much. Just enough to alter the pressure of nearness. Sophia could not breathe for a moment. Her chest stopped midway through an inhale and remained there. The sense of his attention on her face became almost unbearable. There was no malice in it she could identify, no lust she could clearly separate from her own terror, no hurry, no demand. Only an unbearable tenderness of focus. He was looking at her as one might look at something precious, something breakable, something one has already decided not to touch. The realization was more frightening than menace would have been. Because menace could be fought. This could not. And then, impossibly, somewhere very near her ear but not quite close enough to be breath, came the faintest whisper of sound. Not a word. Not even a formed syllable. Merely the beginning of one, as if someone who had remained silent for too long had almost spoken and stopped themselves in time. Sophia turned then. She did not decide to. Fear turned her. Curiosity turned her. The simple intolerable need to end not knowing turned her. She rolled onto her back and then toward the open room in one quick motion, eyes wide, heart battering her ribs. The space beside the bed was empty. Only emptiness. Only shadows shaped by the chair and the wardrobe and the weak gold line from the hall. Her breath came hard. She pushed herself upright and stared at the place where she would have sworn a man had been standing 1 second earlier. Nothing looked displaced. Nothing moved. Yet the room felt changed in a way that made the light itself seem insufficient. Sophia's gaze drifted, slowly, toward the doorway. At the far end of the hall, just beyond the angle where the corridor turned toward the living room, a shadow seemed to withdraw. It might have been the trick of light. It might have been the afterimage of panic. It might have been exhaustion turning shapes into movement. But to the deepest part of her, the part beneath reason, beneath language, beneath denial, it felt like the first answer. He was there. And he had been watching her. That was the moment it ceased to be a feeling she could explain away and became the first thread of a truth far darker, far more intimate, than anything she was prepared to know. She did not sleep for the rest of the night. But long before dawn entered the windows, long before she sat rigid and shivering on the sofa with the lights burning around her, one thought had already taken root so deeply that it would follow her into every room, every hour, every attempt at calm. She had never really been alone in that apartment. And whoever watched her in the dark did not feel like a stranger anymore. Chapter 2, The First Night. Sophia did not remember when the sky changed from black to gray. The night had stretched itself so thin that dawn seemed less like an arrival than a slow surrender of darkness she had no strength left to resist. She sat on the sofa with her knees drawn close, the blanket from her bed wrapped around her shoulders, and watched the windows pale by degrees while the apartment returned piece by piece to its daytime innocence. In the kitchen, the clock moved toward 6. Somewhere below on the street, a delivery van coughed to life and then idled with a restless mechanical hum. Pipes in the walls clicked as though the building itself were waking from sleep. Ordinary sounds. Ordinary light. The old reliable language of morning. And still, she felt him. Not as vividly as she had in the night, not as near, but not gone either. The sensation had retreated like a tide slipping back over dark sand, leaving only a cool mark behind. She was not being watched now. Of that she was nearly sure. And yet the memory of being watched remained in the apartment, suspended like breath on glass. It clung to the hallway, to the bedroom door left half open, to the narrow patch of floor beside the bed where nothing had stood and someone had undeniably been. She had turned all the lights off except the lamp near the sofa. Even that felt excessive now. With daylight rising, the yellow circle around her seemed theatrical, almost foolish. But she had not yet found the strength to stand and switch it off. Her eyes ached. Her thoughts had become too tired to organize themselves into sensible shapes. Each time she tried to reason through what had happened, her mind slid into one of two explanations, and neither offered relief. Either she had imagined the entire thing, which meant something in her had begun to loosen in ways she did not trust, or she had not imagined it, in which case a man had stood beside her bed in the darkness and withdrawn before she could see him clearly. Neither possibility belonged to the life she understood. By 7 she gave up on the idea of sleeping. She showered because warm water made the body feel inhabited again. She washed her hair, stood beneath the spray longer than necessary, and let the steam crowd the bathroom mirror until her own reflection vanished. For a strange moment that felt like comfort. Not seeing herself meant not seeing how the night had changed her. But when she wiped the mirror clear at last, the woman looking back at her seemed too alert, too fragile around the eyes. She dressed carefully, choosing a dark sweater and a pair of trousers that made her feel composed. When she reached for perfume, she hesitated. The bottle rested cool in her hand, the pale amber liquid catching the bathroom light. Usually she wore it for herself, a small invisible pleasure that made even ordinary workdays feel curated. This morning the scent seemed too personal, too much like an offering to a world she did not wish to be noticed by. She set it down and mused. In the kitchen she made coffee strong enough to sting and toast she barely touched. The apartment, bathed now in weak morning light, looked harmless to the point of insult. The hallway was only a hallway. The bedroom door only a painted plank hanging where old hinges had hung for decades. Even the memory of that retreating shadow at the far end of the corridor seemed thinner, less certain, as though daylight were quietly editing the night into something more plausible. She almost let it. By the time she left for work, locked the apartment behind her, and descended the stairs, she had begun constructing a version of events she might be able to live with. Insomnia, perhaps. Heightened nerves. A sequence of ordinary perceptions assembled incorrectly by fatigue. The old building had a way of carrying sound oddly, and the eye was unreliable in partial light. Maybe the shadow at the far end of the hall had been nothing more than the line of the wall shifting as she moved. Maybe the feeling of someone at the bedside had been the body's ancient reaction to isolation and darkness, no more meaningful than a nightmare one cannot fully recall. She told herself all of this while crossing the street, while waiting for the signal to change, while stepping into the cleaner, brighter anonymity of morning traffic. By the time she reached the office, she almost believed it. Almost. The day passed in a blur of effort. Sophia worked harder than usual because concentration offered the closest thing to mercy. She answered emails within minutes, revised documents with almost severe precision, and kept her face arranged in calm attentiveness whenever anyone spoke to her. Once or twice she caught herself glancing toward reflective surfaces, toward glass walls and darkened monitor screens, not because she expected to see him there, but because the habit of checking had already begun to root itself in her body. No one commented on her distraction. No one said she looked unwell. That should have reassured her. Instead, it made the night feel more private, more enclosed around her. She moved through the day as if beneath a thin invisible veil, one that separated her from the people around her not by distance but by knowledge. They existed in the ordinary world where rooms stayed empty when one left them and sleep belonged only to the sleeper. She had slipped, somehow, just beyond that world's edge. She skipped lunch with coworkers again and went instead to a small bakery 2 streets over, buying tea she did not want simply to sit somewhere warm and full of ordinary voices. The bakery smelled of butter and coffee and damp wool coats. A woman in a red scarf read a newspaper near the window. 2 men in suits spoke softly over their phones. The girl behind the counter wore silver rings on both hands and hummed along with the music drifting from the speakers overhead. Everything around Sophia was so alive in its harmlessness that the memory of the night seemed impossible by comparison. Yet impossible things do not become less real because other people are buying croissants. She stirred her tea until it went cold and found herself watching the front door each time it opened. For what, she could not have said. Not to see him, surely. She had not really seen him at all. She had seen only the effect of him, the shape absence took when a presence had just vacated it. But she knew with a certainty that embarrassed and steadied her in equal measure that if he entered the bakery, if he crossed the threshold and looked around, she would know him at once. Some part of her already did. The conviction sat inside her with eerie calm. By late afternoon, fatigue had sharpened into something stranger than simple exhaustion. She felt both heavy and over-aware, as if every sound reached her half a second too soon. The elevator's chime made her flinch. A coworker's hand resting briefly on the back of her chair sent a current of cold through her spine. When 5 o'clock finally came, she considered, very seriously, not going home at all. She could call her sister and ask to stay the night. She could book a hotel. She could wander the city until dawn. All of those options drifted through her mind with a dreamy, impractical unreality. In the end, she went home because the alternative would mean admitting the apartment had become hostile, and she was not ready to surrender her own life so quickly. The weather had changed. The day's pale clarity had folded itself into a colder evening, and the wind moved through the street with dry purpose, chasing leaves in sudden circles along the curb. Sophia tucked her hands into her coat pockets and walked faster than usual. The florist's buckets had been brought inside. The old man at the kiosk was pulling down the metal shutter. Windows glowed along the block, each lit room suggesting a version of domestic peace she no longer trusted but could not stop envying. Inside her building, the hallway smelled faintly of supper and radiator heat. Mrs. Kessler's door stood slightly open, and from within came the muted sound of a television playing too loudly. Sophia paused on the 3rd floor landing with a hand on the banister and thought, not for the first time, that it would take only a single sentence to change everything. I think someone is in my apartment at night. It was such a simple sentence. Clear, dramatic, impossible to take back. She imagined Mrs. Kessler's face lifting in confusion, then concern. She imagined the police, the questions, the inevitable inspection that would turn up nothing at all except a woman living alone with insufficient sleep and too vivid a sense of dread. She imagined the shame of standing in her well-lit bedroom while strangers checked the wardrobe, the windows, beneath the bed, and found only dust. She climbed the remaining flight without knocking on the open door. Her apartment greeted her as it always did, quiet, still, apparently innocent. She turned on the living room lamp before taking off her coat. Light spread over the familiar shapes of furniture, over the rug and the low table, over the books lined neatly on their shelves. She waited for the uneasy pause that usually followed, the moment when the apartment seemed to listen to her arrival. It came. Softly. Deliberately. A minute alteration in the air. She closed her eyes. When she opened them again, nothing had changed. And yet her nerves had already registered what her reason refused. He knew she was home. The thought was so immediate and intimate that she nearly recoiled from it. There was no evidence for it. None. Yet it landed inside her not as speculation, but as recognition. He knew her rhythms. He knew the sound of her key in the lock. He knew the quiet disturbance of her entering, the shifting of her weight as she stepped out of her shoes, the brief exhale she always gave once the door was shut behind her. He knew because he had listened before. Sophia set her bag down on the chair by the wall and stood very still. "Enough," she said softly. Her own voice steadied her. She took a breath, then another, and forced herself into motion. She moved through the apartment systematically, not because she truly expected to find anyone, but because action was preferable to surrender. She checked the bathroom, the bedroom, the kitchen. She opened the wardrobe. She crouched and looked beneath the bed. She checked the windows and the front door lock twice. Every space yielded the same answer: emptiness. If a man had been there, he was gone. If a man could be there at all, he left no trace. That should have ended it. Instead, it made the mystery worse. She cooked because she needed the ritual again. Pasta, garlic, butter, pepper, nothing elaborate. She left the radio on low in the kitchen, a station that played old songs softly enough not to demand attention. Human voices between the music should have made the apartment feel less solitary. Instead, they seemed oddly artificial, too bright against the hush underneath them. Twice she lost track of what she was doing and found herself looking toward the dark kitchen window, where her own reflection hovered over the blackness outside. At one point she noticed something that made her stop. It was not an object. Not a footprint or a moved chair or a handprint on glass. It was the lavender candle on the coffee table. She had been certain, absolutely certain, that she had left it nearer the center of the table that morning, beside the book she had abandoned. Now it rested slightly closer to the edge, angled differently. Sophia stared at it. Then she crossed the room and picked it up. There was no reason to panic over a candle. She might have moved it herself before work. She might be remembering its position incorrectly because her mind had become trained to search for evidence. She knew this. Yet the small glass jar felt strangely cold in her hand, and when she set it back down, she placed it with unnecessary precision. "Stop doing this," she whispered, though again she could not have said whether she meant the apartment, the invisible watcher, or her own mind. She did not read that evening. She tried once, sitting on the sofa with the blanket folded neatly beside her, but after half a page the same awareness returned, not from the hallway this time, but from the far corner near the window. The sensation was unmistakable. Someone standing just outside the circle of lamplight, not moving, simply watching her attempt to behave as though he did not exist. Sophia closed the book, set it aside, and turned the lamp brighter. The feeling retreated but did not vanish. By 9 o'clock she began turning on lights she did not need. The hallway light. The kitchen overhead. The small lamp on the dresser in the bedroom. She told herself she was creating comfort. In truth, she was building defenses, fragile ones made of brightness and routine. She left cabinet doors open while tidying, as if proving to herself that no hidden space contained anything she had missed. She checked her phone more often than necessary. She considered calling someone simply to hear another person speak into the rooms. Instead, she opened a bottle of water, carried it from the kitchen to the living room, and sat down with both feet on the floor, listening. There was a pattern to the silence now. She was beginning to understand that. The apartment had not fallen quiet in the same way it once had. Certain silences belonged to buildings, the passive hush of walls holding heat, the spaces between settling sounds. This was different. This was attentive. Sometimes it gathered in the hallway, sometimes at the bedroom door, sometimes by the living room window where the curtains shifted just enough to suggest breath though no breeze touched them. It moved with intention. Not randomly, not everywhere at once. As though the watcher chose where to stand. And if he chose, that meant he thought. The notion tightened around her slowly. He was not a vague dread. He was a man making decisions. Where to be. When to move. How much to let her feel. That last thought chilled her most of all. Because it implied restraint. It implied awareness not only of his own presence, but of her perception of it. He was not merely there. He was allowing her to know he was there. Carefully. Gradually. Enough to keep her unsure. Sophia rose abruptly and went to the bedroom. The room waited in dim gold light, quiet and almost beautiful. She stood in the doorway and looked at the bed, the drawn curtains, the framed print above the dresser, and understood with a sick clarity that this was where the truth of the night lived. Whatever happened in the apartment gathered itself here. The rest of the rooms only echoed it. She sat on the edge of the mattress, then immediately stood again. Sitting made her feel observed. She crossed to the window, parted the curtain slightly, and looked down at the street. People still passed below in small scattered numbers. A man in a dark coat walking quickly with his collar turned up. A couple sharing an umbrella. A cyclist weaving through the narrow lane. The outside world looked indifferent and intact. No one down there could imagine the tension suspended in the room above them. She let the curtain fall closed and turned. For one instant, the mirror on the wardrobe door caught the bedroom behind her at a shifted angle. She saw the bed. The lamp. The doorway. And in the dark band of the hallway beyond, she thought she saw the outline of a man standing absolutely still. Sophia gasped and spun around. The hallway was empty. Her pulse crashed through her chest so hard it almost hurt. She looked back at the mirror. Now it showed only the open doorway and the pale wall beyond. She crossed to it slowly, touched the frame, leaned in, studied the reflection from different angles. Nothing. The image had already returned to innocence. But she had seen something. Hadn't she? A trick of perspective, perhaps. A fold of shadow. Her own shape moving too quickly. Yet once more the deepest part of her answered before reason could begin, no. Not imagined. Not this time. Tonight, she thought, he will come closer. The certainty was not dramatic. It settled into her with the cold inevitability of weather. She almost left then. She even picked up her phone and opened her sister's contact. Her thumb hovered over the name. She pictured the conversation that would follow. The concern in her sister's voice. The insistence that Sophia come immediately, no argument. The kindness of being taken seriously. The humiliation of needing rescue from something she still could not prove. Her thumb moved away. She set the phone down. A more honest reason followed close behind. Part of her wanted to know. That realization appalled her. She paced once across the bedroom and back, then returned to the living room. There, the lavender candle waited where she had placed it. On impulse she lit it. The scent bloomed slowly, familiar and soft. If there was a reason she chose lavender, she did not examine it. Perhaps she wanted the apartment to smell like herself. Perhaps she wanted to mark the space with something unmistakably human, gentle, domestic, something that did not belong to fear. The candlelight trembled in the glass and cast a warmer gold over the table. Enough, she said again, more firmly. If you're there, enough. Silence followed. Of course it did. She laughed once, a thin strained sound, and covered her mouth immediately. Hours seemed to pass between 10 and midnight, though the clock proved otherwise. Sophia stayed awake deliberately. She washed the last of the dishes. She folded a blanket that did not need folding. She organized a drawer in the kitchen. Anything to avoid the surrender of bed. But the body has its own limits, and by midnight a deep weary heaviness had begun to pull at her muscles and behind her eyes. Her thoughts slowed. The room edges softened. She could not postpone sleep forever. When she finally entered the bedroom for the last time that night, she left the hallway light on again and also the lamp on her bedside table. It made the room too bright for rest, but she did not care. She changed under the lamplight, glanced at the doorway too often, and slid beneath the covers with the defensive caution of someone entering uncertain territory. The bed was warm from the room's trapped heat. The sheets smelled faintly of soap. Her body, traitorous in its fatigue, responded at once to the promise of rest. She leaned back against the pillows and opened her book, though she read only scattered sentences. The words drifted over her without landing. Every few moments she looked toward the doorway. Every time, it remained empty. At 12:30, she switched off the bedside lamp but left the hallway light on. The room shifted into shadow. The bar of pale gold fell across the floorboards exactly as before, a thin safe line that reached almost to the bed. Sophia lay on her side facing the door this time. If he came, she would see the doorway. She would see him. The thought should have reassured her. Instead it introduced a new terror. Because now there was no longer any protective uncertainty. Now the darkness before her could actually answer. She kept her eyes open. Minutes passed. The building settled. Somewhere outside a siren moved far away and vanished. A car door slammed on the street below. Then nothing. The kind of midnight silence that seems to rise not only around a person but within them. Her gaze remained fixed on the open doorway. At first it was only the ordinary difficulty of looking into dimness too long. Shapes shifted slightly as the eye strained. The pale wall beyond the hall seemed to breathe in and out with the pulse behind her eyelids. Sophia blinked, swallowed, kept watching. Then the light changed. Not much. Barely at all. The bar of gold on the floor dimmed by a fraction, as if something had passed at the far edge of it without fully breaking it. Sophia's entire body locked. A second later, the change was gone. She told herself to move, to sit up, to switch on the lamp, to end this before it began. She did none of those things. Some stubborn, frightened thread inside her wanted proof more than safety. Again the light altered. This time the dimming lasted longer. Something occupied the doorway. Not visibly enough to become a figure. Yet enough that the brightness seemed to hesitate around a shape taller than the frame could easily contain. Sophia stared until her eyes burned. Slowly, impossibly, the darkness within the doorway thickened. It seemed to gather weight, edges, human proportions. Broad shoulders. A head slightly bowed. Stillness so complete it was more eloquent than motion. He was there. Not imagined. Not suggested. There. Sophia could not breathe. The world narrowed to the doorway and the man who filled it. He wore darkness the way another person might wear a coat. She could not distinguish clothing from shadow. But she knew he was watching her. She knew it the way one knows when sunlight strikes skin through a window even with eyes closed. His attention touched her without contact and held. She waited for panic to explode through her body. Instead, the first sensation was disbelief so profound it felt almost peaceful. There he is. She had not imagined him. The room remained silent. He did not step forward. He did not speak. He stood in the doorway with impossible patience, as though he had all the time in the world and she had nowhere to flee that mattered. Sophia's voice, when it finally came, was little more than breath. "Who are you?" The question fell into the room and vanished. For a moment nothing changed. Then, very slowly, his head lifted. The movement was so slight she might have missed it if she were not watching with the whole force of her being. But she saw it. Saw the acknowledgement in it. He had heard her. He understood. "Who are you?" she asked again, louder this time, though her voice trembled. No answer. He moved then, and every muscle in her body clenched hard enough to ache. He did not rush. He did not startle. He stepped once into the room with a grace so measured it seemed unreal. The floor did not creak beneath him. The hallway light fell behind him in a weak outline, tracing only the broad line of his shoulders, the length of his coat, the darkness of hair or shadow at his head. His face remained mostly hidden. Not because it was turned away, but because the room refused to reveal him fully. Sophia pushed herself upright against the headboard, clutching the blanket to her chest. The movement broke something in the spell. Her own breathing sounded suddenly loud, ragged. He stopped at once. That, more than anything, told her he was not merely an apparition of fear. He was responsive. Aware of her movements. Choosing his own according to hers. "Don't come closer," she whispered. Again he obeyed. He remained at a distance now, near the foot of the bed, one hand perhaps resting at his side, though she could not clearly see it. The air between them felt charged with such strange stillness that her skin prickled. She wanted him gone. She wanted every light in the apartment on, the police at the door, the impossible unwound into something explainable. Yet another part of her, the same part that had not called her sister, stared at him with fierce unwilling fascination. He was real. A man real enough to stop when told. How did you get in here? She asked. Nothing. The silence was not empty. It was full of choice. Sophia swallowed. Why are you here? Still nothing. At last, with painful caution, he lifted one hand. Her heart lurched. She almost screamed. But the gesture was slow, open, oddly non-threatening. His fingers moved toward his chest, then lowered again, as if he had almost spoken with the body and stopped himself. She stared. The fear remained, but something in it shifted. There was restraint in him. Not the restraint of a man waiting for violence, but of a man enduring it in himself. He took another step. Stop. Instantly he stopped again. The obedience unsettled her as much as movement had. No intruder should have looked like this. No danger should have worn patience like sorrow. She became aware then of an even stranger detail. The room felt different when he was fully visible. Less haunted, almost. The nameless pressure of previous nights had sharpened into one embodied thing. An embodiment, however terrifying, was easier to bear than suggestion. He was not everywhere now. He was standing there. Tall, silent, watching. His gaze did not roam. It remained on her face. Sophia's voice came out harsher than she intended. Are you going to hurt me? The question seemed to strike him. She could not explain it otherwise. Something changed in the line of his body, a minute tension, a stilling even deeper than before. Then, very slowly, he shook his head. No. The movement was unmistakable. A cold shiver moved down her back. Then what do you want? He did not answer. Yet the silence that followed felt different from refusal. It felt weighted, difficult, as if the answer existed and cost too much to give. Sophia's thoughts spun. 100 practical possibilities tried to force themselves forward. Call for help. Run. Throw the lamp. Demand his name. But none of them could cross the strange field of stillness between them. He had done nothing. He had entered, yes, watched her, yes, frightened her nearly beyond thought. Yet he had also stopped every time she told him to stop. He had answered one question with a shake of his head. He stood there now not like a hunter cornering prey, but like a man enduring a punishment he had chosen. She hated herself for seeing that. Say something, she whispered. His face shifted slightly within shadow. For one unreal second she thought she saw the line of a mouth, the angle of a cheekbone, the darkness of eyes fixed on hers with terrible intensity. Then the details were gone again. When he finally made a sound, it was so low and rough she almost doubted she heard it. Sophia. Her name. Nothing else. Just her name, spoken as if he had been holding it inside himself for too long. Every hair on her arms lifted. She had not told him her name. Of course her name was on mail, perhaps on the buzzer downstairs, perhaps visible in any number of ordinary ways. Reason rushed to offer explanations. Yet the way he said it made those explanations feel weak. He said it not like discovery, not like a stranger reading letters from an envelope. He said it like remembrance. Fear flooded her again, fast and hot. How do you know my name? He did not answer. Tell me. Silence. She was breathing too quickly now. The edges of the room seemed to brighten and darken with her pulse. If you know my name, tell me who you are. Another long pause. Then, quiet as a wound, he said, "James." The name entered the room and changed it. James. It sounded wrong and right at once, too ordinary for the thing he had been in her life until now, and yet exactly the kind of name that would belong to a man rather than a nightmare. A name that could be spoken in daylight. A name that could belong to hands, to history, to grief. Sophia repeated it before she could stop herself. James. At that, something moved across his face, or perhaps through his stillness. Recognition. Pain. She could not tell. "James who?" she asked. No answer. "Why are you in my apartment?" His jaw seemed to tighten. When he spoke again, the words emerged slowly, as if language itself had become unfamiliar. "I needed to know." She stared at him. "Know what?" A silence. "Then, that you were safe." The sentence struck her so strangely that for a moment it did not make sense. Safe. From whom? From what? From him? The absurdity of it almost made her laugh, but there was nothing humorous in the room. "You break into my apartment at night and watch me sleep to make sure I'm safe?" His gaze did not leave her. "Yes." The simplicity of the answer was more disturbing than any lie would have been. Sophia tightened her grip on the blanket. "That's insane." Something like agreement flickered in the line of his shoulders. She almost said, "Then leave." She almost demanded he go. But another question rose before command could. How long? He did not pretend not to understand. "A while," he said. How long? His silence told her enough. A while meant longer than she wanted to know. Sophia felt suddenly cold despite the warmth of the room. She thought of all the recent nights she had woken uneasy, all the moments in the kitchen or by the sofa when she had felt watched and turned to nothing. He had been there. Listening. Standing in the dark corners of her life while she moved through it unaware. The violation of it cut deep and immediate. Yet beneath the outrage another feeling moved, darker and less clean, a frightening, aching awareness of how closely he must have studied her in order to know her patterns so intimately. How carefully he must have watched to time his movements with her sleep. How long he must have stood in the same room with her breathing, silent, choosing not to touch. Her voice dropped. "Why me?" This time the silence lasted so long she thought he would refuse to answer. Then he said, "Because it was always you." The words seemed to lower the temperature of the room. Sophia could not speak for several seconds. They were not the words of a casual intruder or a man driven by passing obsession. They belonged to something older, deeper, more dangerous precisely because it carried meaning. She did not understand the meaning, but she felt its gravity. "What does that mean?" she asked at last. James looked at her with that same unbearable steadiness. "Not tonight." Anger flared through her fear. "You don't get to decide that." His expression changed again, so subtly it might have been only the light. When he answered, his voice was softer. "You're tired." The concern in those words frightened her almost more than his presence had. "I am tired because you keep coming here." He accepted that without protest. "Then don't come back," she said. This, finally, seemed to wound him in a visible way. His head lowered slightly. The room held stillness like glass. Sophia waited, pulse racing, for defiance, for refusal, for the revelation of whatever force kept him here. Instead he asked, so quietly she barely heard it, "Do you want me gone?" The question felt wrong. Not because of what it asked, but because of how sincerely it asked it. Sophia opened her mouth. Of course she wanted him gone. Any reasonable woman would. Any safe answer would be yes, yes, leave, never return. Yet the word would not come immediately, and that hesitation terrified her more than anything that had happened so far. Because in the pause she understood something about herself she had not wanted to know. Fear had not killed curiosity. It had sharpened it. And curiosity, faced with a silent man in the dark who knew her name and watched over her as if from a vow, had become dangerously entangled with the need to understand. James seemed to read the pause. His eyes, or the sense of them, darkened with something like grief. He stepped backward once, toward the doorway. The movement snapped Sophia out of herself. Wait. The word escaped before she chose it. He stopped instantly. She hated that he obeyed. She hated that she had asked. "What do you mean, safe?" she asked, voice barely steady. "Safe from what?" A long silence. Then, "From what comes near you." The answer made no sense. Or rather, it made too many kinds of sense at once, none of them reassuring. Sophia shook her head. "There is nothing coming near me except you." At that, he almost smiled, but the expression held no humor. It looked like pain shaped into restraint. "You don't know that," he said. Before she could answer, before she could demand clarity, a sound broke somewhere in the living room. Not loud. Only the distinct, crisp crack of glass settling too sharply, or something touching the edge of the table where the candle burned. Both of them turned toward it. The instant did something terrible to Sophia's understanding. James's body changed. He became still in an entirely different way than before, all the patient sorrow gone from him, replaced by alertness so immediate it felt predatory. For the first time she understood that whatever gentleness he showed her was chosen, not inherent. Beneath it lived something colder, faster, more dangerous than the quiet man standing by her bed. He looked back at her once. "Do not leave this room," he said. Then he was gone. Not vanished. Moved. So quickly, so soundlessly that the dim hall seemed to swallow him whole. Sophia heard no footstep, only the sudden enlargement of silence as his presence tore through the apartment and disappeared beyond the bedroom door. For one frozen second she remained exactly where she was, clutching the blanket, listening with her whole body. Then from the living room came another sound. Softer this time, like the brief scrape of a shoe against the floor, followed by nothing at all. The apartment seemed to hold its breath. Sophia slid out of bed despite his warning, her legs weak beneath her. The hallway light still burned. The bedroom doorway stood open, leading to the dim corridor and the unseen living room beyond. Every instinct screamed at her to stay where she was, yet another force, hot and irresistible, pulled her forward. She took one step. Then another. By the time she reached the doorway, the apartment had gone so silent that she could hear the ticking of her own blood in her ears. And in that stretched, impossible hush, Sophia understood with sudden terrifying clarity that the first nights had not been the true beginning at all. The true beginning was now. Because James was not the only thing moving in the dark. Chapter 3, The Shadow in the Dark. Sophia stood in the bedroom doorway with one hand pressed flat against the frame, listening so hard that the silence began to feel physical. The apartment had gone unnaturally still after James disappeared into the hall. It was not the ordinary stillness of late night, nor the familiar hush of rooms gone empty. This silence was taut, stretched thin over something living. It trembled with a pressure she could not name. The sounds that should have existed were absent. No floorboards creaked. No radiator clicked. Even the street below seemed to have withdrawn, as if the city itself had stepped back from whatever was unfolding inside her apartment and refused to interfere. Her first instinct had been to obey him. Do not leave this room. The command had entered her with an authority that startled her, not because he had spoken loudly, but because of what lay beneath the words. Urgency. Not theatrical urgency, not the exaggerated force of a man trying to impress fear upon her, but the low, hard certainty of someone who knew exactly what kind of danger a room could or could not hold. That should have kept her still. It should have sent her retreating to the bed, pulling the covers around herself like a child. It should have reminded her that she was in no position to follow a man she barely understood into a darkness he seemed to know intimately. Instead, she had stepped into the hall. Not because she was brave. She did not feel brave. Her body was trembling too visibly for that. Her breath came shallow and quick. One knee felt weak enough that she noticed, absurdly, the slight instability of it with every shift of her weight. But fear and curiosity had become so tightly wound together inside her that she no longer knew where one ended and the other began. The sound from the living room had changed the air in an instant. James had changed with it. Whatever lived beneath his silence had surfaced for one sharp, terrible second, and now the apartment seemed too small to contain what she had glimpsed. She took another step into the hallway. The light on the wall gave off a pale, tired gold, enough to see the faded pattern of the runner on the floor and the shadowed corners where the walls met. Ahead, the corridor turned toward the living room. Beyond that angle the rest of the apartment waited unseen. Sophia paused there, every nerve pulling toward the dark and away from it at the same time. She listened. At first she heard nothing. Then, somewhere ahead, very faintly, the whisper of movement. Not James. Or at least it did not feel like him. That distinction rose in her instantly, irrational and certain. James moved with a kind of impossible stillness, a precision that seemed to erase sound before it happened. Whatever she heard now was thinner, less deliberate. A brief rustle. A shifting weight. Something present but not as self-contained. Her mouth had gone dry. She became aware, all at once, of the absurdity of her own body in the hallway, bare feet against worn floorboards, loose gray shirt grazing her thighs, hair falling partly unbound over one shoulder. She felt exposed in a way that had nothing to do with nakedness and everything to do with being newly visible inside her own life. Just hours ago, or what felt like hours, she had still possessed the right to assume emptiness in every room she entered. Now that assumption was gone. Each doorway had become a question. She moved closer to the bend in the corridor and stopped again. The candle she had left burning in the living room cast a soft, trembling glow across the far wall. From where she stood she could see only the thin edge of that light, an amber stain against the pale paint. The rest remained hidden beyond the turn. A thought arrived then, sharp and cold. James might not be alone in the dark because of her. He might have brought darkness with him. Sophia gripped the frame of the hall table hard enough that her fingers ached. The idea should have sent her back into the bedroom at once. Instead it deepened the strange helpless clarity taking shape in her. Whatever had entered her life was larger than one man appearing beside her bed. Larger, perhaps, than the word intruder or watcher could contain. James had known the sound in the living room before she did. No, not exactly known. Recognized. The change in him had been immediate, instinctive, almost violent in its speed. That was not the reaction of a man surprised by coincidence. He had expected something. Or someone. The silence stretched. Then came a different sound, so slight she could not be sure it had occurred in the room at all. A soft exhale, roughened by effort, quickly swallowed. James. The certainty of it ran through her before reason could argue. She did not know how she knew. Perhaps the body learns voices in fragments before it knows them whole. Perhaps the apartment had already trained her to distinguish him from everything else. Either way, she recognized him in that almost sound. And after it. Nothing. Too much nothing. Sophia edged forward until the living room opened before her. At first it looked almost untouched. The lamp near the sofa still burned low, casting warm light over the coffee table and the green upholstery. The candle flame shivered in its glass, the lavender scent hanging faint and sweet in the air. Her book lay where she had left it. The throw blanket trailed partly off the arm of the sofa. Every object seemed to occupy its place with insulting normality. Then her eyes adjusted to what normality could no longer hide. James stood near the window. He was half turned away from her, body angled toward the curtains, one hand lifted slightly as if he had just stopped himself from reaching for something. In the living room's weaker light she saw more of him than she had in the bedroom, and yet not enough to make him wholly ordinary. He wore a dark coat, long and close through the shoulders, its lines simple but severe. His hair was dark too, falling just enough over his forehead to blur his face when he lowered his head. He was taller than she had imagined and narrower in the waist, all stillness and contained power. Nothing about him looked hurried. Nothing about him looked safe. At his feet, near the coffee table, lay the lavender candle. The glass had tipped onto its side but had not shattered. Wax had spilled in a pale crescent across the wood. Sophia stared at it, then at him. The simplest explanation presented itself at once. He had knocked it over. He had moved too quickly in the room, brushing the table in that sudden shift toward whatever he had heard, and the candle had fallen. But the idea did not satisfy something in her. James had not struck her as a man who moved carelessly even under strain. And there was something else wrong with the picture, something she felt before she identified it. The curtains were swaying. Not much. Barely enough to disturb their shape. Yet the window was closed. She knew it was closed because she had checked it earlier herself, pressing the latch as if confirming it might steady her. Still the curtains moved with a slow, inward breath. James turned his head then and looked at her. Sophia. Her name, in his mouth, no longer startled her for the same reason. It startled her because of the expression attached to it. There was no anger there, no frustration at finding her in the hall against his instruction. What she saw instead was something harsher and more intimate, relief under strain. He had not wanted her out of sight because he was hiding something from her. He had wanted her out of sight because he was afraid of what might see her. That realization altered the room more deeply than the swaying curtains or the fallen candle. She swallowed. What was that? James's gaze flicked briefly toward the window, then returned to her face. Go back to the bedroom. His voice was low, controlled, but the control had edges now. Sophia did not move. "What was that?" she repeated. The curtains stirred again, slightly more. Every part of her body noticed. A draft would have touched her skin. A draft would have moved the candle flame more violently. But the flame only trembled, it did not lean. The air in the room remained still. Only the curtains moved, as if something behind them had exhaled. Sophia felt the blood drain from her face. The windows looked black from inside at night, but not truly black. Usually there were reflections of the room, faint traces of street lamp, the occasional blurred line of passing headlights. Now the glass behind the curtains seemed darker than darkness should have been, dense and watchful and impossibly close. It was not simply the outside. It felt like an absence pressed against the pane. James took one measured step toward her. "Do not speak," he said quietly. The words made no sense until the instant after he said them, when Sophia realized the room had become aware of her voice. It was not a thought exactly. More a terrible certainty that the attention in the darkness beyond the curtain, whatever form it wore, had sharpened because she had spoken into it. She stopped breathing for a second. James crossed the remaining space between them with swift silence. He did not touch her at once. He paused close enough that she could see his face more clearly in the lamplight, and what she saw there made her heart seize in a new way. He was beautiful. The realization arrived against her will, cruel in its timing, impossible to separate from fear. Not beautiful in a soft or easy sense. His face was too severe for that, all shadowed planes and restraint, with dark eyes that seemed capable of frightening stillness. But there was something devastating in the precision of him, in the way sorrow and control had shaped his expression into something almost inhumanly composed. He looked like a man who had forgotten how to belong anywhere bright. His gaze dropped briefly to her bare feet, then lifted again. Without a word, he took her by the wrist. The contact shocked her. Not because it hurt. It did not. His grip was firm but careful, the touch of someone restraining urgency rather than imposing force. Yet after nights of being watched without contact, after the unbearable tension of his nearness beside her bed, the simple fact of his hand around her wrist felt intimate enough to split the air. Sophia inhaled sharply. His skin was cold. He drew her backward toward the bedroom. She stumbled once from surprise, and his other hand came to her waist instantly, steadying her with a reflex so precise it felt practiced. For one impossibly disorienting moment she was aware of nothing but the contrast between the hard line of his body and the immense care of his grip. Then the curtains behind them moved again with a sound like silk dragged over glass, and reality crashed back in. He guided her into the bedroom, released her only when she was inside, then turned to shut the door almost, but not quite, completely. He left it open the width of 2 fingers, a slice of hall visible through the gap. Sophia stared at him. "James." He looked at her once, sharply. She fell silent. The room seemed to understand silence now as a condition of survival. Sophia hated that. She hated obeying something she did not understand. But every instinct told her that whatever pressed against the apartment was listening differently than a human listener would. As if sound itself were a kind of opening. James stepped back into the hall. He did not close the door. He disappeared from her sight, leaving only the thin gap and the pale wall beyond it. Sophia stood rooted where he had left her, heart pounding so hard that she feared even that made noise. She tried to listen through the rush of blood in her ears. For several long seconds there was nothing. Then, from somewhere not far beyond the bedroom door, came a soft, irregular tapping. Not at the door. Not on the floor. On the glass. Her eyes flew toward the window beside the bed. The curtains there were still. The tapping came again, distant but unmistakable, from the living room window. 3 light knocks in no human rhythm. A pause. Then 2 more, spaced strangely, as if the thing making them did not understand what knocking meant and was only imitating the sound of wanting entrance. Sophia wrapped her arms around herself so tightly it hurt. No one on the 4th floor tapped lightly on a living room window in the middle of the night. No ladder could reach. No fire escape crossed that side of the building. The old brick wall outside dropped straight down to the narrow street below. She knew this. She had known it every ordinary night she had stood there drinking tea and looking down at rain. Tap. Tap. A pause. Tap tap tap. The pattern changed each time, almost curious. And then, through the tiny gap in the bedroom door, she heard James speak. His voice was so low the words were nearly impossible to catch, but there was no mistaking the tone. It was not the intimate roughness with which he had spoken her name. It was not even the controlled command he had used with her in the hall. This voice was colder, flatter, stripped of softness completely. "You don't come here." Silence answered him. Or rather, a kind of silence that seemed active, listening back. Sophia moved 1 step closer to the door before she could stop herself. Her bare foot made almost no sound on the floor, but James must have heard something in the air shift, because his voice came again without turning. "Stay back." This time she obeyed. She did not move away, but she stopped where she was, hands clenched against her own elbows, gaze fixed on the thin line of hall visible through the door. She could see only part of the corridor and the edge of the living room beyond, nothing more. It was maddening. The apartment felt suddenly larger than it had ever been, full of angles and partial sight lines and rooms that could conceal things from her at the exact moment she needed certainty most. The tapping stopped. The silence that followed was worse. For a moment she thought perhaps whatever stood at the window had gone. That hope lasted only a breath, because immediately afterward the bedroom light changed. Not dimmed. Shifted. A shadow passed over the lower edge of the curtain near the window, not from the street below but from outside the glass, at the level of the 4th floor. It moved slowly, a long dark shape gliding across the fabric as if something were moving past the window in deliberate inspection. Sophia bit back a sound so violently her teeth hurt. The shadow moved on. The curtain settled. Her body had become one sharp instrument of alarm. The skin at the back of her neck seemed to have vanished entirely beneath cold. The room smelled suddenly stronger of lavender, perhaps because fear made all sense acute. She could feel the pulse in her wrists, in her throat, even in the soles of her feet. Someone, or something, was outside her bedroom window. At 4th floor height. Moving without any visible means of support. The mind can endure only so much contradiction before it abandons ordinary logic. Sophia felt that abandonment now not as madness but as collapse. She no longer cared to explain. Explanation had become too small for the room. In the hallway, James moved. His steps remained unnervingly quiet, yet she sensed the change in position through the door gap. He was no longer near the living room. He had shifted closer to the bedroom, placing himself somewhere between her and the rest of the apartment. Then she heard it. The faint sound of the front door lock being checked, once, twice, with quick certainty. He was making sure nothing had entered from within. The implication of that sent a new wave of dread through her. He was not only guarding the windows. He knew enough to guard the door behind him too. Whatever threat had come near them was not simple. It had more than one way of moving. The tapping resumed, but not on the living room window now. On the bedroom glass. Very softly. So softly it might have been fingernails. Sophia turned her head by degrees, unable not to. The curtain was drawn. Behind it, the shape of the window appeared unchanged, a vertical rectangle of darkness tinged faintly amber at the edges by distant streetlight. Nothing should have been visible through the fabric. Yet she could feel it there. Not merely outside. Looking in. The tapping came again, nearer the height of her shoulder. Her knees nearly gave way. She backed toward the bed until the backs of her legs touched the mattress. Every rational part of her wanted to pull the curtain open and prove emptiness, or at least force the horror into a shape. But another, deeper instinct understood that curtains can be mercies. A thing unseen through fabric remains partly confined to imagination. Pull the curtain back, and you invite the full reality of whatever waits. The fabric nearest the windowpane tightened suddenly, drawing inward by a fraction as though a hand had pressed lightly against the other side. Sophia shut her eyes. When she opened them again, James was in the room. She had not heard him enter. 1 second the doorway had been empty, the next he stood just inside it, body turned toward the window, every line of him alert and terrible in its stillness. His face had altered again, the beauty of it now nearly lost beneath something colder. She had the stunned irrational thought that this was the truest version of him, the one hidden beneath all the quiet watching. Not gentle. Not even human in the simple ways she knew. Something older in instinct. More dangerous by nature than by intention. The tapping stopped at once. The pressure against the curtain vanished. James did not take his eyes from the window. Get behind me. Sophia moved before she could think. The command entered her body and became action. She came around the side of the bed, crossing the narrow strip of floor between them, and stopped just behind his shoulder. It was the closest she had ever been to him. Close enough to see the dark seam of his coat, the precise line where hair met the nape of his neck, the minute rise and fall of his breathing. Close enough to feel the cold that clung to him even in a warm room. He lifted one hand slightly as if to keep her there. Whatever happens, he said, voice almost too low to hear, do not answer it. Answer what? She wanted to ask. But even before the question formed, she understood. A voice came from outside the window. Not a loud voice. Not a dramatic one. It was soft, nearly tender, and so eerily familiar that for one disorienting second Sophia thought she was hearing herself. Sophia. Her entire body convulsed with shock. The sound had her voice's tone, its softness, the exact shape of her name when she spoke it to herself in the mirror to test lipstick or practice firmness before a difficult day. But there was something wrong underneath it, an emptiness wearing imitation too carefully. It did not sound like a person calling up from the street. It sounded like the window itself had learned her voice and was trying it on. Sophia, it said again. James did not move. She clutched the back of his coat without meaning to. Her fingers closed in the dark fabric, desperate and trembling. He made no sign that he felt it, though she knew he must have. The voice outside gave a small, almost patient pause, then changed. This time it sounded like her sister. "Open the curtain." Sophia stopped breathing. It was perfect. Not close. Not approximate. Perfect. Her sister's voice, low with concern, softened by sleep and urgency, exactly as it would be if she had somehow climbed the side of the building in the middle of the night and come to the window because the front door could not be reached. It made no sense. That was precisely why it was horrifying. It bypassed reason entirely and went straight to the body's oldest reflexes. The urge to respond to the familiar, to answer the known voice in the dark. James's hand found her wrist. He did not look at her. He only tightened his grip once, a clear and silent warning. Outside, her sister's voice became more insistent. "Sophia, let me in." A small sob rose in Sophia's throat and lodged there painfully. It was the wrong kind of insistence. Her sister would never phrase it like that, not at a bedroom window, not with that evenness. The thing beyond the glass had the voice but not the life inside it. It wore concern like a mask cut from memory. Then it changed again. This time it was James. "Sophia." Not his voice from inside the room. The imitation of it from beyond the window. Dark, low, roughened around the edges by private restraint. So exact that her grip tightened convulsively on the real man's coat as if to prove which one stood with her. "Let me in," the thing said in his voice. James's fingers closed harder around her wrist, grounding her so abruptly she almost gasped. He turned his head then, just slightly, enough that she caught the line of his cheek in profile. "It wants permission," he said. The truth of that landed with awful clarity. Every voice. Every imitation. Not simply calling her name, but asking, coaxing, seeking response, entry, acknowledgement. It did not need brute force if the threshold could be opened from within. Sophia stared at the curtain, heart slamming against her ribs. "What is it?" she whispered. For the first time, James hesitated. Not because he did not know, she thought. Because naming it mattered. His answer, when it came, was almost inaudible. A shadow that learned hunger. The words made no sense and every kind of sense. She felt them rather than understood them, as if some deep place inside her recognized the shape of such a thing even while the conscious mind recoiled. Outside, the false James laughed softly. It was the most terrible sound Sophia had ever heard, not because it was loud or monstrous, but because it almost succeeded at sounding human. Almost. Beneath it there was a second texture, a thin dry vibration like something dragging along stone. The curtain nearest the glass began to darken. At first Sophia thought the streetlight outside had changed again. Then she realized the darkness was spreading from one point, not falling evenly. Something on the other side of the window was covering more and more of the glass. Not a shape she could distinguish. More like an absence thickening. An outline without edges. It rose along the fabric until it towered taller than any human body should. James moved then. He stepped away from her and toward the window, placing himself directly between the bed and the curtain. The room seemed to narrow around him. Every shadow deepened. Sophia became aware, dimly and with rising disbelief, that the darkness in the corners was responding to him as much as to the thing outside, gathering differently where he stood. "Back," he said without looking at her. She obeyed, retreating until the backs of her knees struck the mattress again. James raised one hand toward the curtain. He did not touch it. He only held his palm facing the window as if against an invisible barrier. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the air in the room changed so suddenly Sophia felt it in her teeth. The candle flame in the living room, glimpsed faintly through the doorway, flared high. The lamp beside the sofa flickered once. And from the window came a sound that was not exactly a cry and not exactly the protest of glass, but something between the two, a long, dry distortion, as if the darkness outside had discovered pain. The shape on the curtain convulsed. It did not withdraw in any ordinary way. It unraveled upward and sideways, slipping apart like ink dropped in water, yet with intent, with a kind of furious resistance. For one appalling instant Sophia thought she saw fingers through the fabric. Too many fingers. Long, jointed wrong, feeling along the pane as though searching for the line where entry could be made. Then the darkness tore free and vanished from the window. The room snapped back into stillness. The curtains settled. James lowered his hand. No one moved. Sophia realized only then that she was shaking so hard her teeth had begun to chatter faintly. She pressed her lips together to stop it. James remained facing the window for several seconds more, head slightly bowed, as if listening for whatever had retreated. At last he turned. His eyes found hers instantly. In the silence that followed, Sophia saw something in him she had not seen clearly before, not just danger, not just vigilance or grief, but exhaustion. Ancient, disciplined exhaustion. The kind carried by a man who had been standing between darkness and something fragile for too long to remember how not to. He crossed the room in 2 quiet steps and stopped in front of her. "It's gone," he said. She stared at him. What was that? Not gone far. His gaze flicked once toward the window, then back. But gone for now. Her fear, which had been stretched so tightly it barely felt like emotion, suddenly broke open. It returned to her all at once as heat, breath, trembling, anger, disbelief. "James, what was that?" He looked at her for a long moment. If he had been anyone else, she might have thought he was deciding whether to lie. But deception did not seem to sit naturally on him. What she saw instead was calculation of a different kind, the weighing of how much truth would wound against how much ignorance already had. "A thing that follows thresholds," he said at last. "Windows. Doors. Names spoken at the wrong time. Invitations given carelessly." She shook her head. "No. No, don't do that. Don't talk like I'm supposed to understand. Tell me what it is." A muscle tightened in his jaw. "It's a shadow," he said more plainly. "But not the kind made by light. The kind that forms when something empty learns the shape of wanting." He held her gaze as he spoke, as if willing her to remain steady inside words that threatened to distort reality beyond repair. "It listens. It imitates. Sometimes it waits outside homes until someone answers the voice it borrows. Sometimes it follows a person first." A cold weight descended through her. "It followed me?" "Yes." The room seemed to tilt. Sophia gripped the bedspread behind her with both hands. "Since when?" James did not answer immediately. His silence answered enough. "Since before you came here?" she asked. "Yes." The whisper barely made it out of her. "How long?" He looked at her in that unendurable, patient way. Long enough. Something inside her hardened then, because it had to. She pushed herself away from the bed and stood as straight as she could despite the trembling in her legs. And you knew. Yes. You knew something like that was following me, and you came into my apartment at night to watch me sleep? Yes. The simplicity of his honesty would have been infuriating if fear had not hollowed her out so completely. It was infuriating anyway. That is not protection, James. That is madness. At that, something flickered in his face, not offense, but a kind of private resignation. I know. No, I don't think you do. Her voice shook, and the shaking made her angrier. You stood beside my bed. You watched me. You let me think I was losing my mind. His expression changed again, subtle and painful. I tried not to let you feel me. She laughed once in disbelief. You tried? Yes. The answer came with such grave sincerity that for one insane second she almost understood what he meant, not that he had failed to hide because he enjoyed frightening her, but that hiding from her had cost him effort. That he had been trying to protect her from even the knowledge of him and had only begun to let her notice because something else had drawn closer. She hated that the realization softened anything in her. Then why didn't you tell me? She demanded. His gaze drifted briefly to the window, then back to her face. Because if I spoke too soon, you would have answered the wrong voice later. The sentence hung between them. She did not understand it fully, but she understood enough. Trust mattered in whatever war lived just beyond the edges of her life now. Recognition mattered. He had wanted her to know his presence before another thing could wear it. The thought was horrifying. It was also, in its own way, heartbreakingly deliberate. Sophia covered her mouth for a moment, then lowered her hand. Her pulse still raced, but beneath the terror something colder was beginning to assemble, the first shape of a world she had not known existed. Outside the bedroom, the apartment remained utterly silent. No tapping. No movement. Yet ordinary silence would never sound ordinary to her again. Every window, every doorway, every name spoken in the dark had become charged. She looked at James and became aware once more of how near he stood. Near enough that if she leaned forward even slightly, she would feel the shape of his breath. Near enough that the cold surrounding him touched the warmer air around her skin. Near enough that the memory of his hand at her wrist, at her waist, still burned with impossible clarity. Her voice lowered. What are you? The question changed something in him. Not dramatically. He did not flinch. Yet the quiet around his face altered, a shadow crossing inward rather than over features. For the first time since revealing himself, he looked almost uncertain. A man, he said. That is not all. No. The honesty of it struck deep. Sophia searched his face. In the softer bedroom light he looked younger than he had by the window and older at the same time, as if time had not touched him evenly. There was nothing monstrous in him that she could name. No obvious inhuman sign. Yet no merely human man had raised a hand to the window and made a living darkness recoil. A thing that follows thresholds, she said quietly, borrowing his words. A shadow that learned hunger. Her throat tightened. And you? What are you? James held her gaze. When he answered, his voice was rougher than before, as if the truth itself moved across old damage on the way out. The reason it hasn't touched you. The words sank into her like cold water. Something in her face must have changed, because his expression softened just enough to become dangerous in an entirely different way. Not dangerous because of threat. Dangerous because tenderness in a man like him looked like confession. He took one slow step back. "Sit down," he said. "You're in shock." The sheer practicality of it nearly broke her. After voices at the window, moving shadows at impossible heights, and the revelation that her life had been stalked by something hungry enough to borrow her own voice, he told her to sit down as if the body's need could still be trusted to obey familiar rules. Yet he was right. The room had begun to narrow at the edges. Her hands were numb with cold. Her legs felt uncertain. Sophia sat on the edge of the bed because standing had become too difficult to pretend was strength. James remained where he was, giving her space she had not asked for but suddenly needed. For a while neither of them spoke. The silence between them was entirely different from the silence outside the windows. This one held shape and restraint and the ragged aftershock of survival. Sophia became aware of little things again. The faint smell of extinguished fear in the room, metallic and thin. The soft, uneven fall of her own breathing. The distant hum of the city returning somewhere far below, as if the world had cautiously resumed without asking permission. At last she lifted her head. "You said it followed me first." "Yes." "Why?" He hesitated. "I don't know," he said. She studied him, too exhausted now for immediate suspicion. "You know more than that." "I know enough to say it chose you before it knew I had." The answer made her go still. The sentence had two meanings, and she heard both of them. The shadow had chosen her. And James had, too. His face revealed nothing more. Sophia looked down at her hands. They were trembling less now, though the aftershock still moved through her in small hidden waves. She should have sent him away. She knew that. Any coherent version of her former life demanded it. A man had entered her apartment night after night. A thing had tapped at her windows in voices it stole from memory. The right response to such a world was rejection, escape, alarm, daylight, other people, police if necessary even if they could do nothing. Instead she sat on the edge of her bed with the man who had terrified her most and discovered, to her own alarm, that the room felt safer because he remained in it. She lifted her gaze to him again. The truth had not lessened his mystery. It had deepened it until mystery felt too small a word. But there was one certainty now that had not existed before. The fear she felt in his presence and the fear she felt when he turned away were not the same fear. "What happens now?" she asked. James looked toward the window once more. When he answered, his voice had returned to that low, steady calm she was beginning to understand as an effort rather than a natural state. "Now it knows you can see the shape of danger." Sophia's stomach tightened. And that changes things." "How?" He turned back to her fully. The lamplight caught one side of his face, leaving the other in shadow. It made him look carved from conflicting things, human beauty, old grief, disciplined violence. "It won't wait at the edges anymore," he said. The room seemed to grow colder around the words. Sophia swallowed. "Then you're saying tonight was only the beginning?" James did not answer at once. He did not need to. Because somewhere in the dark beyond the walls, beyond the old brick and glass and trembling curtains, something had learned her voice, her sister's voice, his voice. Something had come looking not to frighten her, but to be let in. And now that it had failed once, it would not leave her life untouched. The feeling she had never been able to explain had become a shape. The shape had become a threat. And in the center of it stood a man who watched her sleep with the vigilance of a vow and the sadness of someone who already knew how costly the next truth would be. Sophia looked at him, at the shadowed severity of his face, at the hand that had gripped hers so hard she could still feel it, at the impossible calm with which he wore danger like a second skin. For the first time since the night began, fear gave way to something quieter and far more unsettling. Trust. Not complete. Not reasonable. Not safe. But there. And she understood, with a clarity that frightened her almost as much as the thing at the window, that whatever darkness had come to her apartment tonight was not the only thing that had crossed a threshold. Something inside her had crossed one too. Chapter 4: The Man Who Was There. The room remained dim and quiet after his words, but the quiet no longer felt empty. It felt inhabited by everything that had just been spoken, by everything that had not. Sophia sat on the edge of her bed with both hands curled into the blanket beside her, trying to understand how the walls around her could still look the same when the world inside them had changed so completely. The lamp on the bedside table cast a warm pool of light over the rumpled sheets and over James's dark coat where he stood near the foot of the bed. Beyond that circle, the room softened into shadow. The curtains were still now. The window gave no sign of what had been there moments ago. Yet Sophia could not stop looking at it, as if another voice might bloom through the fabric at any second and ask, with perfect gentleness, to be let in. James watched her watching the window. "It won't come back while I'm standing here," he said. She looked at him sharply. "You say things like that as if I'm supposed to take them on faith." A pause. "You don't have to." "But I already do." The confession escaped before she could stop it. The words settled between them. Sophia felt the heat rise to her face almost immediately, not because the statement had been tender, but because it was true in a way she had not intended to admit aloud. She did trust him, at least in this one terrible and immediate sense. She trusted that the thing outside the window feared him. She trusted that when he told her not to speak, there was a reason. She trusted his nearness more than she trusted the empty spaces of her own apartment. James's expression did not change much, yet something in him seemed to still more deeply, as though the truth of her words had reached a place inside him that had been braced against everything else. Sophia drew a breath and let it out slowly. "I hate that I trust you." "I know." The answer was quiet, and there was something in it that stripped away all possibility of smugness. He did not sound pleased. He sounded almost sorry. That made it worse. She looked at him again, really looked at him, in a way she had not allowed herself to before because fear had occupied too much of her attention. Now the fear remained, but it had changed shape enough to leave room for observation. James stood with the kind of stillness that belonged to men who had long ago learned the cost of unnecessary movement. Tall, broad-shouldered, dressed in darkness severe enough to make the light seem weaker around him. His face, when she forced herself to meet it fully, was even more unsettling in stillness than it had been in fragments. There was nothing soft about him, and yet there was nothing careless either. His features held a disciplined beauty sharpened by sorrow, by restraint, by something old and private that had carved itself into the set of his mouth and the watchfulness of his eyes. He did not look like a man who belonged in bedrooms at midnight, standing between drawn curtains and whispered danger. He looked like a man who belonged to the danger itself and had chosen, for reasons she still did not understand, to stand against it on her behalf. She hated how much that thought affected her. "Sit down," she said suddenly. He did not move. It should not have mattered, but the refusal of motion irritated something already raw inside her. That wasn't a suggestion. His gaze remained on her, unreadable in the low light. "You should rest." Sophia gave a soft, disbelieving laugh. "James, a thing outside my window used my sister's voice and then yours. I'm not going to rest." Her eyes narrowed. "Sit down." The faintest shift touched his expression, something almost like surprise. Then, after a pause long enough to feel deliberate, he crossed the room and lowered himself into the chair near the window. The sight of him there made the room feel altered all over again. Men belonged to chairs, to lamplight, to the ordinary geometry of furniture and shadow. Seeing him seated should have made him easier to understand. In some ways it did. In others it only sharpened the strangeness of him. He occupied the chair too carefully, as if long habit had taught him how little space to take even when he could not help being noticed. One forearm rested lightly on the arm of the chair. The other hand remained near his knee, fingers loose but not fully relaxed. He could have risen from that stillness in less than a heartbeat. She knew it instinctively. Sophia tucked one leg up beneath herself on the bed and studied him with a frankness fear had no longer the power to prevent. "You said your name is James." "Yes." "And that is all you're willing to tell me?" "For tonight, it may have to be." "That is not good enough." "No." The ease with which he accepted the accusation almost disarmed her. She leaned forward slightly. "Then start somewhere else." He was quiet for so long that she thought he might refuse. But she had begun to understand that his silences were not all the same. Some were withholding. Some were listening. This one felt like endurance. As if speaking at all required him to move through things he would rather leave untouched. At last he said, "Ask me what matters most." The answer should have annoyed her. It did, a little. But beneath the irritation was an ache of exhausted relief. He was giving her something. A shape. A way in. "What matters most," she repeated softly, then glanced toward the window before forcing herself back to him. "Fine. What are you doing here, really?" James lowered his eyes for a moment, not in submission, not even in avoidance, but in a kind of inward reckoning. "Keeping watch." That sounds almost gentle. Her voice sharpened. "You make it sound like you're sitting beside a sick child, not breaking into my apartment." The word struck him. She saw it in the slight tightening of his jaw. "I know what it sounds like." "Do you?" She folded her arms around herself. "Because from where I'm sitting, it sounds like obsession wearing manners." Something changed in the room at that sentence. Not the light. Not the air. Something in him. His gaze lifted back to hers, and for the first time there was unmistakable pain in it, bare enough that she nearly looked away. "Yes," he said. The answer stunned her more than denial would have. She stared. "Yes? Yes." He said it with no attempt to protect himself from the meaning of it. Her heart gave a hard, strange beat. She had meant the accusation as a weapon. He had accepted it like truth. Not proudly. Not theatrically. With the terrible calm of a man who had already said worse things to himself. The quiet stretched. Sophia became aware that she was gripping her own arms too tightly. She loosened her hold. Then why should I listen to anything you say? His gaze remained steady. Because I've never lied to you. She almost laughed again, but there was nothing humorous in the room. You stood in the dark and watched me without telling me you existed. That feels very close to lying. It is close, he said. But not the same. The distinction should have angered her more than it did. Instead it sat in her with unpleasant force because part of her knew what he meant. Concealment and falsehood were not identical sins. She did not forgive either. But tonight had shown her something unnerving. If James chose words, he used them with brutal precision. That made his silences worse, not better. Sophia inhaled slowly, steadying herself. What are you, James? He held her gaze. Something that can keep them away. That is not what I asked. No. Stop answering the edges of my questions. A faint shift near his mouth, not a smile, not even close. Something like the memory of one. You don't make that easy. The quiet intimacy of the line startled both of them, she thought. It landed softly, almost absurdly, in the middle of a night shaped by windows and imitation voices. Yet the effect of it rippled outward through the room. Sophia became suddenly aware again of the thin cotton of her shirt against her skin, of the looseness of her hair, of how long his attention had rested only on her face and nowhere else. That should have reassured her. Instead it made her pulse unsteady. She ignored the feeling as best she could. You said ask what matters most. Fine. She looked directly at him. Are you dangerous to me? James did not answer at once. That hesitation chilled her more deeply than immediate honesty would have. His eyes darkened, not with threat, but with conflict. I would rather die than harm you. It was not the answer she expected. It was not the answer she wanted. And yet the way he said it, low and absolute, sent a strange trembling current through her chest because it did not sound like sentiment. It sounded like a law he lived under. That wasn't what I asked. I know. Her voice came out quieter. Then answer what I asked. Another pause. This one shorter. Yes, he said. The room seemed to contract. Sophia did not move. He continued before she could speak. Anything that can stand between you and what followed you is dangerous by nature. To enemies. To trespassers. To those who cross certain lines. His gaze held hers unflinchingly. To you, only if I chose to be. I have not chosen that. I won't. She heard the distinction too clearly. Dangerous, but governed. Dangerous, but restrained. Dangerous because the thing that lived under his skin was not ordinary and had never been meant for ordinary life. What are you? She asked again, almost whispering. James looked toward the floor once, then toward the window, then finally back to her as if understanding there was no path through this conversation that did not cut. Some people would call me a guardian, he said. Others would call me something much worse. That is still not an answer. It may be the only one you can bear tonight. Anger flickered again in her, exhausted but alive. Stop deciding what I can bear. His gaze softened by the smallest degree. You think I do that because I want power over you. Don't you? A silence. Then, very quietly, no. I do it because once certain things are named, they don't stay abstract anymore. She didn't understand that fully. But she understood enough to hear the warning buried inside it. Naming had weight in his world. She thought suddenly of the thing at the window, of James telling her not to answer it, not to speak. Thresholds. Invitations. Names said at the wrong time. The world had gone strange around the edges of language itself. Sophia pressed her fingertips to her temple, trying to ease the ache gathering there. She was tired beyond sense, and yet each answer James gave seemed to clear some part of her mind even as it darkened the rest. You said it followed me before you did. She lowered her hand. How did you know? He looked at her for a long moment. I felt it near you. Where? Once outside your work. Once at the corner of your street. Then in the stairwell below your apartment. His voice remained level, but something deep and violent moved beneath the calm of it. It was learning your routine. The words sank into her slowly, each one changing the memory of recent weeks. Outside work. The street corner. The stairwell. All those small moments when she had paused without knowing why, when the back of her neck had prickled, when she had turned too quickly and seen nothing. She had thought she was imagining attention. Perhaps she had been feeling two different kinds all along. Her throat tightened. And you were there too? Yes. How often? His silence answered before he did. Often enough. A shiver moved through her. Not entirely from fear. The room seemed suddenly full of unseen history. Nights and stairwells and distances measured in watchfulness, a whole hidden life of being observed and protected without consent, without knowledge, while she lived inside the bright narrow certainty of ordinary days. The violation of it should have eclipsed everything else. It did not. Because threaded through the violation was something even harder to confront. James had not been watching her for pleasure. He had been tracking a hunger moving around her life and placing himself between them again and again. And still he had watched her sleep. The truth of that remained. Sophia looked down at the blanket gathered beneath her hand. Did you ever think about just knocking on the door? The question was so simple, so painfully human, that it seemed to startle him. After a moment he said, yes. And I knew you wouldn't let me in. You're right. I know. She raised her eyes to him. So instead you came in anyway. A shadow passed over his face. Yes. The answer, so bare and unforgiving, left her with nowhere to place her anger except back into him. Yet he offered no defense. No justification she could attack. Only fact. She found that unbearable. You make it very hard to hate you properly, she muttered. This time the almost smile was real enough to be seen, though it held no lightness at all. That isn't kindness. No, she said softly. I don't think it is. Silence again. This one did not feel hostile. It felt laden. Outside, somewhere far beyond the glass, a car passed on the wet street below. The sound was muted, distant, absurdly normal. Sophia listened to it fade and realized she was still measuring the room through James's presence, checking without meaning to whether he seemed alarmed by anything beyond the walls. He did not. That should have comforted her. It did. Again, she hated that. She drew the blanket tighter around herself and forced her voice steady. Tell me something true that has nothing to do with shadows or thresholds or keeping watch. He looked at her with quiet surprise. Something true, she repeated. About you. A longer pause followed. At first she thought he would refuse on the grounds that nothing about him could now be separated from the monstrous edges of this night. But then he leaned back slightly in the chair, gaze shifting to some point beyond her shoulder, as though memory itself were a difficult room to enter. My name really is James, he said. That's a low bar. It's what I have. What else? His eyes returned to her face. I was born a long way from here. A country? Yes. Which one? He was silent long enough that she almost gave up. Then, England. The answer landed strangely. It was such an ordinary thing. England. A place of trains and rain and old stone and accents softened by weather. Not the origin she had expected for a man who stood before living darkness and made it retreat. Yet perhaps that was the point. The impossible does not always come from impossible places. Sometimes it comes from old quiet ones. When? She asked. There it was again, that inward shadow over his expression. A long time ago. That isn't an answer. It's the one I can give tonight. Sophia stared at him, then exhaled. You are exhausting. So I've been told. By whom? He said nothing. But the silence around that question felt different. More personal. More damaged. Sophia let it go. Not because she was satisfied, but because she sensed the line of old hurt beneath it and did not yet know why that mattered to her. She shifted on the bed and winced as fatigue and tension pulled at the back of her neck. Immediately his gaze dropped to the movement, registering it before returning to her face. You should lie down, he said. There you go again. Yes. I'm not going to sleep while you sit in that chair like some dark fairy tale. At that, something almost humanly amused touched his features. That may be wise. The line was dry enough that it startled a breath of laughter out of her. The sound was brief, unsteady, and vanished almost as soon as it arrived. Yet its presence in the room changed something important. It proved that the night had not devoured all versions of her. Some ordinary reactions still lived in her body. Some ridiculous spark could still answer back to strangeness. James looked at her as if the sound had mattered too much. Sophia felt it immediately, the weight of his attention altered by that single small laugh. Not heavier, exactly. More exposed. She became aware again of how alone they were, of the bed between them, of the hour, of the intimacy of shared danger. The knowledge moved through her like a quiet fever. She cleared her throat. You said ask what matters most. Yes. What matters most to you? The question seemed to strike deeper than the others. He went very still. For one long moment she thought he might simply stand and leave rather than answer. Instead he looked at her with an expression she could not fully bear because there was too much of him in it. Too much honesty, too little defense. You, he said. Her breath caught. He did not soften it. Did not dress it in metaphor or excuse or distance. Just the word itself, low and unflinching, entering the room with all the gravity of confession. Sophia looked away first. Not because she wanted to, but because if she had kept meeting his gaze she would have had to reckon immediately with what the word did to her. Fear was still there, yes. Anger too. But beneath both, something slow and dangerous had already begun to form. Something the thing at the window would have understood instantly if it had seen them now. "That is not fair," she said at last. "No. You don't know me." James's voice when it came was quieter than before. "I know more than I should." The answer moved through her with equal parts ache and alarm. She pictured him in shadowed rooms, in stairwells, across the street from her office, measuring the shape of her days. It should have felt grotesque. It did, and yet not only that. There was something devastating in the possibility that another person might know the private rhythm of her life without ever touching it, might know how she tucked one foot under herself when reading, how she paused at windows when it rained, how she turned the key twice in the lock every night before bed. She hated that some part of her wanted to ask what else he had noticed. Instead she said, "That doesn't mean you know me." "No," he said. "It means I've seen you." The words were somehow worse. Sophia's pulse had begun to throb again, though for reasons more complicated than fear now. She stood abruptly from the bed and crossed to the dresser, needing distance, needing motion, needing not to be watched while sitting still beneath the weight of what he had just admitted. She placed both hands on the cool wood and stared at her own reflection in the mirror for a moment. The woman looking back at her seemed unfamiliar in the soft light. Her hair loose, her eyes dark and bright with exhaustion, her mouth slightly parted as if she had forgotten how to arrange it into safety. James remained behind her, reflected in the mirror as a seated darkness with a human face. The image was almost too intimate to look at. "Do you understand?" she said quietly, still facing the mirror rather than him, "how frightening it is that you say these things so calmly?" "Yes. And I would still rather you hear them than be comforted by a lie." His reflected gaze held hers through the glass. That, more than the content of his words, began to undo her. Not because honesty absolved him. It did not. But because she believed him. She believed that if he knew a softer falsehood, he would refuse it anyway. He would rather wound her with truth than shelter her with anything unearned. There was something cruel in that. Something trustworthy too. Sophia lowered her eyes. For several seconds the room held only silence and the tiny sounds of both of them breathing. Then she turned back. "Come here." The words left her before she fully examined them. James did not move. "Sophia." "I know." Her voice thinned. "Just, come here." She didn't know exactly what she wanted until he rose from the chair. Perhaps she wanted to test whether he would obey. Perhaps she wanted to see if his nearness by choice felt different from his nearness in shadow. Perhaps she was simply too exhausted to tolerate the room stretched between them any longer. Whatever the reason, she watched him cross the space with that same impossible quiet until he stood an arm's length away. Up close, the effect of him was overwhelming. He seemed colder here, or perhaps she only noticed it more. His face was fully visible now, and the severity of his beauty became almost unbearable when there was nothing else to look at. A faint mark near his jaw, pale against shadowed skin. Dark eyes rimmed with sleeplessness or something older than that. The line of his mouth held like a vow against too much speech. Sophia looked at him and knew suddenly, with shattering certainty, that this was the man who had been there. Not a presence. Not a watcher without shape. A man. This man. Standing in the dark while she slept, guarding and trespassing all at once. The truth of his body was more intimate than any apparition could have been. "You're real," she said softly. His expression changed almost imperceptibly. "Yes. I don't know why that still shocks me. You've had a difficult night. Despite herself, she smiled faintly. You really do talk to me like I'm made of glass. No, his gaze dropped briefly to her mouth, then returned to her eyes with startling restraint. I talk to you like I know exactly how much you can survive. The room went utterly still. Whatever answer she might have had vanished before the force of that line. It was too much. Too knowing. Too close to the center of something in her she did not hand out lightly even in daylight, even to people she had loved for years. Yet his voice held none of the manipulation such a sentence might have carried from another man. It sounded instead like memory. Like witness. She should have stepped back. She did not. Instead she lifted her hand, slow enough that he had time to stop her if he wished. He did not. Her fingers came to rest against the sleeve of his coat first, then, with more hesitation, against the back of his hand. Cold. Not deathly. Not wrong. Just colder than a living man standing in a warm room should have been. James inhaled, very slightly. It was the first visible sign she had ever had that touch affected him. Sophia felt the answering tremor move through herself. She should have withdrawn immediately. Yet she found she could not. The contact was too grounding, too impossible, too full of all the things this night had denied her. Proof. Choice. Presence. The back of his hand beneath her fingertips was lean and hard and absolutely real. Why are you cold? She asked, barely above a whisper. He looked at her hand, then at her face. Because I've stood too long where light doesn't reach. The answer should have sounded theatrical. In his voice it did not. It sounded like biography. Slowly, almost involuntarily, she turned his hand over. His fingers flexed once against hers, then stilled. His palm was no warmer. The intimacy of the gesture hit her only after she had done it. She stood there in her bedroom, barefoot and exhausted, holding the hand of the man who had watched her sleep while the world outside her windows learned her name in borrowed voices. Her pulse had gone uneven again. She wondered if he could feel it where their skin touched. She wondered if he had always been this careful because he knew exactly what would happen if he was not. James's voice when he spoke had changed. Lower. Rougher. Sophia. Her name in that tone felt dangerous. She let go at once. The loss of contact altered the air between them more sharply than she expected. She stepped back and turned away under the pretense of tucking loose hair behind her ear. Her hand was trembling. She hid it against the side of her thigh. This is insane, she said softly. Yes. And yet you keep agreeing with me as if that helps. It may help later. She laughed once under her breath, not because anything was funny but because she would otherwise have had to admit she understood him. When she turned back, his gaze was on the floor, deliberately lowered, as if he were giving her privacy inside her own embarrassment. The gesture was unexpectedly gentle. It undid her a little more. She looked at the chair by the window, then at the bed, then finally at him. You said it won't come back while you're here. Yes. Then you're staying. Not a question. A statement. James lifted his eyes. If you want me to. The words pressed into her in a tender, terrible way. After everything, after windows and shadows and confessions, he still offered choice. Real choice. She could hear how much it cost him. I don't know what I want, she admitted. He took that in without flinching. But I know I don't want to be alone. The answer changed him. She saw it at once. Not in the broad obvious ways a more expressive man might have altered, but in the minute collapse of some private tension, in the way his shoulders eased by a fraction, in the almost invisible softness at the edges of his mouth. "I'll stay," he said. The promise filled the room. Sophia looked down at the bed, suddenly aware of practical absurdities she had not yet had the energy to consider. "You're not sitting in that chair all night." "I can." "I know you can. That isn't the point." He said nothing. She hated how much she had to think before speaking the next sentence, how carefully she had to place each word around the shape of her own pulse. "There's enough room," she said. The silence that followed was unlike any that had come before. James did not move at all. If she had not been looking directly at him, she might have thought the room itself had stopped with him. Sophia felt heat rise along her throat. "I'm not saying," she broke off, irritated with herself. "I'm saying I don't want you 3 feet away pretending that makes any difference." His voice, when it came, was very controlled. "It makes a difference." "To what?" "To me." The plainness of it stole the breath from her. She should have withdrawn the offer at once. She almost did. But something in her, something exhausted and frightened and reckless in equal measure, would not take it back. Because the truth was simple beneath all the complexity, she wanted the room to feel less empty of protection and less full of unseen distances. She wanted to know, with her whole body, that the man who had stood between her and the darkness remained close enough to reach if the voices came again. Sophia lifted her chin. "I know." That answer seemed to affect him almost as much as the offer had. For a long moment he said nothing. Then, very carefully, as if each word had to pass through restraint to exist at all, he asked, "Are you sure?" No one had ever made a simple question sound more dangerous. "No," she said honestly. "But I'm more sure of that than of being alone." James looked at her with an expression she could not bear and could not look away from either. At last he inclined his head once. He removed his coat first, and the sight of that simple act made her pulse stumble all over again. Without it, he looked less like a figure cut from darkness and more like a man, though not nearly enough. The black shirt beneath fitted too well across shoulders shaped by long use rather than vanity, and the lines of him only became more explicit. Sophia turned away under the pretense of pulling back the blanket, furious with herself for noticing. She heard him set the coat over the chair with almost no sound. When she looked back, he had moved to the side of the bed farthest from the window. He stopped there, waiting. That, more than anything, calmed her. He was still leaving room for her to decide, even now. Even after she had asked. Sophia slipped beneath the blanket first, settling on her side facing the room. Her body was suddenly acutely aware of itself again, of the dip of the mattress, of the warmth trapped in the sheets, of the loose fall of her hair across the pillow. She kept her breathing measured by force. A moment later the mattress shifted. James lay down with extraordinary care, as if he were afraid the smallest movement might frighten her. There was still space between them. Not much, but enough to remain proper, enough to remain dangerous in the way restraint always is. Sophia stared at the dim outline of the ceiling and willed her pulse into some quieter pattern. For a while neither of them spoke. The quiet was different now, transformed by the shared shape of the bed, by the astonishing domesticity of danger laid down beside her with all its edges deliberately sheathed. Sophia could feel him there even without looking. The cold that came off him. The stillness held too rigidly. The fact that, despite every warning sign in the world, she felt safer than she had at any point since the first voice at the window. At last she said into the darkness, "Were you ever going to tell me?" "Yes." She turned her head slightly on the pillow. "When?" "When you could hear my voice and know it from theirs." She thought of the false James beyond the curtain and shivered. Beside her, he noticed instantly. The mattress shifted a fraction, no closer, just enough to signal attention. Sophia swallowed. And if the shadow had never come close enough for me to see it? James was silent for so long she thought he might not answer. Then he said, "It always would have." There was no comfort in that. She closed her eyes. The room felt too full of truth for sleep, and yet sleep had begun to approach her in strange exhausted waves. Her body had reached the edge beyond which fear can no longer sustain wakefulness. She fought it for a minute, perhaps longer. Then, softly, because the question had lived under all the others from the first moment she knew he was real, she asked, "When you watched me, why did you never touch me?" The mattress went very still. For one long second she regretted the question. It was too intimate. Too revealing of the fact that she had been thinking about his restraint with almost as much intensity as she had been thinking about his trespass. But then James answered. "Because if I had touched you before you knew who I was," he said quietly, "you would have remembered fear before anything else." The words moved through her like a wound and a kindness at once. She turned her face back toward the ceiling. There was nothing she could say to that. No accusation fitted. No comfort fitted either. It was too thoughtful, too devastatingly exact. He had stood in darkness and denied himself even the smallest reassurance of contact because he could not bear the possibility that her first memory of him would be terror made physical. Sophia felt her throat tighten. Sleep came closer. Not safety exactly. Not peace. But a surrender the body no longer asked permission for. Her last clear awareness before she drifted was of the space between them, charged and quiet and unbearably alive. She thought, without opening her eyes, that James had not moved at all. Then, very lightly, after a hesitation so careful it almost broke her heart, she felt the back of his knuckles brush the blanket near her hand. Not touching her. Only there. A promise without contact. And in that impossibly small mercy, with the man who had been there lying beside her at last, Sophia slipped into sleep. Chapter 5. Why he watched her. Sophia woke into warmth before she woke into fear. For one soft, disorienting moment, she knew only that the bed felt different. Not wrong. Not even unfamiliar exactly. Simply altered in a way her body understood before her thoughts did. There was a second presence in the room, close enough to change the shape of quiet. The blanket had shifted lower at some point in the night. Her hair lay loose across the pillow and against her throat. The air near her face was cool, but the mattress behind the line of her back held a steady, impossible awareness that told her she had not slept alone. Then memory returned. Windows. Borrowed voices. A shadow learning hunger. James in the chair by the window, James beside the bed, James's cold hand in hers, James lying down only because she had asked it of him and only after giving her every chance to take the invitation back. Her eyes opened. Morning had entered the room in pale silver layers. The curtains remained drawn, but daylight softened the edges of everything, turning the night's terrors into shapes too ordinary to be trusted. The lamp on the bedside table had long since gone dark. The room smelled faintly of lavender and sleep and the clean chill that old buildings collect before the heat fully rises. Sophia remained still. She could feel him behind her. Not touching. He had kept the same distance even in sleep, if he slept at all. Yet his presence lay across the quiet like a second line beneath the first, one her body had apparently learned during the night well enough to rest within. That realization unsettled her more tenderly than terror had. Somehow she had slept. Somehow exhaustion and fear and impossible truths had given way to a deeper instinct, one that had accepted him near enough to let her consciousness go dark for hours. She did not know what that said about her. Or about him. Carefully, without shifting too much, she turned her head. James lay on his back, one arm resting over the blanket, the other partly obscured by shadow where it lay along his side. In morning light he looked at once more human and more dangerous than he had in darkness. Human because daylight insists on surfaces. It showed the angle of his cheekbone, the tired hollows beneath his eyes, the pale scar near his jaw she had only half noticed the night before. Dangerous because the severity of him survived sunlight intact. Nothing in the softer hour diminished the quiet force of his body. He looked as if he had been built for stillness and violence in equal measure and had chosen, through enormous effort, to practice only one. His eyes were closed. Sophia watched him for several silent seconds, trying to decide whether he was asleep. If he was, it was not the open, unguarded sleep of ordinary people. There was too much control even in the arrangement of him, too much watchfulness lingering in the line of his mouth, the set of his shoulders, the slight tension still held in his hand above the blanket. Then, without opening his eyes, he said, "You can keep looking." Her breath caught. He opened his eyes a moment later and turned them toward her. Morning light had changed them. At night they had seemed almost black. Now she could see something deeper in the darkness, a muted gray-blue shadowed by exhaustion. They were not gentle eyes, not really. But they were honest in a way that felt more intimate than softness. Sophia turned onto her back at once, annoyed by the sudden heat rising through her face. "I wasn't looking." "You were. You were apparently awake enough to know that." "Yes." His voice was rough with mourning, lower than before, and the sound of it went through her with unreasonable force. It was too human a sound for a man who had stood against a living darkness at her window. Too ordinary. Too dangerous for being ordinary. The silence that followed was not yet awkward, but it hovered close to becoming so. They were in a bed. In daylight. Nothing supernatural changed the fact of that. Sophia pulled the blanket a little higher. Did anything happen? Nothing came near. The answer should have reassured her. It did, but not completely. She looked toward the window. The curtains hung quiet and innocent in the morning light. There was no trace of fingers behind the fabric, no shadow pressed against the glass, no sign that anything inhuman had used her sister's voice from the other side of it. She knew now that absence proved nothing. Still, she looked. James watched her watching the window. "It won't come while the sun is up," he said. She turned back. "So mornings are safe." "Safer. That's not the same thing." "No." His willingness to agree with unpleasant truths remained deeply irritating. Sophia pushed herself up to sit, drawing her knees beneath the blanket. James did not move immediately. He remained where he was, eyes on the ceiling for a moment, as if giving her room to wake into herself before he interrupted the fragile arrangement of distance between them. Then he sat up too, slower than she expected, one hand braced briefly against the mattress. The motion drew her attention to the exact point where the sleeve of his dark shirt pulled against his forearm. His hands, she noticed with some sharp involuntary part of her, looked like the hands of a man built for damage who had learned carefulness late and taken it too seriously ever since. Long fingers. Knuckles marked by old scars. Stillness held in the tendons as if every movement were premeditated. She looked away before the noticing could become something worse. "What now?" she asked. James glanced toward the bedroom door, then back to her. "Now you decide how much truth you want." The words settled into the quiet with more weight than morning should have been able to hold. Sophia let out a slow breath. "Last night you kept saying I could only bear so much. I'm still here. I know. Then stop trying to protect me from answers." Something shadowed his expression. "You think that's what I was doing? What else would you call it?" He was quiet for a moment. "Delaying the worst part." The line chilled her in spite of daylight. She studied his face. In the soft gray morning it was easier to see the exhaustion in him, the old and private weariness that sat beneath all his control. He had stayed awake, she thought. Or close enough to it. He had listened through the entire night while she slept because he knew how many things could learn her voice in the dark. The thought moved through her with equal parts alarm and aching tenderness. She hated that word already, tenderness, because it implied softness, and nothing about this situation was soft. But it was there, nonetheless, gathering in spite of her. Sophia drew the blanket around her shoulders like a shield and made her voice steadier. "Start with this." "Why me?" James's gaze did not leave hers. It was the question under everything. More than what the shadow was, more even than what he was. Why her? Why had something empty and hungry learned the path of her days? Why had a man like James chosen to stand between it and her at the cost of trespassing every boundary she had believed secure? He looked at her for a long time before speaking, and in that silence she began to understand that whatever answer came would not be simple. "Because you were seen," he said at last. "That means nothing. It means someone marked you once." The word struck deep in a place she could not immediately name. "Marked me?" She shook her head. "No. Absolutely not. Don't say things like that as if I'm supposed to just accept them. You don't have to accept them. But they're true." Her pulse had begun to pick up again. "By who?" James lowered his eyes briefly, then raised them again. "I don't know." It was the first answer from him that sounded like frustration rather than refusal. Sophia held on to that. "You don't know?" "No," something harder entered his voice. "If I knew, this would already be over." She believed him. That was the trouble with James. Even uncertainty sounded exact when it came from him. He did not use ignorance to evade, he seemed to despise it too much for that. "What does marked mean?" she asked more quietly. "It means something noticed you in the wrong way. Sometimes by chance. Sometimes because of blood. Sometimes because of proximity to another life already touched by it." He paused. "Sometimes because light gathers strangely around certain people." The last sentence left the room changed. Sophia stared at him. Light gathers around certain people. Yes. That sounds like poetry. It isn't. Something in the seriousness of his answer made her look down at her own hands. Pale in the morning light, fingers curled lightly in the blanket, nothing remarkable about them. She felt ordinary to the point of insult. She worked, paid bills, bought groceries, forgot umbrellas, reread books she loved when winter came and the city felt too far away. There had never been anything luminous or extraordinary about her life except the private inwardness with which she lived it. "I'm not special," she said. James's expression altered with painful subtlety. "You think that matters?" The answer landed harder than it should have. Sophia frowned. "So now I'm supposed to believe I was chosen because I glow in some way I can't see?" "No," his voice softened, though only by a degree. "I'm telling you that things in the dark notice what the world often doesn't." The line moved through her too quietly to defend against. She looked away. For a while neither of them spoke. The room had begun to brighten, thin beams of morning outlining the curtains and catching the edge of the mirror on the dresser. Somewhere in the building, a door closed. Pipes murmured in the walls. The ordinary world was returning in small mechanical signs. It made the bed and the man in it with her feel even more improbable. When she finally looked back at him, her voice had lowered. "And you noticed me too?" James did not answer at once. The pause was answer enough, but then he said, "Yes." Sophia held his gaze. "For the same reason?" A longer silence. "No." That one word seemed to open an entirely different darkness between them. She felt it immediately, the shift in temperature of the conversation. The shadow at the window belonged to one kind of danger. This was another. Quieter. More intimate. The sort that enters through truth rather than glass. "Then why?" she asked. James turned his face slightly toward the window, as if speaking directly to her made the answer harder, not easier. "At first because something else had." He drew a breath that did not quite seem human in its steadiness. "After that, because I couldn't stop." The honesty of it hit her like cold water. He did not say it like a seduction. He said it like confession, almost like shame. There was no pride in him. No pleasure in being wanted, feared, or forgiven. Only fact, laid down with the same precision he had given everything else. Sophia's throat tightened. "That doesn't explain anything." "It explains more than I should say." "No. It explains desire, maybe. Compulsion. Not why you kept coming." James looked back at her then, and whatever she saw in his face made the air feel suddenly thinner. "Because every night I meant to leave for good," he said. "And every night I stayed until I knew you were breathing steadily." The room went very still. Sophia felt her own breathing change. He had watched her sleep. She knew that, had known it from the title fear gave him in her mind long before he had a name. Yet hearing the reason in words, hearing the unbearable quiet of that ritual, altered the violation into something far more difficult to hate cleanly. Every night he meant to leave. Every night he stayed until her breathing steadied. Not because he wanted power over her unconsciousness, but because he was listening for safety like a man at a vigil. "That is not normal," she said softly. "No. It's not romantic either." His gaze did not waver. "I know." She believed that too. He was not trying to dress obsession in beautiful language. He was naming it as plainly as he could bear. That made it worse. And somehow, because it made it worse, it made it more impossible to dismiss. Sophia pushed a hand through her hair and looked toward the window again. The daylight was fuller now. She should get up. She should shower, make coffee, force the morning to continue as though morning still meant something. But every answer only led further inward, and she could not yet bear to step away from them. "Tell me exactly," she said. "Why did you watch me?" James said nothing. She turned back sharply. "No. Don't do that. Don't hide behind half answers. If I am going to sit here after everything that happened, you're going to tell me exactly." The muscles in his jaw tightened once. Then he lowered his gaze to his own hands, and when he spoke the words came slower, as if he had to extract each one intact from something darker. "I watched you because when the shadow came near, it quieted if I was already there." He paused. "I watched you because if it found you sleeping alone it would stay longer at the window. I watched you because there are things that hesitate before witnesses, even in darkness." His voice roughened. "And I watched you because when I tried to keep my distance, I could still feel when you woke afraid." Sophia could not speak. The room held his confession like a candle holds flame, trembling but unbroken. "When I stayed away," he continued, still not looking at her, "you would wake just before dawn. Heart too fast. Breath shallow. Sometimes you would turn on every light in the apartment and not go back to bed." At that, something like pain crossed his face. "I told myself I knew that only because I was tracking the shadow. But that stopped being true." He raised his eyes to hers again. "I came because I could not bear that fear reached you before I did." The words entered her with a force so quiet it was almost impossible to defend against. She thought of the nights she had wandered her own apartment half convinced she was losing her mind. Of sitting on the sofa with all the lights on, tea gone cold in her hands, while dawn slowly rescued the windows one gray inch at a time. He had known. He had been near enough to know and far enough not to comfort. Because comfort from him, before she understood his voice, might have become another kind of wound. The complexity of that nearly undid her. "You could have spoken," she whispered. "And if you'd heard me before you were ready? If you'd mistaken me for the thing at the glass?" His expression tightened. "No." Sophia closed her eyes for a moment. The image rose at once, a dark room, a woman half asleep, a man leaning too close and saying her name before she knew which voices belonged to harm. He had refused himself that because he would rather be hated from a distance than become the wrong sound in her memory. When she opened her eyes again, they stung. "That's not fair either," she murmured. "No." He accepted unfairness as if it were weather. For several seconds neither spoke. The air between them felt charged in a new way now, not only with mystery and danger, but with understanding neither of them had wanted to give shape to so soon. Sophia studied him, daylight making him no simpler. "So you watched me because of the shadow?" "Yes." "And because you couldn't stop?" "Yes." The second yes was quieter. She absorbed it slowly. Which one mattered more? At that, he actually looked away. Not because he wished to deceive her, she thought, but because the truth of it had nowhere safe to go. When he finally answered, his voice was almost too low to hear. "I don't know when they stopped being separate." The ache that moved through her then was immediate and unwelcome. She should not have wanted that answer. It should have frightened her more than it already did. Yet some secret part of her recognized the exact shape of what he meant. Fear and care. Vigilance and longing. Protection and trespass. One motive bleeding into another until no clean line remained. It was ugly. It was dangerous. It was also heartbreakingly human, even if he himself was not wholly that. Sophia looked down at the blanket pooled in her lap. You make me feel like I'm standing in a room where every door opens into another version of the same nightmare. James's expression softened. I know. And I'm beginning to suspect you live there. A beat of silence. Yes. The simplicity of it hurt. She glanced at him sharply. Stop doing that. Doing what? Answering like pain is just another fact. His mouth shifted at the edge, not a smile, not even an attempt at one. For me it usually is. The line told her too much and not enough. There were years behind it, she thought. Years and costs and some history of becoming what he now was. A history she had not yet earned and he had not yet offered. But it lived in him all the time, informing the way he sat, the way he chose words, the way his face changed when she used a human measure for something he had already outlived. She pushed the blanket aside and swung her legs over the edge of the bed. Instantly James straightened. Where are you going? The question was so immediate it almost sounded like panic. Sophia looked back at him with dry disbelief. To make coffee. I assume even haunted women are still allowed coffee in the morning. The tension in him eased by a fraction, though not much. You shouldn't be alone near the windows. She stared at him. James. It's daylight. Safer, he said. Not safe. She could have argued. In another life she would have. This morning she was too tired and too newly aware of all the things she had not known yesterday to waste strength on pretending the old logic still governed her choices. So she stood and said, "Then come with me." He was already rising before she finished the sentence. That should have felt absurd. It did, and yet there was something darkly domestic in the way they left the bedroom together, as if they had practiced it before. Sophia walked toward the kitchen barefoot, aware of his presence half a step behind and slightly to the side. Not crowding. Never crowding. Always positioned as if the architecture itself had taught him where danger entered first. The apartment in daylight looked painfully normal. The fallen candle remained on the coffee table where she had righted it before sleep, wax hardened now in a pale spill beside the glass. The curtains in the living room hung still and ordinary. Nothing in the room would have told a stranger that something had knocked at the fourth-floor window in a perfect imitation of concern. Sophia moved to the kitchen and reached automatically for the kettle. Her hands knew what to do before her mind rejoined them. Water. Stove. Cups. The sequence steadied her. She was grateful for the simple necessities of morning. They held shape when language no longer could. James stopped near the doorway, gaze flicking once to the dark window over the sink before returning to her. You don't have to stand there like that, she said without turning. Yes, I do. Because something might tap on the kitchen glass at 8 in the morning? No, his voice stayed level. Because you haven't decided yet whether you want me here when the shock wears off. She stilled. The kettle in her hand felt suddenly heavier. He had understood something she had not fully admitted even to herself. Night distorts. It makes impossible arrangements feel necessary. Mourning clarifies. Mourning also brings shame, anger, the desire to reclaim ground lost to fear. Some part of him expected that once the first tremor of terror had passed, she would look at him in daylight and remember above all else that he had entered her life without permission. She set the kettle down very carefully. And what happens if I decide I don't? James's answer came after only a brief pause. Then I leave. The certainty of it cut through her. No argument. No. No attempt to explain why that would be a mistake. His gaze rested on her face with grave steadiness. If you ask me to go, I go. It should have comforted her more. It did comfort her. But threaded through that comfort was something darker, sadder, because she believed him. He would leave not because it cost him nothing, but because her will had become the last line he refused to cross. Sophia turned back to the stove and lit the flame. For a while only the small domestic sounds filled the kitchen. The soft splash of water into mugs. The click of the spoon against ceramic. The quiet rise of heat under the kettle. James said nothing. Neither did she. Yet the silence did not feel empty. It felt almost like the shape of two people standing too close to confession and needing some ordinary task to survive it. At last Sophia asked, without looking at him, "When did you first see me?" He did not ask why she wanted to know. "Late autumn," he said. "Near the bookshop on Wren Street." Her hand froze around the tea tin. Memory answered immediately. A cold evening. Wind blowing scraps of gold leaves along the pavement. She had left work late and stopped at the bookshop because the window display had changed and one of the covers caught her eye. She remembered balancing a paper bag under one arm while searching her coat pocket for gloves she had forgotten were in her handbag. She remembered, too, a strange pause near the curb as if someone had just moved out of sight. She turned slowly. "You were there." "Yes." The kitchen suddenly felt smaller. "What were you doing?" "Watching the thing that had started watching you." The answer sent a slow current down her spine. "And then?" "Then you looked up." Sophia frowned. "At you?" "No," his voice lowered. "At the dark window above the florist." "You didn't know why." She remembered that too. A sensation at the back of her neck. A compulsion to glance upward. The second-floor window above the shop had been black, reflective, empty. She had stood in the cold for half a second longer than necessary, unsettled without cause. Then the feeling had gone. "It was there," she said softly. "Yes." "And you?" "I was across the street." The image formed itself in her mind with dangerous clarity. James in darkness across the street. The hidden pressure above the florist's window. Her own unaware body suspended between them like a point both had chosen. The kettle began to hiss. Sophia turned it off too quickly and almost laughed at the violence of the motion. She poured the water, watched steam rise, and forced herself back into the present. "You remember everything," she said. James was quiet. "About me?" "Yes." There was no point pretending she didn't know that now. She handed him a mug before she could think too carefully about the intimacy of the gesture. "Tea." "I assume you drink tea, being from England and all." For the first time since morning began, something like genuine surprise touched his face. Then, to her startled relief, the corners of his mouth moved. Not a full smile. Something smaller, almost disbelieving. Yes, he said. I drink tea. The faint warmth of that almost smile did something alarming to her insides. She busied herself with her own mug. Good. I'm glad one impossible thing in this apartment makes sense. He took the tea but did not drink it immediately. He seemed to look at the mug as if he had not been handed something so ordinary in a very long time. That realization sat heavily in her. Who had last made him tea? Who had last given him anything at all without fear attached to it? The questions rose uninvited and intimate. She pushed them aside. They moved to the living room because it felt less exposed than the kitchen windows. Sophia sat on the sofa with her legs tucked beneath her, mug warming both hands. James remained standing for a moment until she looked up and said, "You can sit down." He chose the chair opposite rather than the sofa. Distance again. Care again. Sophia watched him over the steam curling from her tea. You're trying very hard not to frighten me. Yes. You should have tried that before you started haunting my bedroom. A shadow of regret crossed his expression. Yes. She sighed. I'm running out of ways to be angry when you keep agreeing. That doesn't mean you shouldn't be. No, she thought. It didn't. And yet anger had become only one thread in a far more tangled knot now. Because beneath it lay understanding, and beneath that something softer she did not want to name. Not yet. Maybe not at all. She sipped her tea and found the heat steadier than she felt. Last night you said the shadow wants permission. Yes. So if I answer it, if I speak to it, what happens? James's gaze darkened. It gets closer. That's vague. It's meant to be. He set the untouched mug carefully on the table. Some things can't enter without invitation. Some can. This one needs recognition first. It needs you to answer the voice it borrows, or to make a choice based on what it shows you. Once you do, the line between outside and inside begins to thin. Inside the apartment? Inside you. The words stole what little appetite for tea she had left. Sophia stared at him. You mean possession? His silence lasted a fraction too long. James. Not exactly. He drew a breath. Closer to influence. A foothold. It starts with dreams. Then fatigue. Then the sense of being watched even in crowds. You begin to mistake its hungers for your own thoughts. Cold climbed her arms. She thought of the recent weeks. The sleeplessness. The strange pauses in her own apartment. The growing sense that someone listened in the silence. How much of that had been perception, and how much the beginning of something worse? He read the question in her face. It hasn't crossed that line, he said. Not while I was near. The fierce relief she felt at that should not have been as personal as it was. Not while I was near. She lowered her eyes to her mug so he would not see the effect of the words. They sounded too much like a promise already lived, too much like protection made intimate by repetition. When did you realize you couldn't stop watching me? She asked quietly. The question changed the room. James did not answer at once. In the daylight, with tea cooling between them and the city waking beyond the curtains, the question felt almost more dangerous than anything the dark had brought to her window. Because the answer, if he gave it, would belong only to them. Not to shadows or survival. To the private anatomy of his attachment. You don't have to answer, she said after a moment, though she wasn't sure whether that was mercy or self-defense. Yes, I do. His voice was low. He looked not at her this time, but at some point just beyond her shoulder, and when he spoke, each word seemed chosen against resistance. The second time you woke afraid. Sophia went very still. I was outside then, he said. Across the street. I should have left when I saw the shadow pull back from your window. But you woke before I did. A pause. You turned on every light in the apartment. Then you stood in the kitchen holding a glass of water and stared at the window above the sink for a long time. She remembered that night. Bare feet on cold tile. Water untouched in her hand. The unbearable certainty that the darkness outside could see into her better than she could see out. James continued, quieter now. You looked so tired. Not weak. Not frightened the way most people are frightened. Just tired of not understanding what was happening to you. His jaw tightened briefly. And I knew then that I wasn't only watching the shadow anymore. I was waiting for the fear in you to ease. The room blurred for a second at the edges. Sophia did not move. Could not. No one had ever described her fear that way before, because no one had been there to see it. No one had been present at the private edges of her life where fear becomes less dramatic and more lonely. Yet he had seen it. He had understood the tiredness in it, the isolation of being frightened by something one cannot name. She set the mug down because her hands had begun to tremble. That's why you watched, she said, more to herself than to him. Yes. Not for conquest. Not for amusement. Not even only for defense. Because he could not bear the sight of her waking into a terror she could not understand. The truth of it was too much. Too dark. Too tender. Too wrong in all the ways that made it impossible to dismiss as simple obsession. Sophia stood abruptly and crossed to the window, stopping just short of touching the curtain. She needed the distance. Needed the angle away from his face while she tried to put her own back together. Behind her, James remained silent. At last she said, almost under her breath, "You should have hated me." The word surprised even her. She turned then and saw that they had surprised him too. Why? Because it would have been easier. Her laugh was breathless and small. For both of us. James looked at her for a long moment. You think this is hate's opposite? She frowned. Isn't it? No, his voice was very quiet. It's much older. The line sent a deep involuntary shiver through her. Not because she understood it, but because some part of her did. They looked at one another across the room, daylight lying softly over everything that had no right to exist inside daylight. The wax spilled on the coffee table. The cooling tea. The bed they had shared without touching. The knowledge that he had watched her sleep because her fear reached him and because the dark outside her windows had already chosen her. Sophia felt the world inside herself shifting again, one hard truth at a time. At length she asked the question that had been waiting beneath all the others, the one she had only half wanted to know because she suspected the answer would change her more than the question deserved. Did you ever think about waking me? James's expression altered immediately. Not much. But enough. Yes, he said. How many times? His eyes held hers. Every night. The honesty of it struck so cleanly that for a moment she forgot to breathe. Every night. She imagined it then with terrible clarity, the dark room, the quiet, the shape of him by her bed, one hand perhaps half lifted and then lowered again. His own private war with restraint. The urge to speak her name and the certainty that doing so too soon would destroy whatever chance he had of being the right voice when the darkness borrowed his. It changed something fundamental in how she understood his silence. He had not stayed mute because he lacked feeling. He had stayed mute because feeling, in him, was apparently dangerous. Sophia looked down. The floor beneath her feet seemed steadier than the air around her. She felt suddenly, painfully awake to every detail of him in the room. The way he watched without pressing. The way he answered as if every truth cost him. The terrible care with which he had moved around her since the first moment she truly saw him. And the fact that, for all the wrongness of it, the answer to why he watched was no longer only frightening. It was heartbreaking. When she finally raised her eyes again, James had not moved. She did not trust her voice entirely, but she used it anyway. Then I'm going to ask you for one more exact answer. He inclined his head once. Sophia held his gaze and made herself say it plainly. When you stood beside my bed in the dark, what did you feel? The question entered the room like a match struck too close to fabric. James became utterly still. The daylight did nothing to soften the danger of silence now. It only made it more intimate, more exposed. Sophia wondered, briefly and not without regret, whether she had finally asked the one thing he would refuse. Then he stood. Not quickly. Not in alarm. With the slow controlled grace of a man walking toward the edge of some private cliff because she had asked him to. He came to stand a few feet from her, close enough that she could see the exact shade of shadow in his eyes and the slight roughness at his jaw where he had not shaved. Close enough that the room seemed to lose all shape beyond the distance between them. When he answered, his voice was low enough to belong to confession and nothing else. I felt how much I wanted to touch you. A pause. And how much I would rather cut off my own hand than let that be the first thing you remembered of me. The words passed through her like fire moving under water. She could not speak. There it was. Not prettied. Not begged for. Not made noble. Want and restraint fused so tightly that one could not be understood without the other. He had stood by her bed feeling both every night and chosen, each time, to leave her only with the memory of being watched by something she could not yet name. Sophia's heart beat hard enough to hurt. Outside, the morning city went on. Cars passed. Somewhere far below, a dog barked once. In another apartment a radio came softly to life. The ordinary world remained offensively unchanged. Inside her own, everything had altered. Because now she knew why he watched her. Not only because the dark had chosen her, but because somewhere inside the long cold discipline of who and what he was, James had chosen her too. Chapter 6, The Truth About His Past. For a long moment after he spoke, neither of them moved. The apartment held the confession in a strange, suspended quiet, as if even the daylight had drawn back from it. Sophia stood a few feet from the window, one hand still half raised where it had nearly touched the curtain, and looked at James as though he had become more dangerous by telling the truth and less dangerous by the exact same act. He had not tried to soften anything. He had not dressed desire in tenderness or restraint in virtue. He had simply given her the shape of what had lived in the room with them every night before she knew his name, want held still by force. Protection made harder, not easier, because it had been entangled from the beginning with longing. There should have been something simple she could say to that. There was not. The silence lengthened until it began to ache. James was the first to break it, though only by stepping back. The motion was small, almost respectful, but Sophia felt it all the way through her body. Distance returned by inches. Air moved again between them. He lowered his gaze for a moment, as if he had said more than he intended and now meant to leave the words undisturbed where they had landed. Sophia looked down at her own hands. They were trembling. Not with fear alone. That was what unsettled her most. Fear remained, yes, woven through everything. But fear no longer stood alone in him. It had become inseparable from awareness, from pity, from anger, from a dangerous tenderness she had not asked for and could not truthfully say she wanted gone. She drew a slow breath and found her voice by force. You really do insist on saying the worst possible thing in the calmest possible way. The faintest change touched James's mouth, not a smile, only an acknowledgement of the truth in it. Would you prefer I lied more beautifully? No, she looked up at him. I would prefer not to be standing in my own living room trying to decide whether the man who watched me sleep is the safest thing in it. His expression shifted then, and for one brief second she saw pain without restraint. It vanished almost at once. You shouldn't have to decide that. But I do. Yes. Again that yes. Always exact. Always impossible to fight because he offered it with no self-protection in it at all. Sophia turned away and crossed to the sofa, then sat because standing had become too exposed. The tea on the coffee table had cooled. The wax spill beside the lavender candle remained pale and ugly in the daylight, a small domestic scar left by the night. She stared at it for a moment, grateful for something concrete enough to look at. At last she said, You told me why you watched me. James remained where he was. Yes. Now tell me why you are what you are. He went very still. The room changed with that stillness. Not dramatically. The light did not dim, the walls did not tighten, the windows remained only windows. And yet Sophia felt, as clearly as she had felt the presence at her bedside nights before, that she had reached the threshold of something older and more heavily guarded than everything else they had spoken about so far. James looked toward the far window, not out of avoidance, she thought, but as if old habit had made it easier to tell difficult truths when not looking directly into the face of the person they might wound. You want the short version, he said quietly. Or the true one. The true one. It's worse. I'm beginning to suspect that applies to everything with you. That almost smile touched him again, gone before it had properly formed. Then he exhaled, and the sound carried fatigue so deep it seemed older than the room. I was born human, he said. The sentence landed with surprising force. Sophia had not realized until he said it that some frightened part of her had already begun to imagine he never had been. That he had come into the world already shaped for dark windows and warning voices and stillness beside sleeping women. The idea that there had once been nothing supernatural about him, that he had entered life the way anyone else had, helpless, breakable, ignorant of what would be made of him, tugged at her in a place she didn't want touched. Where? She asked softly. In Yorkshire, he said. In a village that doesn't matter anymore. The way he said it made her think the village mattered very much. She tucked one foot beneath herself on the sofa and kept her eyes on him. When? James was quiet long enough that she wondered whether he would answer at all. Then he said, in 1847. The room seemed to empty itself of air. Sophia stared. 100 immediate responses tried to rise in her at once, and none emerged whole. That's impossible. You're joking. No. She heard the clock in the kitchen ticking faintly, absurdly, as if time itself had just been insulted in her apartment and continued anyway. James met her stare without defensiveness. You're telling me you're... She stopped, because the number felt too strange to say aloud. No. Yes. You expect me to just accept that? No, his voice remained level. But it's true. She looked at his face again, this time with the new violent distortion of trying to fit years to it. He did not look old. Not in any ordinary sense. He looked perhaps 30, perhaps a little older in stillness, younger in certain flashes of expression, older in the eyes if one looked too long. But not old enough for 1 century, let alone 2. And yet the exhaustion in him had never felt like ordinary fatigue. The sorrow had never felt newly learned. The restraint, too, had the quality of something practiced for far longer than any normal life would require. You were born in 1847, she said slowly, as if testing the sentence for structural failure. Yes. And what happened to you? His gaze lowered to his own hands. A man found me dying. Sophia's breath caught. She did not interrupt. James continued with the same low precision that had become his way of moving through pain. There was winter sickness in the village. Not plague. Not dramatic enough for stories. Just fever that settled in the lungs and took the weaker first. Then the unlucky. His mouth tightened faintly. I was 19. My mother had already died. My father had nothing left to sell and nowhere to go. When the fever reached me, I left the house because I didn't want him to watch. The simplicity of that almost undid her. She could see it too clearly, a sick young man stepping out into cold because he thought dying elsewhere might be kindness. Something in the image reached past the impossible age and inhuman edges of the man before her and found the human start of him with devastating accuracy. What man? She asked. James looked at her, and she saw immediately that this was the true wound. Not death. Not survival. The figure who had stood at the hinge between them. His name was Elias Wren. The name entered the room quietly. It carried weight anyway. Did he save you? James's expression altered in a way she had learned to recognize as bitter memory. That depends what you mean by save. Sophia held still. He found me in the snow near the edge of the wood. I remember very little clearly. The cold. Blood in my mouth. The sound of my own breathing turning strange. He paused. I remember him kneeling beside me and asking whether I wanted to live. The words sent a chill through her. And you said yes. I said I didn't want to disappear. That answer was so young, so nakedly human in its fear, that Sophia's throat tightened before she could prepare for it. James's gaze remained distant now, fixed not on the room but on something no longer there. He told me then that there were ways of continuing a life after the body ceased to deserve one. He did not lie, exactly. That was the cruelest thing about him. He always used truth where lies would have been easier. There was hatred in his voice then. Not loud. Not hot. Older than anger. Something colder and better preserved. What was he? Sophia asked. James was quiet for a moment. A keeper of thresholds. Or that was how he described himself. He looked back at her. A man who lived too long beside certain doors and eventually forgot he was meant to guard them rather than use them. The phrase struck her with eerie familiarity. Thresholds again. Windows. Doors. Names spoken in the wrong dark. Sophia folded her arms around herself. And he changed you? Yes. How? Another hesitation. Then James answered with cruel plainness. By letting me die and refusing to let it finish. She felt the words as much as heard them. You mean? Yes. He offered no gentler version. She understood enough. Whatever he had become had not simply been given. It had been made in the interval between ending and refusal. Sophia looked away at the room, suddenly unable to bear the directness of his face while trying to imagine it younger, fever-bright, half buried in winter and answering a stranger's question with the desperate honesty of someone not yet old enough to know how much continued existence can cost. Did you know what he was doing? She asked. No, a pause. Not until it was too late to choose otherwise. Something hot and immediate moved through her then. Anger. Not at James, but for him, which was somehow more dangerous. That wasn't consent. His eyes lifted to hers. No, he said. It wasn't. The quiet agreement in that made the room feel even smaller. Sophia pressed her lips together, trying to contain the sudden ache of pity that rose like injury inside her. She had not expected pity. He was too controlled for that. Too dangerous. Too old. But old pain remains pain, and now that she had seen its beginning, she could not unsee it. What happened after? James leaned one shoulder lightly against the wall near the window, the posture almost casual if not for the strain hidden inside it. He kept me with him for years. Taught me what to notice. What crossed more easily in grief houses. What listened at windows. What needed invitation. What fed on names. He looked down briefly. What I had become. The last words were nearly lost. Sophia's chest tightened. You were trapped. Yes. For how long? Long enough that leaving stopped feeling like a possible shape of life. She closed her eyes for a second. The room around them was full of ordinary things, table, lamp, sofa, cooling tea. Yet the life he described belonged to another kind of architecture entirely, one built from waiting at doors, listening in darkness, studying hunger where it gathered around houses and the people inside them. A life trained into him not through destiny, but through helplessness and time. When did you get away from him? She asked. At that, James's expression went almost unreadable. Not closed. More like a wound sealed over too many times. Eventually he wanted me to do what he did. Sophia went still. Use people. Yes. Something in the way he said the word told her the sentence concealed more than it revealed. She knew enough now to hear where silence protected horror. He said, James continued, voice flatter now, that thresholds were easiest to command through affection. That fear alone breaks people too quickly. That if you want a door opened, you teach someone to love the voice on the other side. The room seemed to darken despite the morning. Sophia looked at him with a new kind of cold in her. Not directed at James. At the shape of the world that had formed him. At the man named Elias Wren, who had found a dying boy and decided to turn him into a tool for patient violations. James met her gaze as if he knew exactly where her mind had gone. I refused. The words came simple and hard. What happened? He killed someone to teach me what refusal cost. Sophia's hand flew to her mouth. James looked away, not in shame this time, but because memory itself had edges. A woman in York. I never knew her name. She lived alone. He had been circling her house for months because grief had made the place thin. His voice remained steady in a way that made it unbearable. He let me believe he had given it up. Then one winter night he brought me there and made me watch when he answered her through the voice of her dead husband. The horror of it struck so deep she could not speak at all. She saw the image without wanting to. A woman in mourning, a voice outside, hope stronger than caution, the fatal tenderness of believing what one wants most to believe. And James, made to watch, learning not only what the dark could do but what his own refusal would not prevent. I tried to stop him, he said. Something in his face closed as he spoke the words, as if he had said them to himself 1,000 times and they had never once offered mercy. I was too young in what I was. Too weak. He wanted me to understand that sentiment made poor armor. His jaw tightened. After that I left him. Or I tried to. Tried? He found me more than once. The understatement of it chilled her. How did you finally escape? James was silent for several moments. When he spoke again, the roughness in his voice had deepened. By learning enough from him to break what he thought he owned. Sophia's mind caught on the phrase. What does that mean? It means he had tied part of me to the doors he kept. He glanced toward the apartment's front hallway, toward the windows, toward all the thresholds she now thought of differently. Not physically. Something older than that. If I remained within the pattern he gave me, he could always call me back. And you broke it. Yes. How? His gaze returned to her, shadowed with the cost of the answer. By standing where he told me never to stand. She frowned. I don't understand. Neither did I. Not fully. Not then. But there are laws to dark things, even when they pretend there aren't. He taught me all the rules that protected him and left out the ones that might free me. James's expression hardened slightly at the memory. One of them was this: if something made to haunt thresholds chooses, of its own will, to keep one without feeding from what crosses it, the old claim begins to fail. The sentence moved through her slowly. You protected a house. Yes. For how long? A very long time. Sophia stared at him. In her mind, the image of him had shifted again. Not only the young man in winter, not only the watcher in her dark room. Another version now, James standing year after year at some unnamed threshold, refusing hunger, refusing use, proving to the shape of the world that what had been made from violation could still choose differently. Whose house? She asked softly. His eyes flicked to hers. A widow's in Vienna first. Then a school in Prague. Then a church no one attended except for funerals. Then other places. Other doors. Something about the list broke her heart in an entirely new way. Not because it was dramatic. Because it was not. Widow. School. Church. Doors where grief or fear or loneliness had made openings in the world. He had moved through them like penance. Like a man trying to rewrite his own nature one threshold at a time. For how many years, she asked. A great many. The answer said enough. She looked at him with careful steadiness. And did it work? James's mouth shifted by the smallest degree. I'm still here. It was not triumph. Merely fact. Yet Sophia could hear the shape of endurance in it. Not redemption complete. Not freedom cleanly won. Just persistence. Continuation earned against the thing he had been turned into. The room fell quiet. Sophia struggled to place everything inside herself. The man before her was old enough to belong to history and yet felt more immediate than anyone she had ever known. He had been made by coercion, trained by cruelty, and then spent decades teaching himself to stand against the very pattern meant to own him. No wonder he understood windows. No wonder he understood the hunger outside them. No wonder his care had the shape of vigilance rather than ease. At length she asked, "What happened to Elias?" James's face changed at once. Not much. But enough that she understood the question lived near blood. He's not dead. The answer landed like ice. Sophia straightened. You mean he's still? Yes. In the world? Yes. The room suddenly felt less protected than it had a moment before. Does he know about me? A silence. Then, I don't know. That frightened her more than certainty would have. You think the shadow came because of him? I think the world around him taught many things how to hunt. Some belonged to him. Some escaped him. Some found their own appetites in his wake. He held her gaze. I don't know whether this one was sent or whether it noticed what he once noticed in me. The line was too dense with implication not to wound. What did he notice in you? James looked at her a long time before answering. That I was easy to make lonely. The words entered her without resistance and hurt exactly because they were true in ways larger than him. She could see the 19-year-old boy in Winter again, already carrying a loneliness sharp enough to answer a stranger's question with "I don't want to disappear." Elias had seen it and used it. Just as the shadow outside windows now borrowed familiar voices, offering entry through what a person most wanted to hear. Sophia's voice dropped. And you think that's what it saw in me too? James did not answer immediately, which was answer enough. Something inside her tightened. Not anger this time, but recognition. She lived alone. She kept her life small, careful, private. She loved quiet because it felt like control. She had told herself often enough that solitude suited her. Perhaps it did. But solitude and loneliness are neighboring countries, and things in the dark, apparently, knew the crossings between them better than daylight people ever admitted. She looked down at the wax spill on the coffee table and said, almost to herself, "So it came because I could be reached." Yes. The word was soft. And you stayed because you knew what that meant. Yes. There it was again. That devastating yes. Sophia pressed her fingertips lightly to her forehead. You said last night that some people would call you a guardian and others something much worse. James waited. What would Elias call you? At that, something old and bitter moved through him. A defect. The answer cut through her cleanly. She lifted her eyes. He gave a slight, humorless tilt of the head. I wouldn't do what he did. I wouldn't take what he taught me to take. I wouldn't feed where he told me to feed or enter where I could. He considered that sentimentality at first. Then he called it corruption. A pause. Eventually he preferred defect. Sophia stared at him. The cruelty of it was almost elegant in its ugliness. A boy stolen from death and remade into a thing of thresholds, then condemned as flawed because he would not become cruel enough to justify the making. You believed him, she said quietly. James did not answer. He did not need to. The silence around him held too many years of that belief not to. Something in her broke then, not dramatically, but with the soft certainty of a seam finally giving way. She set her mug down and rose from the sofa before she had fully decided to. James watched her, alert at once, as if movement toward him was as dangerous in its own way as movement away. She stopped a step in front of him. For a heartbeat neither of them spoke. Then Sophia lifted her hand. He did not stop her. Her fingertips came gently to the pale scar near his jaw, the one she had noticed only in fragments before. The contact was feather-light. She had not planned the gesture. It arrived from somewhere beneath thought, from the same place that had wanted to know who had last handed him tea, who had ever called him anything kind after Elias had named him defect. His skin was cool. James went perfectly still. Not frozen with threat. Stilled by effort. By the difficulty of remaining where he was beneath a tenderness neither of them had prepared for. This, Sophia said softly, her fingers barely touching the scar, is not a defect. The words changed his face in a way she would remember long after the room itself blurred. No defense. No immediate gratitude. Something deeper and more terrible than either. A look like a man hearing a sentence his life should have contained once and never had. The pain in it was so unguarded that she almost withdrew from the intimacy of having caused it. But she did not. She let her fingers rest there one heartbeat longer, then drew her hand away. James's breath moved unevenly for the first time since she had known him. The air between them felt charged and fragile. At last he said, very quietly, "You shouldn't say things like that to me." Why? His gaze held hers. Because I remember them. The line struck her like heat. Of course he did. A man who remembered her waking fear from across the street. A man who carried decades the way other people carried weather. Nothing spoken to him lightly would remain light. Kindness, then, was a risk as much as cruelty. Perhaps more so. Sophia folded her arms around herself, suddenly aware that what had just passed between them belonged to a different part of the story than windows and shadows. More dangerous because it was voluntary. Because she had chosen the touch and he had chosen not to lean into it. She looked away first. The room had grown brighter while they spoke. Morning was fully established now, and with it came practical realities she had almost forgotten. Work. Clothes. Food. The ordinary frame of a day into which none of this fit. Yet the ordinary world no longer seemed capable of containing the truth of James's past. It only sat around it, inadequate. She turned back to him. How old are you really? A faint shift at the corner of his mouth. You don't want me to calculate that. Probably not. No. Do you ever sleep? Sometimes. That is not convincing. It wasn't meant to be. Sophia exhaled softly, almost a laugh. There was relief in the absurdity of the exchange, though the relief lasted only a moment. Then the weight of what he had told her settled again. You said Elias isn't dead, she said. And that he found you more than once. Does he still come after you? James's face closed by degrees. Less than he once did. That's not an answer. It's the only honest one. Sophia frowned. Why less? He looked toward the window. Because I stopped being useful in the ways he wanted. Because time changes even the most patient cruelties. Because there are newer hungers in the world. He paused. And because I learned how to disappear from certain kinds of sight. The sentence carried its own loneliness. She thought of him moving from city to city, house to house, church to school to widow's doorway, becoming less a person than a vigilance in the lives of others, leaving before kindness could become attachment or attachment could become leverage. It explained too much about the way he held himself now. The distance. The care. The refusal to ask for anything. When you found me, she said, did you know I would matter? James looked at her directly. The answer came without hesitation. Yes. The certainty of it undid something in her. How? Not because I understood it, he said. Only because when I first felt the shadow near you, I knew I would not leave if it stayed. Sophia held still. He had known from the beginning, then. Not the details, perhaps. Not her, exactly. But the shape of his own reaction. The refusal already forming in him before her name, before her voice, before the private terrible tenderness of her waking fear had made itself known to him. And that frightened you, she said quietly. James's gaze lowered, then returned. Yes. More than the shadow? A long pause. Yes. The answer moved through her with dangerous force. She understood it. Not fully, but enough. The shadow belonged to a world he knew. Wanting someone inside that world, wanting them while trying to protect them from the very kind of man he had once been shaped to become, that was another order of danger entirely. No wonder he had stood beside her bed and never touched her. No wonder every truth cost him. Sophia looked down at her hands again. You keep making me feel sorry for you. I'm not trying to. I know. And you shouldn't. That made her raise her eyes sharply. You don't get to decide that either. Something like weary acceptance crossed his face. No. A beat of silence followed. Then Sophia said, Tell me one thing Elias was wrong about. James looked surprised. It showed only briefly, but enough. One thing, she repeated. Not a whole philosophy. Just one. He was quiet for a while, considering. Then he said, he believed hunger was always stronger than choice. The answer sat between them like a small lit thing. Sophia absorbed it slowly. That one sentence contained his whole life, she thought. The boy in the snow. The years under coercion. The woman in York. The thresholds he kept instead of crossing. The windows he guarded. The dark rooms where he chose not to touch what he wanted. All of it answered there. Hunger was not always stronger than choice. She looked at James and saw not only what he was, but what he had spent his existence refusing to become. It made him no less dangerous. It made him far harder not to love. The thought came without permission and so quietly that for a second she almost missed it. Then it remained. Not as fact. Not yet. More as a terrible beginning. The first unmistakable shape of a feeling she should have feared more than the shadow at the window, because this one rose from inside her and could not be driven off by dawn. Sophia stood very still and hoped nothing of it showed on her face. If it did, James gave no sign. But his gaze on her had changed in some nearly imperceptible way, sharpened by an awareness that suggested he felt the room tilting too. Outside, somewhere down the street, a church bell began striking the hour. The sound drifted thinly through the walls, ordinary and solemn and absurdly out of place. Morning, it insisted. Time passing. The day waiting to be entered. Inside the apartment, Sophia looked at the man who had once been a dying boy in the snow and was now the reason darkness hesitated at her windows, and understood with slow, sick clarity that whatever came next would not be simple. Because now she knew the truth about his past. And it only made the future more impossible. Chapter 7: The Fear She Couldn't Escape. By noon, the apartment had become too bright for secrets and too small for what it now contained. Sophia felt at first not as panic, but as pressure. The daylight had strengthened steadily through the morning, flattening the shadows, exposing the harmlessness of furniture, reducing the night's terrors to curtains, glass, cooled tea, wax hardened beside a candle jar. In theory, that should have helped. Light should have restored proportion. It should have made her feel foolish for every unnatural certainty she had allowed the dark to cultivate in her. Instead, the opposite happened. The more ordinary the apartment looked, the less she trusted ordinary appearances at all. James remained near enough that she could feel his presence from room to room, whether he stood by the window in the living room or in the narrow space between the kitchen and hall, saying very little, watching too much, making the apartment feel at once safer and stranger simply by continuing to exist inside it. He did not hover. He was too disciplined for that. But he tracked her movements with the same grave attention he had given her all night, and Sophia was beginning to understand that for James restraint did not mean indifference. It meant vigilance made quieter out of respect for her nerves. That should have soothed her. It did not. Not entirely. Because the fear that had grown in her life over the past weeks was no longer only fear of being watched. It had widened now. It had become fear of not knowing where her own thoughts ended and outside influence began. Fear of voices. Fear of thresholds. Fear of how easily solitude can be mistaken for control until something inhuman learns how to knock with the exact sound one is most likely to answer. And underneath all of that, more intimate and less manageable than anything else, was a new fear she had not expected at all. James had a past full of coercion, hunger, grief, and discipline. He had told her enough to make him real in a way that almost hurt. He had watched her sleep for reasons that were terrifying and heartbreakingly human at once. He had admitted wanting her with the same honesty he used to describe death and cruelty. And she had not sent him away. By the time the church bell down the street struck noon, Sophia could no longer sit still inside the apartment and pretend the walls were helping her think. "I need air," she said. James, who had been standing near the living room window with one hand resting lightly against the wall beside it, looked at her at once. "Outside?" "Yes." His eyes flicked toward the door, then back to her. "Not alone." The answer came so quickly that irritation flared before she could stop it. That was not the question. "No," he said calmly. It was the answer. Sophia folded her arms. "James. I know. You cannot say no to every movement I make. I can if it keeps you breathing." The force of that stopped her for half a second. Then anger rose again, steadier this time because anger was easier to manage than the sharp, involuntary reaction his words had caused. You keep talking like I belong to some battlefield I didn't choose. His expression changed, not much, but enough for pain to show at the edges. I know you didn't choose it. Then stop deciding everything for me. The room went still. For one moment she thought he might argue. He did not. He only stood very quietly, looking at her with that grave unprotected honesty that always made it impossible to mistake his silence for indifference. At last he said, "Then decide." The simplicity of it unsettled her more than resistance would have. "Fine," she said. "I'm going outside. And you're not going to tell me I can't." He held her gaze. "I won't tell you that." The answer was too carefully worded. Sophia narrowed her eyes. "What does that mean?" "It means you can walk out that door if you want to." He paused. "And I'll follow." There it was. Not control. Not permission. Just inevitability. She let out a breath that was almost a laugh, almost despair. "You are impossible." "Yes." You really should have one answer other than yes. A faint shift touched his face. "I do. You usually ask the wrong questions." Despite everything, despite fear and windows and the unbearable complexity of him, that drew the smallest unwilling curve at the edge of her mouth. James noticed. Of course he noticed. The awareness in his gaze altered instantly, softened and sharpened all at once, and Sophia became painfully conscious of the fact that even now, in broad daylight, he watched her as though every change in expression mattered. She looked away first. "Get your coat." He did not remind her he could stand in cold longer than she could. He only went to the chair, lifted the dark coat she had watched him remove the night before, and put it on with that same severe economy of motion that made every simple act feel overdetermined. Sophia hated that she noticed his hands when he fastened the front. Hated even more that she had already begun to know what kind of stillness belonged to him when he was merely moving, and what kind meant danger. She took her own coat from the hook by the door, slipped her arms into it, and stood for a moment with the keys in her hand. The apartment seemed to look back at her. It had contained too much in too little time. Fear. Confession. Tea. An old story dragged from winter into morning. It no longer felt like the same place she had lived alone in. Yet as she locked the door behind them and stepped into the hallway with James half a pace behind her, she felt no real relief. The fear had not belonged only to the apartment. It belonged to her now. It had moved inward. The stairwell smelled of old plaster, detergent, and someone's soup carrying faintly from below. The ordinariness of it almost offended her. Mrs. Kessler's door on the third floor was closed now. No television leaked out. No sign remained that the world on the other side of ordinary apartment doors had continued exactly as it always had while hers had split open. James descended silently beside her. When they reached the street, cold air touched Sophia's face with immediate clarity. She drew a breath as if she had been underwater longer than she realized. The day was pale and thinly bright, the kind of winter afternoon that never quite commits to warmth even in direct light. The florist had buckets out again. A bus sighed at the corner. Someone across the street was laughing into a phone. A woman pushed a stroller past the bakery window. Everything looked normal. That was the problem. Sophia stood for a moment on the pavement outside her building, searching for signs that would have made sense before all this. A window too dark. A figure too still. Some small visible crack in reality through which last night's terror might be externally verified. There was nothing. Only the city. Only the ordinary world going on with complete indifference to what had started circling inside her own. James remained close enough that she could feel him at her shoulder without touching him. "Where do you want to go?" he asked. The quiet practicality of the question startled her. As though this were any other day. As though two people might step out for air after a difficult conversation and simply decide whether to walk left or right. She looked down the street toward the river. "I don't know." "Then walk until you do." Sophia glanced at him. That sounds like advice from someone much older than he looks. A shadow of dry amusement touched his expression. "That may be because it is." The line should have felt absurd. Instead it settled into her like a small dark warmth. They began to walk. At first she noticed everything too intensely. The scrape of shoes on damp pavement. The hiss of bicycle tires. The pale reflection of passing clouds in shop windows. Every face seemed briefly significant before becoming anonymous again. Every dark doorway made her pulse tighten a little. James appeared to notice without staring. He adjusted his pace to hers exactly, staying on the street side of the sidewalk as naturally as if the position had not been chosen but remembered. The gesture should not have affected her. It did. After a few blocks, the city opened slightly. The buildings lowered near the river, allowing a wider strip of sky. Winter trees lined the embankment, their branches bare and delicate against the pale air. The water moved dull and gray beneath the bridge, carrying light in broken pieces. A cold wind came off it and threaded through Sophia's coat. She stopped at the railing and looked down. For a while neither of them spoke. She could feel James beside her, not touching, not crowding, just there, and the steadiness of that presence made the fear inside her more visible somehow rather than less. Silence with him had become too meaningful. It no longer felt empty enough to hide in. At last she said, "I keep expecting to wake up." James looked at the water rather than at her. "From what?" "This." She let out a small breath. "All of it. You. The shadow. Elias. The fact that I know the word threshold now in a way that makes me hate doors." Her fingers tightened on the cold metal railing. "I know people say strange things when they're overwhelmed, but I genuinely do not feel like I'm standing in my own life anymore." He was quiet for a moment. Then, softly, "You are." She looked at him with exhausted disbelief. "That's supposed to help?" "No." "Then why say it?" "Because I think losing the shape of your life is one of the first victories fear wants." The answer hit her harder than she expected. Sophia turned back to the river. The water below moved with blind certainty, unconcerned with human crisis. She envied that. "My life already feels different," she admitted. "I can't go back to yesterday. I can't unknow any of this. No. And I can't even decide which part scares me more." Her voice lowered. "That there are things in the dark that can learn my voice. Or that I'm standing here talking to a man who watched me sleep and I'm not running." The truth of it fell between them with a quiet force that made her wish, immediately and uselessly, that she had said something safer. James did not rescue her from it. He only said, "Which part scares you more now?" Sophia stared at the water. It would have been easy to lie. To say the shadow. The window. The inhuman world that had pressed itself against her ordinary life. But fear does not become easier to survive by naming only the acceptable parts of it. You, she said. The word came out almost as softly as the river below them. James did not move. Somehow that stillness gave her the courage to go on. You scare me because I know enough now to understand that you could hurt me if you wanted to, and I also know you don't want to. She swallowed. You scare me because you say things that should make me send you away, and instead I keep wanting to know more. You scare me because I think I believe you more than I believe my own common sense. The cold air seemed to sharpen around them. James looked at her then, fully, and there was nothing evasive in his face. Only the difficult steadiness of a man hearing his own danger described by the person he would least survive frightening. Good, he said quietly. Sophia blinked. Good. Yes. That is an insane response. It would be worse if you weren't afraid of me at all. She stared at him in open disbelief. James's expression did not alter. Fear is not always the opposite of trust. Sometimes it's the beginning of accuracy. The sentence moved through her slowly. She hated that it made sense. So this is accuracy, she asked. It might be. That's not reassuring. I'm not trying to reassure you. His gaze held hers with calm severity. I'm trying not to become another beautiful lie. Something inside her seemed to stop and then resume all at once. There was no vanity in the line. No seduction. That was what made it so dangerous. He said it like a moral refusal, like a man drawing a boundary not around her, but around himself. He would not become a borrowed voice. He would not let the shape of what was growing between them resemble the manipulations that haunted thresholds. Sophia looked away because the force of that truth had become too much to meet directly. They walked again after that, slower now, following the river until the city thinned into quieter streets. Once, a dog barked sharply from behind a gate and Sophia flinched before she could stop herself. James noticed instantly. He did not say anything. He only shifted slightly closer. That should have irritated her. Instead, relief moved through her so fast it almost embarrassed her. She had become too aware of him. Too able to read the way his body changed when he sensed threat, however small. And perhaps worse, she had begun to rely on it. By the time they reached a small square with iron benches and a fountain turned off for winter, the fear she had brought out of the apartment had changed texture. It no longer felt like a single sharp thing. It had become a low ongoing ache under the skin, a state of alertness her body seemed unable to set down. She was tired in a way sleep had not touched. I don't know how to do this, she said suddenly. James, who had paused beside one of the benches, looked at her. Do what? She gave a short, breathless laugh. Exist, apparently. He waited. The waiting made it easier to continue. I don't know how I'm supposed to walk around and buy groceries and answer emails and pretend windows are just windows now. She wrapped her arms around herself against the cold, but also against the way the words were beginning to open something in her she had kept held too tightly all morning. I don't know how I'm supposed to sleep tonight. Or the night after that. I don't know what parts of my life are still mine and what parts were already being watched before I knew. James said nothing. Something about that silence finally broke her. Not dramatically. She did not cry out or collapse. It was quieter than that, which somehow made it worse. Her body simply stopped maintaining the shape she had been holding it in. Her shoulders drew inward. Her breath caught wrong. The fear she had managed all morning with movement and questions and irritation rose at last as something far more naked. She sat down on the iron bench because her knees had begun to feel unreliable. James remained standing for one heartbeat, perhaps two, then sat at the far end of the bench with careful distance between them. Sophia stared at the dead fountain across the square. "I can't escape it," she said. He did not ask what she meant. He knew. "The fear," she whispered. "Even out here. Even in daylight. Even with people around. It's like there's no clean place left in my mind. Every quiet thing feels like it could be listening. Every shadow looks like it might move if I watch too long." Her fingers curled against her coat sleeve. "And the worst part is that I know I'm not imagining it anymore. Before, fear had an exit. I could say I was tired. Stressed. Alone too much. Now there is no exit because some of it was true." The words trembled at the end despite her efforts. James sat very still beside her. After a moment he said, "Look at me." Sophia turned her head slowly. His expression was grave, and the pale daylight made him look almost unbearably real. Not a watcher in darkness. Not a story standing at her window. A man beside her on a cold bench while the world moved past in winter coats and practical errands. "The fear may not leave quickly," he said. "But it does not get to become the whole truth." She wanted to believe him. That was the problem. She wanted to believe him about too many things. "How would you know?" she asked, not sharply, only tiredly. Something old passed through his eyes. "Because I lived that way for years." The answer quieted her immediately. Of course he had. How could he not have? A life shaped by thresholds and hunted doors and the manipulations of Elias Wren could not have left him untouched by fear. He wore control so convincingly she sometimes forgot it might have been built as a shelter, not an instinct. Sophia looked down at her hands. "And what changed?" James took a long time to answer. "Nothing all at once," he said. "That's the difficult part. There is no single dawn where fear becomes wisdom and leaves you grateful. It changes in increments too small to trust at first." His voice remained low, even, almost gentle. "One room where you breathe normally again. One night where sleep reaches you before dread does. One window you stop checking every time you pass." The quiet specificity of it entered her more deeply than comfort would have. He was not offering impossible relief. He was describing recovery the way one describes winter ending while snow is still on the ground. Sophia swallowed. "And if that never happens?" He looked at her with painful steadiness. "Then I stay until it does." The word struck her like a hand closing around her heart. For a moment she could not breathe. It was too much. Not because it was ornate or romantic or said with any dramatic force. It was too much because he meant it simply, as if he were stating weather or law. He would stay until fear loosened its grip enough for her life to become hers again. Not because she had asked him to promise. Because he had already decided. "You can't say things like that," she whispered. "I can if they're true." "That doesn't help." "No," he said softly. "I know. She laughed then, helplessly, one hand rising to cover her mouth. The sound broke halfway through and became something more fragile. When she lowered her hand, she was blinking too fast. James saw. Of course he saw. He did not move closer. That was what undid her more than anything. He let her have the space to feel what she was feeling without rushing to soothe it away, as if he understood that some kinds of fear become bearable only when they are not immediately corrected. A woman passed across the square with 2 children and a paper bag full of bread. Somewhere near the far side, someone dragged a metal chair across stone. The small ordinary noises of the day continued. Sophia sat in the middle of them, feeling as though she had been quietly exiled from whatever life had once made such sounds simple. At last she said, very low, "I'm afraid to be alone now." The confession seemed to alter the air between them. James's gaze remained on her face. "I know." "No," she shook her head, frustrated immediately by how insufficient the words felt. "I don't mean just tonight. Or after dark. I mean in general. I mean I used to think being alone was peaceful. Controlled. Safe because it was mine. And now I don't know if I'll ever walk into my apartment without wondering what got there before me." There it was. The fear she could not escape. Not only of the shadow, but of what had been stolen from her by the knowledge of it. Privacy. Solitude. The unexamined innocence of locked doors. James looked away briefly, toward the empty fountain, toward the branches overhead moving slightly in the wind, and when he spoke again his voice had roughened almost imperceptibly. "I'm sorry." The words stopped her. She looked at him sharply. "For what?" "For all of it," he said. "For what came near you before I reached it. For what I am in your life now. For the fact that even my protection costs you something." The apology settled into her with a weight unlike anything else he had given her. He had admitted desire, obsession, history, danger. But apology was different. Apology required him to see the injury from her side, not only the necessity from his. It made him feel suddenly, painfully close. Sophia stared at him. "You didn't make the shadow," she said. "No. You didn't create whatever marked me. No. You came because of it." "Yes." "Then why apologize?" His eyes met hers again. "Because if I had found you sooner, perhaps the fear would not have settled so deep." The sentence broke something in her she had been holding together by force. Before she could think better of it, she turned toward him. Not dramatically. Not with any clear plan. Just with the exhausted instinct of someone who has been carrying too much fear alone for too long and suddenly cannot quite bear the distance between herself and the one person who understands the shape of it. Her shoulder brushed his arm first. James went perfectly still. Sophia realized what she was doing only after it had already become impossible to undo gracefully. But by then the contact was there, small, tentative, and more revealing than anything else she had allowed herself with him since morning. She should have pulled away. Instead she let the side of her arm rest lightly against his through their coats. The cold that usually clung to him had softened in daylight, or perhaps her body was merely beginning to learn its presence differently. He felt solid. Real. Quiet. The kind of quiet one could lean against if one had forgotten how to stand under fear alone. James did not move. He did not turn toward her, did not take the gesture for more than it was, did not reach for the opening that contact offered. The care in that nearly hurt. Sophia kept her eyes on the fountain. You make it very hard to know what I'm allowed to feel. His answer came after a pause. You're allowed to feel anything. That sounds generous. It isn't generosity. What is it, then? Truth. The words settled over her like another winter layer she had not chosen but could not remove. They sat that way for a long moment, her arm against his, the city moving around them in ordinary daylight. Sophia could hear the small changes in his breathing, though she suspected she only noticed because he kept them under such control that any variation became meaningful. She wondered whether her nearness affected him as much as his affected her. Then she thought of the answer he would likely give, yes, and quietly, and decided she could not survive hearing it right now. Eventually she straightened a little, not fully away, but enough that the contact became lighter. What if I never stop being afraid? She asked. James looked at her profile rather than waiting for her to face him. Then we learn the shape of your fear until it stops owning all the rooms. The phrasing was so very him that it almost made her smile through the ache. We, she repeated. Yes. That's presumptuous. A faint shadow of dry amusement touched him. Yes. And again, because the world had apparently decided this was now a thing it would allow, she almost smiled. The fear remained. It would not leave because of one bench, one daylight walk, one man sitting beside her with centuries in his eyes and apology in his voice. But something else had entered alongside it now. Not safety exactly. That would have been too simple. More like companionship against the fear's absolute claim. By the time they rose and began walking back toward her street, the winter light had started its slow turn toward afternoon. Long shadows stretched across the pavement. Shop windows reflected pale sky and passing people. Sophia's pulse still quickened now and then for no clear reason, and every time it did James's attention shifted toward her in that quiet precise way that made her feel simultaneously watched and guarded. When they reached her building, she stopped outside the door. The old dread returned at once. Not because anything looked wrong. The brass plate beside the buzzer gleamed dully as always. The steps were clean. The hallway beyond the glass door appeared empty. Yet the thought of stepping back inside made something deep in her body recoil. James noticed before she spoke. You don't have to go in yet, he said. Sophia stared at the door. I live there. Yes. If I can't go back into my own apartment in daylight, what does that say? That you were frightened, he said. Not defeated. The distinction should not have mattered as much as it did. She closed her eyes for 1 second, then opened them. I hate that this is happening, she said. I know. I hate that I need you there with me. A pause. I know. The honesty of his answer should have angered her. Instead, it only made the truth feel less humiliating. She looked up at him. And I hate that some part of me is relieved you know that. James held her gaze. I know that too. The line carried too much. Awareness, restraint, tenderness, danger. All in 4 simple words. Sophia drew a breath and reached for the door handle. This time, when they entered the building and climbed the stairs together, the fear did not vanish. But it changed. It no longer felt like an endless fall. It felt like something she carried while ascending, step by step, with a man beside her who knew its weight and did not ask her to pretend it was lighter than it was. By the time they reached her apartment door, her hand was trembling only slightly. She unlocked it. The hallway inside looked exactly as it always had. Narrow. Quiet. Dim in the winter afternoon. Sophia stood in the threshold and understood all at once what the true fear was. Not the shadow. Not even the windows. The true fear was this, that she had already crossed into a life where ordinary safety could not be restored by proof or daylight, and that no matter what happened next, she would have to go on living inside that knowledge. She stepped in anyway. James followed. And though fear came with her, silent and stubborn and impossible to escape, she was no longer carrying it alone. Chapter 8, The Night Everything Changed. By evening, the apartment no longer felt like the same place she had entered that morning. Nothing visible had changed. The furniture remained where it had always been. The wax spill beside the lavender candle still marked the coffee table in a pale crescent that would need scraping later. The hallway light cast the same tired gold across the narrow corridor. The bedroom curtains hung in patient folds. The windows reflected the slow dimming of the day exactly as windows should. And yet every room had acquired a second life beneath its ordinary one. Sophia felt it as the afternoon thinned. Light left the apartment gradually, not all at once. First the kitchen window lost its pale silver and turned colder. Then the corners of the living room began to deepen in a way no lamp could fully answer. By the time the street outside shifted from gray to bruised blue, she found herself moving more carefully, listening between actions, aware of the hour with the dread of someone who has learned too quickly what night is capable of carrying. James noticed before she said anything. He had remained with her all day. Not intrusively. Not in the oppressive way another man might have. He gave her space whenever she moved from one room to the next, but it was a deliberate kind of space, measured and strategic. He tracked the windows without staring at them. Checked the front lock once, casually enough that anyone else might have mistaken it for habit. At one point he stood very still in the hallway for nearly a full minute with his head slightly bowed, listening, and when Sophia asked what he heard he answered, "Nothing yet," in a voice that made the words sound less like reassurance than countdown. They ate late, though neither of them had much appetite. Sophia made soup because soup required attention but not creativity, heat but not joy. The act of chopping carrots, peeling garlic, stirring broth gave her hands a purpose. James stood near the kitchen doorway and watched the window over the sink while pretending not to watch it. At length she said, without turning, "You know I can feel you doing that." "Yes. I'm beginning to think yes is your only real language." "That isn't true." She glanced at him over her shoulder. "Prove it." A faint shift touched his mouth. "Be careful with what you ask me to prove." The line was dry, almost light, but the look accompanying it was not. It settled over her skin in a way that made the kitchen suddenly too small. Sophia turned back to the soup before he could see too much on her face. That sounded suspiciously like flirting. "No," James said softly. It sounded like restraint. Her hand tightened around the spoon. For a moment all she could hear was the low simmer of broth and the pulse in her own ears. She should have ended the exchange there. Instead she found herself absurdly aware of every inch of her body in the warm kitchen light, of the loose sleeves of her sweater, of the vulnerable line of her throat reflected faintly in the dark window above the sink. This was the danger she had not known how to name that morning. The shadow at the glass terrified her. But what was happening between herself and James terrified her too, and in a way less cleanly survived. The night might bring an inhuman hunger to her windows. James brought something more complicated. He brought choice. He brought truth. He brought the unbearable possibility that fear and desire might learn to live too close together. She ladled soup into 2 bowls and carried them into the living room. They ate at the small table by the sofa because neither of them wanted to sit with the windows at their backs. The apartment had gone fully dark outside by then. Lamps burned in the living room and kitchen, casting soft islands of amber that left the spaces between them heavier than before. Sophia had always loved that kind of lighting. Tonight it felt less like coziness and more like negotiated territory. James ate slowly, not because he was savoring anything, but because every motion of his seemed governed by a discipline she still did not understand. She watched him once when she thought he might not notice. He noticed, of course. His eyes lifted to hers with quiet immediacy. "What?" he asked. Sophia looked down at her spoon. "Nothing." "That wasn't nothing." She exhaled. "I was just wondering." "About?" "How someone born in 1847 still knows how to sit at my table like he's not one of the strangest things that's ever happened to me." For a second she thought she had been too blunt. Then James said, "Practice." The simplicity of it startled a laugh out of her. It came before she could stop it, quick and soft and utterly at odds with the fear that had been tightening around the apartment all afternoon. The sound lingered in the air a little longer than it should have. James looked at her as though he had not expected laughter from her tonight, perhaps not from himself either. Sophia felt the atmosphere shift immediately. Not safer, but warmer in a way she did not entirely trust. She looked away first. "Don't make me regret that." "I won't." The answer came too quickly. Her pulse tripped again, and she set down her spoon to keep her hands occupied with something other than trembling. After dinner, she washed the bowls while James stood near the living room window. The arrangement was beginning to feel dangerously natural. Sophia hated that. She hated that she was already learning the sound of his silence in the next room, already measuring her own body against the awareness of his presence as if it had belonged to her life much longer than a day and a night. When she finished in the kitchen and dried her hands, she found him looking not out the window, but at the reflection of the room in the glass. At her. Sophia stopped in the doorway. He did not turn immediately. He only said, "Tonight will be worse." The room seemed to contract around the sentence. She crossed her arms. "Because it came once, it will come back angrier?" "Yes." "There it is again." "What?" "That yes." His gaze met hers in the reflection. "You asked a question with an answer." She should have been annoyed. Instead she felt a thin thread of brittle calm slide into place, the kind that sometimes comes just before fear has to become action. What exactly does worse mean? James turned then and faced her fully. The lamplight caught one side of his face and left the other in shadow, making him look once more like something balanced between tenderness and threat. "It knows you can hear the difference now. The difference between its voice and yours." "Yes." Sophia nodded once, forcing herself to absorb this as information rather than panic. "So it tries something else?" "Yes." "A beat." "James." His expression shifted almost imperceptibly. "Sorry." The apology was so unexpectedly immediate that despite herself she nearly smiled. "What else?" she asked. "It may not use voices at first." It may try dreams. Memory. It may make the apartment feel wrong before it touches the windows. His eyes moved briefly toward the hall. It will look for weakness in whatever frightened you most the first time. Sophia looked at him for a long moment. The first time, she said slowly, I thought I was losing my mind. James's gaze held hers. Yes. The word moved through her like a draft. That's what it will use. It may try. How do we stop it? He stepped away from the window. You stay awake as long as you can. You don't answer anything that speaks from outside a room. You don't open a curtain if the urge feels stronger than sense. And if you begin to feel like something in your head is not your own, he stopped. What? His voice lowered. You tell me immediately. Sophia became aware, all at once, that fear was not the only thing tightening the room. There was also the intimacy of alliance. The unbearable closeness implied by letting another person become witness to the shape of one's mind if it began to fray. She nodded. James studied her face. If it gets bad, I may need to hold you in one place. The sentence landed low in her body before her mind fully engaged with it. She hated that her first reaction was not alarm but the quick involuntary image of his hands on her wrists, his voice near, his body close enough to anchor her against the thing outside. The thought was so immediate and treacherous that she had to look away to hide it. That, she said carefully, is a sentence you should probably never say to a woman unless the situation is truly horrible. His reply came after the smallest pause. The situation is truly horrible. She let out a breath that almost became a laugh again, though nothing about the room justified lightness. It was impossible, she thought, that she should find any of this bearable. And yet James's dry precision kept drawing her back from the edge of panic in ways no soothing voice would have. The evening deepened. At 9, Sophia lit the lavender candle despite what had happened to it the night before. She did it partly out of defiance and partly because the familiar scent steadied her. James watched the flame catch and said nothing. At 10, they checked the windows together. That was when the night truly changed. It happened in the bedroom first. The curtains were still. The latch on the window was secure. The room held no visible sign of danger. Yet the instant Sophia stepped inside beside James, a strange pressure moved through her body. Not from outside. From the room itself. A subtle wrongness, as if the proportions of space had shifted by a degree too small for the eye but large enough for the nerves. She stopped in the doorway. James felt it too. She knew from the immediate way his posture altered, every line of him sharpening into alertness. What is it? She whispered. He didn't answer immediately. Then, it's been here already. The words made the skin along her arms rise. What do you mean, here? In the room. Not fully. But near enough to leave a shape. Sophia stared. The bedroom looked exactly the same. And yet now that he had said it, she felt it too, not a presence, not quite, but the after-impression of one. Like air disturbed and not yet settled. Like a thought that does not belong to the thinker who finds it waiting. James moved farther into the room. He did not touch anything. He only stood beside the bed with his head slightly lowered, listening in a way that seemed to have nothing to do with ears. After a moment he looked toward the mirror on the wardrobe door. Sophia followed his gaze. For one awful second all she saw was the room reflected back at them, bed, curtains, lamp, the doorway behind. Then something in the reflection shifted. Not the room itself. The depth of it. The space behind them in the mirror seemed to lengthen by a fraction, as if the hallway reflected their extended farther than the actual hallway could. Sophia stepped back so quickly her shoulder brushed the doorframe. The reflection snapped back to normal. James moved between her and the mirror at once. "Living room," he said. This time she did not argue. They retreated there together, and Sophia hated how relieved she was to leave the bedroom even though every room now felt equally vulnerable. She stood near the sofa while James turned off the lamp by the hallway, reducing the number of reflective angles. When he returned to her, she saw that his face had changed. Not fear. Something colder. Something close to anger. "That was it?" she asked. "A reach," he said. "It can't cross cleanly yet. Not while I'm here. But it's trying to make the rooms feel open to themselves in the wrong way. I don't know what that means. It means it wants the apartment to stop being separate spaces." He glanced toward the hall. "It wants everywhere to become near." The sentence was so strange and yet so perfectly aligned with the pressure she had felt in the bedroom that she believed it instantly. Sophia looked around the living room with renewed unease. Can it do that? If we let it work long enough. Then don't let it. The words came out sharper than she intended, fear stripped of politeness. James did not take offense. "I'm trying." The answer struck her. Not because it was dramatic, but because for the first time his control had admitted strain. The candle flame fluttered. Both of them looked at it immediately. There was no visible draft. The windows were latched. The radiator had gone still. Yet the flame dipped once, then rose too high, trembling. Sophia's pulse began to hammer. James crossed the room in 2 quiet steps and set a hand just above the candle without touching it. The flame steadied almost at once. He looked toward the dark window beside the curtains and went very still. "It's early," he said. "That's bad?" "Yes." The single syllable had returned, but now it was sharpened by something like urgency. Sophia came closer before she could stop herself, one hand gripping the back of the sofa. For a long moment nothing happened. Then the sound came. Not tapping this time. Scratching. Very soft. Very slow. A dry, careful drag along the outer surface of the glass, as if something with too many joints were testing the window from top to bottom. The noise was so faint it should have been easy to mistake for a branch, except no tree stood near enough to reach the 4th floor. Sophia could not move. The scratching continued. Down. Pause. Across. A patient exploration of boundaries. James's jaw tightened visibly. "It knows you can hear it," he said quietly. "What do I do?" "Nothing. That's not helpful. It's what keeps it outside." She wrapped her arms around herself so tightly her shoulders ached. The scratching stopped. The silence afterward was worse. It thickened around the room until Sophia became aware again of the living room window as a surface of blackness only pretending to be glass. She could see the faint reflection of the candle, the line of the lamp, a pale suggestion of herself and James standing close enough that their outlines nearly touched. Then, behind the reflection, a face. Not a full face. Not human enough for that. More like a pale suggestion of features forming where no face should be, too high at the glass, eyes a little wrong, mouth almost there and then not. Sophia made a sound she did not recognize as her own. James turned and blocked her view instantly. Don't look at it. Too late. The image had already entered her. Even with James standing between her and the window, she could feel the shape of that almost face pressing at her memory, trying to become more legible than it had been. Her mind wanted desperately to complete it. To make it human enough to understand. Every instinct she had screamed that understanding would be the beginning of permission. She shut her eyes hard. In the darkness behind them, the face grew clearer. No. Not clearer. Closer. Sophia gasped and stumbled backward. The room swayed. Her pulse roared. A terrible certainty moved through her. Something had come inward. Not physically. Somewhere worse. Sophia. James's voice. Very near. Very real. She opened her eyes. He was in front of her, both hands lightly gripping her upper arms. She did not remember him crossing the space between them. The feel of him, cold, solid, unmistakably alive, cut through the rising blur in her mind for one fragile second. It's trying to sit inside the image, he said. Stay with me. The fear in her chest changed shape abruptly. It became smaller and more concentrated, not less intense but more survivable because it now had his voice around it. I saw it, she whispered. I know. It was wrong. I know. The repetition should have infuriated her. Instead it kept her tethered. From the window came a new sound. A woman crying. The noise hollowed Sophia out. Not because she believed it. Not exactly. But because the sorrow in it was built with exquisite precision, the sound of grief trying not to become hysteria. It reached directly into the body's oldest reflexes. Help. Open. Listen. James's grip tightened slightly. Don't hear the meaning. Hear the shape. Sophia looked at him, dazed. What? Listen to the edges of it. The crying went on behind him, soft and terrible. Sophia forced herself to obey. Not the emotion of the sound. The structure. The way it rose. The way it broke. The intervals between breaths. And then she heard it. Wrong. Not in a way language could easily pin down. The rhythm was too regular. The breaks too placed. The grief too exact, as if performed from memory of mourning rather than mourning itself. Her stomach turned. It doesn't know how, she whispered. James's eyes held hers. No. The crying stopped immediately. That abrupt cessation was more horrifying than the sound itself. Sophia's nails dug into the sleeves of his coat without her realizing it. The contact seemed to affect him less than it had the night before, or perhaps he was simply too focused now to show it. The candle flame flared once more, then went out. Darkness shifted around the room. Not total darkness. The lamp still burned. But the extinction of the candle felt symbolic in a way that chilled her deeply. Something warm and domestic had been singled out and undone. From the hallway came a sound. Not from the front door. Not the bedroom. From the narrow corridor itself. A footstep. Impossible and unmistakable. Sophia went rigid. James turned his head slowly toward the hall while keeping one hand on her arm. "How?" she breathed. He was silent for a fraction too long. Then, it found another threshold. The sentence barely finished before the hallway mirror, small, narrow, usually nothing more than a practical strip of glass above the table for keys, began to darken. Sophia stared in disbelief. The mirror did not merely reflect less light. It seemed to fill from within, silver depth replaced by a blackness denser than shadow. In its center, very slowly, a shape took form. Not fully a body. More the suggestion of one approaching from an impossible distance inside the glass. James moved. He pushed Sophia behind him and stepped into the line between her and the hall in a motion so fast it made the room blur. The temperature dropped at once. Every lamp flickered. The figure in the mirror kept advancing. No face this time. No voice. Only a dark human outline growing larger in the impossible depth of reflected space. Sophia's breath came short. "James." "Behind me." This time his voice was not low. It cracked through the room with command sharpened by something far older than human fear. She obeyed before she could think. The figure in the mirror lifted one arm. James lifted his own. For one split second the gesture matched exactly, reflection and reality, and Sophia felt the entire apartment tilt into some wrong alignment where inside and outside, room and image, man and shadow all threatened to collapse into each other. Then James spoke a language she had never heard. It was not loud. Not theatrical. The syllables were dark and precise and seemed to strike the air at structural points rather than float through it. The effect was immediate. The mirror shook. Not the wall around it. The glass itself. Hairline fractures of darkness rippled across its surface, spreading from the center outward. From inside the mirror came a sound like breath dragged through broken reeds. The shape convulsed. Sophia clutched the back of James's coat and felt the force moving through him. It was not visible exactly, but the room recognized it. Light bent. Air tightened. His stillness became a kind of pressure all its own. The dark figure in the mirror drew abruptly backward, as if yanked by some unseen current. For an instant, right before it vanished, Sophia saw eyes. Not where eyes should have been. Too high. Too far apart. Empty and wanting all at once. Then the mirror cleared. Only their reflection remained, Sophia pale and wide-eyed behind James, James standing rigid in the hallway mouth, one hand still raised. The apartment fell silent. No crying. No scratching. No footsteps. Nothing but the ragged sound of Sophia breathing and the hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen, absurdly alive again. James lowered his arm. The movement cost him. She saw it instantly. Not dramatic weakness, not collapse. But the kind of small concealed falter only visible in someone who has spent centuries mastering concealment. His shoulders tightened. The line of his mouth hardened. One hand drifted briefly to the edge of the hall table as if for balance before he removed it. Fear changed shape in Sophia all over again. Not fear of him this time. Fear for him. She stepped around him before he could stop her. What happened? Nothing I didn't expect. That is very obviously not true. He looked at her, and for a second she saw the effort it took to stay upright in whatever way he defined strength. It used the mirror because you've looked into it every day without thinking. Familiar thresholds are easier to thin. Sophia barely heard the explanation. You're hurt. No. James. His jaw tightened. Not in a way that matters. The line sparked sudden anger in her. Not because it was evasive, but because it was so clearly the answer of someone long accustomed to surviving damage by diminishing it. That does not get to be your decision right now. He looked at her with grave surprise, as if this was somehow not the moment he had expected her to become furious. Sophia crossed her arms only to realize they were still trembling too hard for the gesture to feel controlled. She lowered them. You were holding whatever that was back. You used something. It affected you. Don't lie to me because it sounds noble. James's expression changed in that tiny, almost softening way she had begun to recognize as dangerous. I'm not trying to sound noble. No, just impossible. A beat passed. Then, because perhaps even now he could not refuse accuracy, he said, it took more than I wanted it to. The admission landed like a stone. Sophia took a slow breath. Sit down. He did not argue this time. He crossed to the sofa and sat with more weight than usual, one forearm resting on his thigh, head bowed slightly as if listening inward. Sophia stood looking at him for one suspended second and understood that the night had changed not only because the shadow had reached farther, but because she had just watched James stop it in a way no human man could have and then pay for it with something she could not measure. Fear and tenderness collided so hard in her that she had to turn away for a moment just to breathe. When she returned from the kitchen with a glass of water, he looked up at her in open surprise. You think this helps? He asked. I think you're getting whatever version of care I currently know how to manage. Something in his face gave way briefly at that. He took the glass. Their fingers brushed. Even now, even here, even with the wrongness of the mirror still hanging in the apartment like the memory of lightning, the contact sent a quick involuntary shiver through her. James noticed. Of course he did. His gaze dropped to her hand for the barest instant and then returned to her face with careful restraint. Sophia moved to the chair opposite him and sat because if she remained standing, she thought she might start pacing and never stop. For several minutes neither spoke. The room seemed to be recovering itself by degrees. The hallway mirror remained an ordinary mirror. The dead candle sat in its glass on the table. The bedroom door stood open at the far end of the hall, its darkness no deeper than darkness should be. Yet none of it felt trustworthy now. Every threshold in the apartment had become charged, every reflective surface suspect. At last Sophia said, You told me tonight would be worse. Yes. That did not feel like an adequate warning. A faint shift near his mouth. No. She exhaled sharply. Do you ever get tired of being exactly what I don't want and exactly what I need at the same time? His gaze held hers over the rim of the glass. Yes. The answer should not have hurt. It did. Perhaps because it was not flippant. There was no self-pity in it either. Only the plain exhausted truth of a man who seemed to have spent too much of his existence in that impossible position. Sophia looked down. I'm sorry. For what? For making that sound like a burden only to me. A silence followed. Then James said, very quietly, Sophia. She raised her eyes. The way he looked at her then changed the room more than the mirror had. Not because of danger, but because of exposure. Something in him had thinned under strain tonight. The control remained. It always would, she thought. But beneath it she could see too much now. Weariness, want, the terrible discipline of someone who had learned to survive by refusing himself almost everything. "You are not a burden," he said. The words entered her with enough force to make her look away again. This was how the night was changing. Not only through threats at windows and things in mirrors, but through the impossible intimacy of two people in the aftermath of fear, saying sentences too plain to survive behind. Sophia stood abruptly. She stopped. The truth was she did not know what she needed. Space. Nearness. Water. Another life. James set the glass aside and rose more slowly. What? She pressed a hand briefly to her forehead. I don't know. That was when the apartment itself changed. Not a sound. Not at first. A sensation. The same wrongness from the bedroom, only stronger now, moving through the walls like a pressure front. Every room seemed to inhale at once. The air thickened. The edges of the lamps blurred. Sophia felt, with sickening certainty, that the apartment had stopped being a collection of separate safe and unsafe spaces and had become one continuous interior opening towards something else. James turned toward the hallway instantly. No, he said. The word was not for her. The pressure intensified. The front door lock clicked. Once. Twice. Not as if someone were turning it from outside. As if the metal itself had remembered hands and was trying to imitate the motion. Sophia backed up until her calves touched the edge of the sofa. The lock clicked again. Then the doorknob began to turn. Slowly. No sound from the hall beyond. No footsteps. Only the deliberate movement of the handle trying itself, as though whatever stood on the other side had not decided whether doors were entered through patience or invitation. James moved to stand between her and the front door. Sophia, he said without looking back, if it gets in, run to the bedroom and shut the window. The order was so unexpected she almost forgot to be afraid. What? Why? Because if it comes through the door first, it will try to open the rooms from both directions. That made no sense and perfect sense, and she hated both. The handle stopped turning. Silence. Then, from the other side of the door, 3 soft knocks. Not random. Not experimental. Human. The sound hollowed the apartment. Sophia's mouth went dry. It learned. Yes. The knocks came again. This time with the exact familiar rhythm of a polite visitor. Then a voice. Not her sister's. Not her own. Mrs. Kessler. Sophia, dear? Are you home? The skin along Sophia's arms rose violently. It was perfect. Elderly, warm, slightly breathless. Even the little habitual tenderness in the form of a dress. Mrs. Kessler from 3B, who spoke about weather and detergent and once lent her a lemon because the shop had closed early. Don't answer, James said. Another knock. Then the voice again, a little more concerned this time. Sophia, I thought I heard something. Are you all right in there? Sophia's heart was battering so hard it blurred her hearing. What if it was real? The thought came hot and immediate and shameful. What if Mrs. Kessler had heard something from the hall? What if an actual frightened old woman stood outside her door while she and James remained silent in the living room, letting fear rewrite basic decency? James must have felt the change in her body. He turned his head slightly, just enough for her to catch the edge of his profile. It isn't her. How do you know? Because she would have knocked harder by now. As if in answer, the voice outside sighed softly. You're right, it said. Still in Mrs. Kessler's voice. Then, impossibly, it changed mid-breath. James. Sophia. Open the door. Every muscle in her body locked. The voice was exact. Not close. Not almost. Exact. If James had been standing outside the apartment instead of 5 feet in front of her, that was how he would have sounded, low, controlled, roughened by urgency. The real James turned fully this time and looked at her. Do not trust your body for the next minute, he said. That was all. No reassurance. No elaborate explanation. Just instruction. Sophia clung to it. Outside the door, the false James spoke again. You know it's me. The sentence struck low and intimate, and she felt immediately the dangerous pull of recognition. Not belief exactly. Something worse. The body's desire to answer the known voice when the known voice says you know me. James took one step toward her, forcing her attention back onto him. Look at me, he said. She did. Only me. The door shuddered. Not from impact. From pressure. As if whatever stood beyond it had placed both hands on the wood and leaned there patiently. The false James lowered his voice on the other side until it became almost tender. Sophia. The apartment tilted. She knew that voice. Knew it already too well. The dark rough edge of it, the restraint under it, the impossible gentleness that made danger feel chosen rather than random. Her chest tightened so sharply she almost couldn't breathe. James crossed the remaining distance between them. He cupped her face in both hands. The contact shattered everything. Cold palms. Real pressure. His body close enough to fill her whole field of sense. Sophia gasped, not from fear this time, but from the sheer force of being brought back inside herself by touch she had imagined too many times already. Stay here, he said. Only 3 words. But this time they were not command alone. They were plea. Promise. Anchor. Outside the door, the false voice laughed softly in his exact tone. Inside the room, the real James held her face and looked at her with such terrible intensity that the rest of the world blurred. Tell me what's true, he said. Sophia stared at him. His thumbs rested just below her cheekbones. She could feel the coolness of his skin, the carefully controlled tension in his hands. Every nerve in her body had become aware of him at once. What? She whispered. What's true? The false voice outside said her name again. Sophia dragged air into her lungs. This is true, she said, and hated how unsteady her voice sounded. You're here. James's gaze did not leave hers. Again. You're here. Again. You're here. The pressure at the door increased. The knob began to turn harder, faster, not like a visitor now but like something growing impatient with the shape of human entry. James leaned closer. His forehead almost touched hers. What else? He asked. Sophia's pulse was wild. The room had narrowed to his face, his hands, the voice beyond the door trying to become him in all the places she was weakest. "I know your voice," she said. Something in his expression broke open. "Yes," he said. Again. "I know your voice." The door rattled. A low sound came from the hallway beyond it, not quite human frustration and not quite animal hunger. James's hands tightened fractionally. And? The next truth came before she chose it. "You would never ask me to open the door." The effect was immediate. Outside, the pressure vanished. Not gradually. Entirely. The doorknob stopped. The imitation of his voice fell away in a hiss of static breath, as if the lie could not survive being named from within the truth. The apartment plunged into stillness. James did not move. Neither did Sophia. They remained there, too close, his hands still on her face, her own breath hitting the cold line of his wrist. She could feel his self-control now, not as composure but as strain held with both hands. He was close enough to kiss her. Close enough to devour every boundary they had so carefully maintained. Close enough that the fact he did neither became almost unbearable. No sound came from the hall. No voice. Nothing. The silence after that kind of danger should have felt like relief. Instead it felt like the point beyond which nothing between them could honestly return to what it had been. Slowly, very slowly, James lowered his hands. The loss of contact was almost violent. Sophia did not step back. She was not sure she could have. They stared at one another in the fragile aftermath of the door's failure, the lamps burning softly around them, the dead candle cold on the table, the entire apartment changed by what had just happened. At last James said, voice rougher than she had ever heard it, "It won't try that again tonight." Sophia's lips parted, but no answer came. Because the night had changed in another way too. Not out at the window. Not in the mirror. Right here, in the living room, with his hands on her face and the dark on the other side of the door wearing his voice. This was the night everything changed. Not because the shadow had reached farther than before. But because for the first time, when forced to choose between the voice it borrowed and the man standing before her, Sophia had known exactly which one was real. And so had James. Chapter 9, Love or Obsession. For a long time after the silence returned, neither of them moved. The apartment seemed to hold its breath around them, every familiar object altered by what had just passed through the room. The door stood closed. The lamps burned steadily again. The hallway beyond remained empty, the mirror in it only a mirror once more. Nothing visibly threatened them now. And yet Sophia felt the entire shape of the night suspended on the last few seconds as surely as if the walls themselves had leaned in to witness them. James stood close enough that she could still feel the ghost of his hands at her face. Not heat. He carried little heat. Something stranger and more disturbing than that, the aftersense of touch so careful it became impossible to confuse with accident. His palms had been cold, his grip controlled, his voice lower than she had ever heard it when he asked her to name what was true. She had done it. She had chosen his real voice over the false one at the door. And the choice had not felt theoretical. It had felt like crossing. Sophia was not ready to examine what kind. James stepped back first. The motion was slight, almost respectful, and somehow that made it worse. If he had reached for her again, if he had said something reckless or too intimate, she could have gathered herself inside anger. But he did what he always did when it mattered most. He gave her space. He left the decision of what this moment meant in her hands, and that was far more dangerous than taking it from her would have been. She wrapped her arms around herself because the room had suddenly grown cold. James watched her, every line of him taut with restraint. She could see now that what had happened at the door had affected him too. Not just the strain of keeping the shadow out, though that was there in the harder line of his shoulders and the shadow deepening beneath his eyes. Something else had altered. The thing at the door had used his voice because it understood where her fear and trust were becoming intertwined. The knowledge of that had entered the room and not left when the danger withdrew. Sophia turned away first. She crossed to the sofa and sat because standing felt too exposed, too likely to become motion toward him or away from him with more meaning than she could survive. The cushion dipped under her weight. She stared at the dead candle on the table, at the pale spill of wax beside it, and tried to steady her breathing. Behind her, James did not speak. At last she said, with more dryness than she felt, "You were right." A pause. "I usually am." The line was so mild, so absurdly close to teasing, that she almost laughed. Instead she looked up at him with narrowed eyes. "Don't." Something like a real smile threatened his mouth and vanished. "About what?" he asked. She leaned back against the sofa and let her head rest there for one exhausted second before answering. "About fear not being the opposite of trust." The room went very still. James did not move from where he stood. "Sophia." "No," she lifted a hand without looking at him. "Let me finish that sentence before you decide it's too much truth for one night." He said nothing. She drew a slow breath and forced herself onward. "You were right because I was afraid. I am afraid. Of you. Of this. Of how quickly all of this stopped being simple." She lowered her hand and finally looked at him. "But when it used your voice, I knew the difference. Not because yours was gentler. Not because it was safer in some easy way. Because yours." She stopped, suddenly unsure whether she could say the next part without opening something too large to close again. James waited with that unbearable stillness of his. "Because yours always leaves me a choice," she finished quietly. The words entered the room and stayed there. A long silence followed. James looked at her as if she had struck some hidden place in him with terrifying accuracy. No defense rose in his face. No soft falsehood. Only the difficult stillness of a man who had spent too much of his existence refusing to take what he could have taken and had not expected to be seen exactly in that refusal. At length he said, very low, "That should not matter as much as it does." "It matters exactly that much," Sophia said. She did not know where the courage came from. Perhaps it was exhaustion. Perhaps surviving the thing at the door had changed the scale of what honesty now cost. Or perhaps James had simply made dishonesty impossible by insisting on truth too often for her to retreat into anything easier now. He looked down briefly, then back at her. "And what do you think that means?" There it was. The question under the whole night, perhaps under all the nights that had led to it. Not merely what was happening at the windows or in the mirrors, but what was happening between a woman who had lived alone in ordinary quiet and the man who had watched her sleep to keep fear from reaching her first. Sophia let out a small breath. "I think," she said slowly, "that is what I'm trying not to know." James's gaze darkened with something she could not quite bear to name. Not triumph. Never that. Something far more dangerous. Hope held at such rigid distance it almost looked like pain. He came closer then, but only to the chair opposite the sofa. He sat as if the decision cost him something. Distance again. Deliberate, aching, necessary distance. Sophia hated how relieved she was and how disappointed at the same time. The room held them in a softer silence now. Not peaceful, not exactly. The kind of silence that forms after a wound has been exposed and not yet bandaged. At last Sophia said, "I need to ask you something, and I need you not to answer like you're trying to save me from the answer." His expression shifted faintly. "All right." She looked straight at him. "Is this love," she asked, "or obsession?" The question landed with all the force of a confession she had not intended to make. It stripped the room of every smaller distraction. The dead candle, the hallway mirror, the dark windows. Everything receded behind the single unbearable line she had drawn between them. James did not answer immediately. The pause was not evasive. She had begun to know the difference. This was the silence of someone forced to look directly at something he had been willing to suffer rather than define. When he finally spoke, his voice was roughened around the edges in a way that made her pulse stumble. "Both can begin with watchfulness," he said. "Both can become hunger. Both can tell themselves their protection." His gaze did not leave hers. "The difference is whether your life grows smaller inside them." Sophia went very still. "That is a very careful answer." "Yes." "It also isn't exactly an answer." "No." He said it with such quiet acceptance that she almost smiled in spite of herself. But the subject was too raw for smiling to survive in the room for long. "So," she said, drawing the word out softly, "does my life grow smaller in this?" James's jaw tightened slightly. "It has." The honesty of it struck her more deeply than denial would have. "You mean because of the fear?" "Yes." "And because of you?" A beat. "Yes." She absorbed that in silence. He was not pretending innocence. Not trying to place all harm on the shadow and none on the shape his presence had taken in her life. He was telling the truth in the only way he seemed to know, without protecting himself from it. Sophia lowered her eyes briefly, then lifted them again. "Then why are you still here?" The question hurt him. She saw it at once. "Because leaving would make it smaller still," he said quietly. "Not larger." The answer moved through her with dangerous force. It was not the answer of a man justifying possession. It was the answer of someone who had already imagined absence and found it crueler than presence. Someone who knew that even if he himself were part of the complication, he had also become part of the structure holding the worst darkness at bay. Sophia leaned back against the sofa, trying to breathe around the pressure in her chest. "That sounds noble." "It isn't." "What is it, then?" His eyes held hers. "Need," he said. The single word altered the air. There were too many ways to hear it, and she heard all of them at once. His need to stay. His need to protect. His need for her. The last was the one she should have feared most. Instead it entered her with a shiver that was not wholly fear and made her immediately furious with herself. She stood. The motion was abrupt enough that James tensed before he masked it. Sophia crossed to the far side of the room and stopped near the bookshelf, turning back toward him because she could not bear his nearness and could not bear not seeing his face while they spoke. "That's exactly the problem," she said. "You say need, and some part of me hears devotion. Another part hears danger. And I don't know which one I'm supposed to trust. James rose more slowly from the chair. He did not come toward her. Trust neither word by itself, he said. Trust what I do. The answer might have sounded evasive from another man. From James, it felt like the hardest truth in the room. What you do, Sophia repeated. You watched me without my consent. Yes. You entered my apartment at night. Yes. You stood beside my bed feeling things I didn't know about while I slept. A pause. Then, quietly, yes. Each answer struck like a stone dropped into deep water. He did not turn away from any of it. He let the accusations remain exactly what they were, neither embellished nor excused. Sophia crossed her arms. Those are not the actions of someone easy to trust. No. Then why do I? She asked, more fiercely than she intended. Something moved across his face, quick and pained. I don't know, he said. It was the first time uncertainty from him sounded almost helpless. She stared. You know everything else. No, his voice lowered. I know what fear sounds like in your breathing. I know how the shadow moves at windows. I know what darkness learns from grief. I do not know why you look at me as if you see the worst thing I've done and keep standing here anyway. The line hit her with such force she had to look away. The room had become too honest. It felt impossible that walls and furniture could still be holding shape around them while words like these moved through the air. Sophia's voice, when it came, was softer. Maybe because you keep letting me see the worst thing and choosing not to hide. James was silent. She looked back at him. Do you understand how rare that is? He gave the smallest tilt of his head, almost bitter. For me, yes. Not for you, the answer implied. For him. In whatever world he had inhabited before this apartment, before her, before the shape of this impossible attachment had become unavoidable. A world of voices borrowed, doors manipulated, affections used as keys. Of course honesty would feel rare there. Perhaps ruinously rare. Sophia pressed her fingers briefly to her temple. This is impossible. Yes. You're not helping. I'm not trying to. That drew a shaky breath of laughter out of her despite everything. She covered her mouth almost immediately, but the sound had already happened. James watched her with an expression so unguardedly affected by that little laugh that she felt it physically. The room quieted again. When he spoke next, his voice had changed. Lower. More careful. If you want the truth, he said, I don't think love and obsession are as separate as people pretend. Sophia's hand fell from her mouth. He continued before she could answer. I think obsession is often love deprived of mercy. Love with no room for the beloved's will. Love that mistakes access for closeness and fear for devotion. Love that says if I need you enough, the damage is justified. His gaze held hers with terrible steadiness. I have been close to that. More than once. With you. The honesty of the admission made her heart slam hard against her ribs. But, she whispered. But every time I came near that edge, he said, what stopped me was not virtue. It was the thought of your face if you ever looked at me and saw only the theft. The sentence entered her like grief. There it was again, his entire impossible moral architecture reduced to a single terrible tenderness. He had not been saved from obsession by purity. He had been saved by not being able to bear the idea of becoming a wound in her memory. Sophia looked down at the floorboards because her eyes had stung suddenly, and she refused, absolutely refused, to let him see tears for something like this. "You make it very difficult to hate you," she said, her voice low. "I know. And that may be the worst thing about you." At that, the shadow of a smile touched him. Faint. Hurt. Real. Yes. She let out a breath and lifted her gaze again. "So what do you call this?" James was quiet for a long time. When he answered, the room seemed to narrow around the words. "I call it the most dangerous thing that has ever happened to me." Sophia stopped breathing for a moment. Outside, a car passed slowly on the street below. Somewhere farther down the building, a door closed. The ordinary world continued with painful calm. Inside the living room, she looked at the man who had survived centuries, thresholds, hunger, Elias Wren, the thing at her window, the thing at her door. And he was telling her that whatever this was between them frightened him more than anything else had. "That is either deeply romantic," she said faintly, "or an excellent argument for me to run." "Yes." She almost laughed again. Almost cried. The two impulses had begun to feel dangerously adjacent. Instead she said, "And if I told you I don't know which one it is yet?" His expression softened by a degree that made him look suddenly, devastatingly young beneath all his oldness. "Then I would say that uncertainty is wiser than surrender." The answer should have relieved her. It did not. Not because it was wrong, but because some hidden disobedient part of her had wanted him to say something else. Something more reckless. More wanting. More impossible to mistake for restraint. The realization of that want in herself chilled her more than the windows had. She sat down again, slower this time, aware of how tired she had become. James remained standing. At last she looked up at him and asked the question that had been gathering in her since the river, since the bench, perhaps since the first moment she knew with certainty that his voice was real. "If this becomes love," she said, "what happens to us?" He did not answer immediately. The silence lengthened until she thought he might refuse. Then he crossed the room. Not quickly, not with threat, simply with the inevitable gravity of someone approaching a truth both of them had already felt around the edges. He stopped a few feet in front of her. Close enough to be unbearable. Far enough still to remain a choice. "Then it becomes harder," he said. "That is not encouraging." "No." She looked up at him from the sofa, hating how vulnerable the position made her feel and hating more that she did not move. "Harder how?" His eyes never left hers. "Because then every danger that wants entry through loneliness will learn your happiness too." His voice lowered. "Because then leaving would hurt us both instead of only one. Because then I would have more to lose than control." The words moved through her in a cold bright line. She understood them with terrifying ease. Love would not simplify this. It would not redeem the darkness or erase the trespass or make his past less brutal. It would only give the world around them more leverage, more thresholds, more names to borrow. More precious things to threaten. And yet even knowing that, some part of her was already leaning toward the danger. "What if it's already hard?" she asked softly. James closed his eyes for one brief second. When he opened them again, the look in them was enough to make her pulse go unsteady all over again. "It is." There was nothing to say to that. The silence that followed felt alive. Sophia became aware of every inch of distance between them. Of how little it was. Of how much it contained. Her body had already memorized too many things about him: the cold of his skin, the depth of his voice in the dark, the exact kind of stillness that meant he was choosing not to touch. She thought suddenly that maybe this was the true test of whether what lived between them was obsession or love. Not the watching. Not even the wanting. The not taking. The refusal that hurt because it was real. She looked at his mouth and then hated herself for doing so, because once seen, the awareness could not be unseen. James noticed that too. Of course he did. She saw the exact instant the knowledge reached him, the almost imperceptible alteration in his breathing, the way stillness became effort. Sophia forced herself to meet his eyes again. "Tell me to stop looking at you like that," she said. James did not move. "No." The word fell low and dangerous between them. She swallowed. "That seems unwise." "Yes." "Then why say it?" His gaze darkened, impossibly, though the room had not changed. "Because you asked for truth." The line ran through her like a blade drawn slowly free. The room had gone too quiet. The windows, the hallway, the dead candle, the whole apartment. All of it receded behind the terrifying fact of two people standing at the edge of something neither of them could call safe and neither of them seemed able to turn away from. Sophia rose from the sofa. She did not know she was going to do it until she was already standing in front of him. Not touching. Not yet. But close enough that she could feel the cold around his skin. Close enough that if either of them breathed differently the distance would vanish. "James," she whispered. Her voice did something to him. She saw it. Not in movement. In restraint itself. He looked down at her as if every survival instinct he possessed were pulling in opposite directions. "You should not do this because you're afraid," he said. The sentence steadied her more than it should have. Perhaps because it was the exact sentence obsession would not say. Obsession would have welcomed the confusion, used it, entered by means of it. Love, or whatever close wounded thing this was, refused to. Sophia searched his face. "I'm not," she said, and realized as she said it that it was true. Not entirely. Fear was still in her body. In the room. In the night beyond the windows. But what drew her toward him now did not feel like fear fleeing to shelter. It felt like recognition crossing the last impossible inches toward what it had already chosen. She lifted her hand. James's eyes closed briefly when her fingertips brushed his jaw. Not because the touch frightened him. Because it mattered. The knowledge of that moved through her with unbearable force. She had touched him before, scar, hand, the edge of something tender enough to leave them both shaken. This was different. More deliberate. Less accidental. Her fingers rested lightly along the line of his face while he remained absolutely still, as if one move in the wrong direction would break the entire fragile architecture of the moment. Sophia felt her heart beating everywhere. "This is a terrible idea," she whispered. "Yes. And you still haven't learned any other word." That drew the faintest, briefest curve at the edge of his mouth. "No." She did not know whether the thing that broke inside her then was caution or loneliness or the last defensible distance between truth and desire. Perhaps all three. But when James looked at her like that, wounded, restrained, wanting, and still waiting for her will to lead, there was only one thing left in her that felt more honest than fear. She stepped closer. James inhaled sharply. His hands remained at his sides. The discipline of that nearly undid her. "You could touch me," she said, and was not sure whether the line was accusation, permission, or wonder. His voice, when it came, was rough enough to hurt. "Yes. But you won't. Not unless you ask." There it was. The dividing line. The whole answer. Love or obsession. Whatever this was, it stood or fell on choice. Sophia looked at him and knew she would remember this moment for the rest of her life, however long that life remained ordinary. The lamps low around them. The dark windows beyond. The man before her with centuries of hunger refused in the set of his shoulders and something more frightening than hunger in his eyes. She asked. Not in words at first. Her hand slid from his jaw to the back of his neck, light enough that she could have withdrawn in the same motion. James made a sound so small she might have imagined it if she had not been standing almost against him. Then his hands came to her waist. Slowly, carefully, with such visible restraint that the tenderness of it hurt more than force ever could have. He gave her one last second. One last chance to step back. Sophia did not. The kiss, when it came, was not gentle in the way she had expected gentleness to be. It was careful. There was a difference. Gentleness can be easy, decorative, even careless in its confidence. Carefulness is harder. It trembles with what it knows it could become if it stopped measuring itself against another person's breath. James kissed her with the force of every refusal behind him, every night beside her bed, every choice not to touch before she knew him, every true thing he had said instead of taking comfort where he could have stolen it. The kiss was cold at first, impossibly cold, and then less so, or perhaps her own body simply ceased to notice temperature at all beneath the shock of being wanted with such impossible discipline. Sophia's fingers tightened in his hair. James made a low sound against her mouth and immediately softened the kiss, as if even that involuntary response might frighten her if it grew larger than permission. The care of it nearly shattered her. This, she thought distantly, was what changed everything more than the door, more than the mirror, more than the voice at the window. Not that he wanted her. That he would stop. Any second. Any breath. The moment she asked. The knowledge moved through the kiss like light through dark water, changing everything it touched. When they finally broke apart, the room swayed around them. James kept his forehead against hers for one suspended heartbeat, both hands still at her waist, as if moving too quickly away might undo something fragile in them both. Sophia's breathing had gone uneven. She could feel his wasn't steady either. Neither of them spoke. What could words possibly have done after that? At last James lifted his head. His eyes found hers, darker than before, stripped of almost everything except truth. She had never seen him look less guarded. It terrified her. Sophia whispered the only thing she could. So that's the answer. A flicker of pain crossed his face. No. She blinked. No. That only tells us it's real. The line entered her like fire. Not whether it was wise. Not whether it could survive. Not whether it would destroy them. Only that it was real. Love or obsession? The question remained. But now it remained inside a room where she had kissed him and known, with impossible certainty, that the most dangerous thing about James was not his hunger. It was his mercy. Chapter 10, The Choice She Had to Make. The apartment did not return to what it had been. Even after the door fell silent. Even after the mirror held only reflection. Even after the shadow withdrew far enough that the air stopped tightening around the walls. Something had shifted too deeply for the room to forget it. Sophia felt it in the quiet that followed the kiss. Not a soft quiet. Not relief. Something more precise. Like a line drawn where no line had existed before, dividing everything that came earlier from everything that would come after. She stood in the living room with James still close enough that she could feel the echo of him in her body, and understood, without wanting to, without preparing for it, that the next decision she made would not be about fear anymore. It would be about him. And herself. And whether those two things could exist in the same life without breaking it. James stepped back first. Not far. Just enough. Always enough. Sophia almost laughed at that, but the feeling caught somewhere in her chest and turned into something heavier. He had kissed her. He had wanted her, openly now, undeniably, and still he moved away, still he gave her space as though what they had just done made distance more necessary, not less. It hurt. That was new. She looked at him, searching his face for something reckless, something that would make this easier to dismiss as a mistake. There was nothing reckless in him. Only truth. And that was worse. "You're doing it again," she said quietly. "Doing what?" "Making it my decision." A faint shadow crossed his expression. "It is your decision." "That doesn't make it easier." "No." His voice had roughened again, not with danger this time, but with something far more human. Fatigue, perhaps, or restraint stretched to its limit. Sophia turned away. The room felt too small to hold what was happening inside it. She walked toward the window, then stopped short of the curtain. Not touching it. Not yet. The memory of the face there, of the scratching, of the voice at the door, lingered too vividly for that. Behind her, James did not move. He was waiting. He had been waiting since the first night. That realization settled into her with a quiet, devastating weight. He had waited outside her life. Waited inside her fear. Waited beside her bed. Waited at every moment where taking would have been easier than asking. And now. Now he was waiting for her to decide whether he could stay. Sophia closed her eyes. For a moment, she let everything come back. The first feeling of being watched. The slow unraveling of certainty. The nights of waking alone, heart racing, lights burning. The knock at the window. Her sister's voice that wasn't her sister. The mirror stretching into something wrong. The door. His voice, stolen and used against her. And then. His real voice. Always steady. Always giving her a choice. Even when it cost him everything. She opened her eyes again. "James," she said. He answered immediately. "Yes." She turned. He stood exactly where she had left him, as though moving without permission from her would break something fragile between them. The sight of that, of him, ancient and dangerous and still standing like that, did something unbearable to her chest. "I need to understand what happens next," she said. His gaze held hers. "So do I." "That's not reassuring." "No." She almost smiled. Then didn't. Sophia took a step toward him. If I tell you to stay, she said slowly, this doesn't go away. No. The shadow doesn't disappear. No. You don't become normal. A flicker of something like dark amusement crossed his face. No. She nodded once. And if I tell you to leave? His expression stilled. Then I leave. And the shadow? A pause. It may take longer, he said carefully. But it will come back. The honesty of it settled the last piece into place. There it was. The real choice. Not between safety and danger. Between two different kinds of danger. One she faced alone. One she faced with him. Sophia exhaled slowly. That's not really a choice, is it? It is, James said quietly. Because the second option isn't only about the shadow. She looked at him. No, she said. It's about you. Yes. The word fell between them like something final. Sophia crossed the remaining distance. She stopped in front of him, not touching this time, not yet, and looked up into his face with a steadiness she did not entirely feel but refused to lose. If I choose you, she said, I don't get to pretend this is just survival anymore. James did not look away. No. I don't get to pretend you're just protection. No. And I don't get to pretend I don't feel. She stopped. The word wouldn't come. Not because she didn't know it. Because saying it would make it real in a way she could not undo. James did not help her. He did not finish the sentence. He only waited. Sophia laughed softly, without humor. You're very good at that. Yes. There it is again. A faint, brief warmth touched his expression. She took a breath. And this time, she said it. I don't get to pretend I don't feel something for you. The room held the words carefully, like something fragile that might break if handled too roughly. James's eyes closed for a single heartbeat. When they opened again, something in them had changed. Not control. Never that. But the distance behind it had narrowed. You don't have to pretend, he said. I know. And you don't have to choose me because of it. I know. Silence again. But different now. Not uncertain. Waiting. Sophia studied him. Really studied him. The man who had once been a boy in the snow. The man who had been made into something else. The man who had refused to become what he was meant to be. The man who had watched her sleep, not to take, but to protect. The man who had just kissed her like she was something fragile enough to break him. And she understood something then. This was not a clean story. Not a safe one. Not one where love erased darkness or turned danger into something gentle and manageable. This was a story where love existed inside danger. Where choice mattered more than certainty. Where nothing was guaranteed except the truth of what was being offered. She stepped closer. This time, when she reached for him, there was no hesitation. Her hands found his. Cold. Steady. Real. James inhaled sharply. Sophia held his gaze. This is my choice, she said. The words came out clearer than she felt. But they were true. I don't want to go back to what my life was before, she continued. Not because this is easier. It isn't. but because now I know what was already there. And I can't unknow it. James's grip tightened, just slightly. Sophia. She shook her head. Let me finish. He did. I'm afraid, she said. I'm still afraid. Of the shadow. Of what this means. Of you. A small breath. But I'm more afraid of pretending none of this happened. Of being alone in it again. Her fingers tightened around his. So if the choice is between being alone with the fear, or facing it with you. She stopped. Not because she didn't know the answer. Because saying it would change everything. James watched her, unmoving. Waiting. Always waiting. Sophia felt something settle inside her then. Not calm. Not certainty. Something stronger than both. Decision. She lifted her chin slightly. I choose you. The words left her and did not return. The room seemed to exhale. James went completely still. For one moment, she thought he might not respond at all. Then, very slowly, he stepped closer. Not carefully this time. Not measured. Not restrained in the same way. Still controlled. Still deliberate. But something in him had shifted. The distance he had held so rigidly between them, so painfully, so relentlessly, gave way by inches. His hand rose. He touched her face again. This time not as an anchor. As something else. Something that belonged to both of them. You don't know what that means, he said, voice low. No, Sophia answered. But neither do you. A pause. Then, unexpectedly. A quiet, almost breathless sound from him. Not quite laughter. Not quite disbelief. Something like relief breaking through restraint. You're right, he said. It was the first time she had heard him say it like that. Not as agreement. As surrender. Sophia smiled. Small. Tired. Real. Finally, she murmured. James looked at her like she had just rewritten something inside him. Then he pulled her into him. Not hesitantly. Not asking. Because this time. She had already answered. Sophia's breath caught as she pressed against him, the cold of him no longer shocking but familiar, grounding. Her hands found the back of his coat, fingers tightening as though letting go would undo the choice she had just made. Outside, the night remained. The shadow had not vanished. The world beyond the windows was still full of things that watched, waited, learned. But inside, something had changed. Not safety. Not peace. Something far more dangerous. They stood there together in the dim light, holding on to something that did not promise survival, only truth. After a moment, Sophia whispered against his shoulder. Will it come back? James's answer came without hesitation. Yes. She nodded slightly. I thought so. A pause. Then. But it won't find me alone anymore. James's arms tightened around her. No, he said. And this time. It wasn't just truth. It was a promise. That night, Sophia did not sleep alone. And for the first time, she did not fear being watched. Because now, she knew the difference between something that wanted to enter, and someone who chose to stay.